we
Day 2, baby.
They said this is it.
They said if we don't make it, like,
wow, we're continuing the qualifiers of yesterday. If you guys are just tuning in,
power outage last night.
There was a power outage, and day 1 came to a short end. Now we're in day 2. Let me set up all the things here. Put up
against probably the second best
day
team in
2,
Mexico
baby.
right now.
Day 2.
This team has been on fire and already have a W today, so they're coming in with some steam. I imagine Ascending Baseline also won a match today, so this will be a good one.
Yeah, already down in the series 1-0 and already down 6 in the game 2 Slayer on streets. Hop on board here with one of the two Uzi twins. Popping out of Hayden as he puts shots
get it.
to the rail. Uzi with the flank on to Stickies, gets the slay. 3 go down for SWAT LATAM. It's going to be a chance here for Ascending Baseline to split PD and C spawns, or
they got
if
the
all
names
4
too,
spawn
perfect.
at C, as they do, a chance to collapse and not allow them to push out towards the corners of Cafe and Red Room.
Like the plasma toss, he gets one right back at him, though. Has to back up. Good discipline from these guys. They know their teamwork. Like, look at their positioning. They're watching all the lanes. I know if you ever listen to their comms, I wish we could have a listen in. These guys are very well communicated. One of the best teams in communication, in my opinion, overall. So they're always going to have all lanes covered. There's not going to be any blind spots in their defense.
Yeah, you can see Hativ in the tires. He's trying to draw in players towards the Uzi.
Did I see Nemesis versus Optic? Nah, I didn't. Nemesis defeats Optic 3-1. Damn.
It's back to 6 for SWAT LATAM.
No way. So Optic ended up winning that game 3. Oh, everyone must have been like, dude. If it wasn't for the reset. Yeah, I knew it, Badger. I knew it. And then, how was game 4? Was game 4 close or what, bro? Let me know. Let me know. Or did Optic start off hot in the game 4? They played more last night. Nah, like I just got on, and like apparently, Nemesis defeats Optic 3-1. But as we know, they were up 2-0. So I guess what happened was Optic ended up winning that game. The game 3, and then I assume everyone was like, oh man, like, you know, freaking out about it. But then Nemesis ended up winning there, so I'm just wondering if that game 4, like, oh man, I kind of wish I saw that that series. That's crazy.
Not even in the
game 4 was close. Nemesis choked game 3.
What we were trying to break down was not enough pressure on Ascending Baseline.
Yo, the first sub of the day, the homie. Damn, appreciate the sub, bro.
On the Cafe side, and we saw SWAT LATAM push up all the way to the driveway. Now Ascending Baseline are kind of taking a page out of their book, and they're back in this fight, down by 3 into the 30s.
Okay, Zuzi has the stalker rifle. This guy's insane with it as well. Let's see what he chooses to do. Staying aggressive. Sees 2 targets, though. Wisely backs down. Knew that if he stayed up there, was certainly going to fall. Going to fall regardless. See if the members of SWAT LATAM recognize that stalker's on the ground.
I'll have to watch that.
Triple kill now. Multi-kills left.
Yeah, they got the power back. But thanks for the watch streak, Badger. They didn't play anything last night, Dan.
33-39 here.
They were working on the power and getting everything back up, and then they started playing. They started playing earlier this morning. That's what it was. I guess a lot of people missed it.
Yeah, that seemed like a bit of a forced push there. Maybe because his teammates were on the opposite side of the map, just tried to link up.
Yeah, I didn't know what time they were starting.
Kind of
I guess they had to start hella early.
Or draw attention to yourself so your teammates can push out. Regardless, Hativ needs to win this fight against the Commando. Pulls out the pistol for the quick draw medal. Don't typically see that one, but great time to get it.
Ooh, 35-44 now, and it was once a 3-kill game. Is multiple possessions and team wipes needed for AB to come back. Noble pushes up along the Cafe. Roach cleans up on that kill towards the Commando.
Badger, take care, take care. Big homie, thanks for the watch treat, by the way.
The lead has grown so big. Ascending Baseline are going to need to play their life. Going to need to come up with a +4 here. There's only 3 kills left needed for SWAT LATAM.
Wow, so they Nemesis were winning game 3, but then choked and Optic won it. That's crazy. And then game 4, what did Badger say about game 4? Game 4 was close. And then Nemesis just won. Wow. I wish that went to a game 5.
from South America is
Wow,
way too strong
dude,
at
that's
times.
crazy.
Strikey dropped 40
Yeah, this
kills
guy
in the prior
Badgers in
series.
Australia, just perfect timing for
This
him.
is
It
gonna
was
be
it
tough,
was
but
probably
I
like
think Ascending
evening
Baseline, they need a
time.
big beat right here, right now.
Guys watching some
We
Optic
just
versus
talked about, again,
Nemesis.
the international competition. We're seeing some tickets get stamped to pool play, and it's the
Bro, I'm actually gonna watch that, bro. What is this, man? Like, there's no way that we're just not gonna see that, right? Like, so it just started like an hour ago, not even. There's no commentators. They just had to play, bro. That makes sense. Oh my gosh, that's actually crazy, bro. That's actually crazy. Yo.
Enemy about to score.
Damn, so Legend lost to like his old teammates basically, bro. It's kind of insane.
Incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Defeat. Enemy has the ball. Incoming. Enemy. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball.
They get a slay and they have numbers. Formal dies, bound dies, 2 dead. They have to play the ball and get slays. Oh shit, they went 4. They went 3 dead. They're gonna go 4 dead. Yeah, they're killing the last guy. 4 dead right there. They're like, bring it C. Oh my gosh. So how did that happen?
Ball dropped.
Legend gets a kill, Bound gets a kill. That's 2 dead. They're 4 up there, and the other guys are 2 dead. Formal dies first, right there. He's too far. He's way too far by himself, and Legend's driveway, Renegade driveway. So Formal shouldn't be challenging here when he dies, and that's what opens up.
Ball dropped.
There. He was way by himself. Wow.
Enemy has the ball.
And look, from that guy lives, and then this guy makes the push. Yeah, and they go 4 dead. Wow. Yeah, Formal shouldn't have died there. Faux show.
Enemy has the ball. Defeat.
Resident We know that Tools and our observer Callus, both from Las Vegas, rooting for their hometown hero. And Nasty, man, I feel he's still young, still growing as a player.
All right, so now I'm all caught up, basically. I'm basically all caught up. I just nothing was commentated. I just basically saw what happened, and there we go. I'm kind of glad I did that.
He's gonna change to guy Nasty, dude Nasty,
Probably
nasty.
old man Nasty if he's
Old nasty.
a Chad, really handsome Chad. As Kraken win the opening break, they've got the first seconds of game number 3, 20 and rolling, and while Dark Inside will claim C, it's AB in favor of Kraken, but Dark Inside has the game.
Because we want his opposition to know. Shh.
Despite the UI indicator being there, he's going to get B for free, 100% secured. Flawless condition. That camo has run out and will return to normal volume. 3 seconds on the board. Dark Inside finally start to score.
Yeah, this is interesting. Okay, this game mode, I think there's really only 2 types of holds. There's AB and there's BC. AC is not really a thing. They're too disconnected.
Too split.
It's so hard to control both. You can sometimes hold it for a moment, but you're probably going to lose A or C at some point.
It's sort of that, I guess we'll take it. Kind of
Exactly.
hill control, right? We'll take the points if they're going to give it to us, but we don't expect it to last for long. You want BC, which is what Kraken have achieved here. As, big 1v1 win in the hill. A nice cleanup headshot there.
Yeah, most teams prefer the BC, but I think you have to also be able to hold AB pretty comfortably as well, because there's going to be a lot of game states in which that's your only option, and you can't just headbutt trying to go for C nonstop. You got to be able to hold what you got. So, so far, Kraken C is with the lead, and I think it's because they look a little bit more comfortable on this AB side as well.
Nice positioning at the backside of A. The repulsor makes it a little bit more difficult for this player to stay alive, but they have help. And they have their shields returned to life as Glitchy stays alive in the back of A, and that might just trickle down to a trip cap. A, B, and C are turning blue.
Typically happens here though is one of these teams, if we do capture C, the other team often spawns in A and then just takes it right away. But for now, opposite happens. They actually spawned closer to C, able to get a couple of kills and pick that up, and now going for that CB setup. How does Kraken play this? Playing out of A, notoriously quite difficult. Like the shot of the plasma grenade there, just so he can more safely rotate to the opposite side, but ultimately he gets taken down, and Dark Inside reset B.
Down 0-2, you got to hit the regain, and what better time to do that, Eli, than at the very beginning of Game 3 to start to get the juice flowing a little bit, to get the mojo back. Collective does go down, so 2-2-3 after the double kill for Dark Inside, tossing out those grenades towards the nest bridge, anticipating a push, but he's a little early on that prediction. He'll take C instead, and here we go, Eli. Here's that AC setup, and maybe the best thing about having AC is playing for a trip cap and going for B.
Yeah, it's kind of like it forces the other team to either go for A or C while you're capturing B, so it adds a little bit of extra pressure to the opposition, but in this case it doesn't work out. That's the problem with AC, is sometimes it forces you to overextend towards B. It's easier to die on that side, and now the other team is the one that ends up getting control after that.
Kraken approaching the 100 mark, but not before Dark Inside get into A, and he's going to send 363 back towards the middle of the map to look towards that direction where he sees it turning blue. And it does, in full, 100% AB in their favor. Kraken surpassed the 100-second threshold. They're up by more than a minute here in the early goings of Game 3.
It looks like B does get flipped. Fight going down on the mud side. Looks like Kraken should be able to reset this. No. We're going to actually go ahead and capture C. And Dark Inside forced to backtrack and play for A. 6-3,
trying to stay alive here on the scoreboard. He's got a, could have been 1v2, but the 1v1 enough to take him down. 3 go down in total, so Dark Inside, all they can do here is just reset C, but I don't think they're going to have enough to score. On the other side, B should turn blue. And with the player going down for Dark Inside on C, this might just be a trip cap, and the lead's growing for Kraken.
I would love to see him QP back to C, but I think it might have expired just too early for that to be possible. By the way, who's this player in the top right?
Leaderness.
14-4.
Wow.
Absolutely insane statistics right now. Ice Kid coming alive as well. Kind of shouted him out as being the factor that I think needs to come online for this squad to have success. Leader going to be the leader in that effort and really pick this team up. I think right now they still have a good chance to win this series, but they've got to maintain their momentum that they have so far in this game.
Yeah, everything's lining up on the stat sheet here for Kraken. You look down at Glitchy and you say, oh, he's only got 4 kills, now 5. But it's the 10 assists that are allowing guys like Leaderness to pop off, and everybody's playing their 25% for now. 55 and rolling here for Dark Inside as they do get back on the board. 3 go down, but this is massive. The last player alive for Kraken Seas is causing hell for Dark Inside.
Ice Kid with the repulse sticky.
That was so fast.
A little bit of tech that's really caught on. I think that getting the repulse and the sticky might as well be a power weapon. It's like a rocket launcher. You're going to get 2 kills with it most of the time.
It really is like a power weapon here on live fire in any map combination, especially on streets where you don't really have many power weapons to work with, maybe the Stalker. But showing you why it's such an efficient use of the equipment and the grenades you've got in your toolkit. As Kraken collapse on the A side, but it looks like Dark Inside have enough numbers to take this player down. As they do, they'll regain A, but BC go to Kraken C. So that's incredible. Just as it looked like Dark Inside based on the eye test, are finding some form of control. You look down at the scoreboard, and it's continuing to tick for Kraken.
And Leaderness has the QT and 5 bullets, a sniper. QT, ooh, okay, this is a creative little play here. Love to see that.
Love that, love that.
Through and see if he can capture A as well. I think this is a 2 birds with 1 stone type situation. Because he extends out in this direction, he also forces his opposition to spawn at the camo side, which is the furthest from all possible zones and the easiest to collapse upon. So Leaderness really trying to put them in the spawn blender here to really push this advantage stage.
Yeah, it also split Kid Nasty from the rest of his teammates. You can see him try to collectively regroup with them over on the dummies, but both go down on the dummy side. So you're right, Eli, that spawn manipulation and control on point here for Kraken because of it. They're soaring into the 200s. They've almost tripled up on, yeah, they've tripled up and then some on the lead. They're in the home stretch.
Like I said, comfortable on the AB hold. Most teams kind of get a little panicked here and don't know how to hold B as comfortably, but Kraken taking some space back B and into the nest side is how they're able to control it so effortlessly. Now, I think reading the writing on the wall, this player is going to push across. Cut him down and now have their chance to score.
Morgan making his way into A. He takes one down now. Slides into the rat tunnels, trying to wrap around the map. Using this underground portion of live fire almost as like a highway or a subway in this sense. But he goes down trying to attack C as Ice Kid will trade out as well. Another goes down, that's Leaderness. And it looks like Dark Inside have enough to stop Kraken at the 221 mark as we take a picture-in-picture look. SWAT Lat Am are up big on ascending baseline on the verge of securing their spot and pools.
Wow. Got to feel for these guys on ascending baseline. If they're going to dig deep, it's got to be right here, right now. But I tell you what, this is a difficult map to come back on. You can make some strong pushes into to keep it close, but it seems like SWAT LATAM likely to close this one out.
That could be the dagger from Pelu there as he take down Uzi with the use of the bandit.
These guys are good, bro. That means 2 LATAM teams made it pools, bro. I can't believe they took away the LATAM spot. Like, Tapping Buttons team, they were dominating. They didn't even look like they were struggling. They 3-0'd their competition to the winner's side of the pool bracket. And now in the loser side, you got fucking SWAT LATAM doing the same thing, basically. Crazy, bro.
Wow.
And then we got this side.
3-0s here. I mean, looks like Kraken should prevent the 3-0. On the right side, SWAT LATAM looking to make their full play spot ticket stamped early so they can have some extra practice time. But looks like it's sending baseline fighting back. They should be able to get control of A and C. They've got 4 dead. You can hear them screaming on the stage, pumping themselves up. Have a chance.
160 and rolling to 220. If they can bring it back to within 1 minute, that's striking distance here on strongholds. Strikeholds. Yeah, it works.
New game mode.
Yeah, I'm always giving HCS free ideas as Dark Inside. They've had control for the last minute or so, and they have cut that lead to within a minute. They are right where they want to be.
Sending baseline have started to ascend here. Problem is, SWAT LATAM need a singles point to play perfect Halo from here on out. the other side, it's Darkinside making their comeback.
Trip cap could help the cause, but C will start to filter blue. So it looks like Kraken are going to make their way towards B, so they'll take C knowing that there's not any pressure on it and make that preemptive push towards B. They're racking up more time.
Oh man, this is so intense in both games right now. I can hear the Zuzi twins. Can you just listen to their commentary? They're so fired up. They need to play perfect here. I wish they had this energy at the beginning of this game, though. Probably wouldn't have fallen into this deficit. But look how fast they're playing there.
They're going to hold it. They're going to win this fight. Zuzi needs to win this fight, stay alive. Sometimes just staying alive is the win condition. And it looks like he's going to...
Bro, if they get C as well...
Oh!
They're not even getting C yet. This guy's controlling tower, not even getting C. Actually insane.
Before earning more time, they've got to hold 134, 249. They don't have a second to spare.
We've also got a player back B. This is perfect. They're in great positioning. Nest bridge, tower, back green. These are all the right spots to hold for a BC setup. They would like to extend the player out to Nest, though, just to have a little bit of extra coverage here on the B side. That trade, taking that player out without trading is massive for them. But look how quickly they fill the gap that's left behind. That's so important.
Oh my God, 3 go down!
They know their setup, and as soon as one player goes down, there's always someone right there to fill the gap. Ascending baseline, truly playing incredible right now.
3 go down for SWAT Lat M, and 3 go up. ABC for AB. This could be
No way, imagine, bro.
You hop on board here with Dark Matter. He goes down at the dummy door. That could be the domino that falls and sends SWAT Lat M to pool play.
Look at this spot, though. It's not. This double kill would be massive. No, he gets beat down. There's another player here. I think that might be it.
Strikey's got the important positioning on the Nest. B is secured, and so too will it was 244. It looked like 249 on our screen. 248, 249. Player gets into
Oh
C.
my God.
Momentarily stops it. Strikey has to make a push and win it, and they don't even need it. SWAT Lat M, more international representation so far. 3 spots have been secured in pools, and they all belong to the international competitors.
Australia, Mexico, South America, they're all here to play. Now, the last spot being fought between 2 of NA's best, Darkinside and Kraken.
Basically, yeah, these are the only 2 NA teams that might make pools. There's one NA amateur team that's gonna make pools, bro. That's crazy. Just one.
And now have control.
Just one, bro. Because the international teams, bro, like they are basically the top teams. They're like the pro teams, so it's like they don't even belong in fucking the amateur bracket. But fuck it.
A2, it's a trip cap. 244, 243. Kraken start to grab A and C, but they gotta have it.
I think this is it. There's no one in position to stop it. Oh, they have got foot in B, but that's...
Oh, the no-scope to seal the deal. That was sick. A montage finisher, and Darkinside makes their way to pools.
Unbelievable gameplay from Darkinside. These guys played their hearts out yesterday into today, dealing with the power outage, waking up early today, waiting for the call to action.
It's fitting, Eli.
They show up.
Last night,
it was Darkinside. I knew you were going to say it, man.
You know me too well. Oh, man. And Eli, hey, if you would have said, Eli, if you would have said on Wednesday, Eli, the only team from NA that's going to make it out of open is the #1 seed. And they didn't even do it. Kraken get upset by Darkinside. 3 out of 4 international competitors make it to pools. You've got Darkinside, SWAT Lat M, Mind Freak, and Ether. Congratulations to those 4. You guys are going up against the world's best.
Unbelievable stuff. I cannot wait to see how these international teams fare against competition. They should be empowered, because let's talk more about the international teams that are in pool play.
Yeah, there's a lot.
We just saw Nemesis upset Optic. We just saw Z10 upset TSM. I mean, we're being invaded, Hunter.
All the talk was about rebellion.
So we're being invaded, bro.
Well, have you looked across the bod at the competition? This is nuts. We have never seen such a strong showing from international, and they had a pretty damn good year last year. And it might be even better in Season 4. My God.
This is crazy, man. Shout out to all the players playing their hearts out right now, putting on a show for us. Man, Uzi and Zuzi, I gotta just say, I love those guys. Former Fortnite pros and switched to Halo. They've got so much talent. I think Hative is a great addition to this roster, but unfortunately unable to make it happen. But you know, they said they had to make it happen today, but something tells me they're going to be back anyways.
Yeah, it's
They
like a
can't
drug
give
you
it
can't kick.
That's
Halo, it's hard to retire from. Even us, we did retire. Look at us, we're still back. You know, we're find a way to put on the headset one way or the other.
I'm not gonna lie. If you told me 5 years ago I'd be casting every Halo tournament, I'd say you're crazy. But here I am.
You are crazy. You're crazy, man.
You're right.
You're right. Well, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Extended coverage here because I'm pretty sure we were the only one casting this morning. We had our coffee, we had our energy drink, and we had the enthusiasm and the camaraderie of the LVT crew here. Everybody's working behind the scenes. We got Isaac there. He's swapping SSD cards. We got Legendary observing that no scope to secure the spot in pools. Callus is hanging out. Louis producing. And I just got the cue to go to break. We got no action going on behind us, so we're going to take a quick reset. And when we return, pool play will begin.
All right, they are probably just waiting for the those matches to be completed so that pool play could start. I'm kind of all caught up with the bracket, just like checking it out and everything, seeing who made it and like how their journey was of the teams that made it. Crazy, bro. Crazy, dog. Crazy. Yeah, so both streams are on BRB because they're setting up pool play now for sure. Let's get it. Bum 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 bum. Let's go, dudes. All right, everything is set. Let me go get set up here. BRB really quick, guys. We're already at 1 sub for the day. Let's get it. Let's get it, baby. Hey, I'm still getting the drop, though. Even if the games aren't started, right? Is it still going? Hey, 71%. Went up 10%. Just kind of vibing here. Although I do want to watch some LVT, because I think they got content going. It's just like replays. Let's keep the drop going. We're almost there, baby. Yeah, because Optic lost to Nemesis there that we just saw earlier this morning. Optic now are going to have to play Shopify, which is kind of crazy. I don't know even how that works. I don't know if that's just like a potential thing or if that's like a for sure thing, because I swear they still have to play pool play matches, right? I guess they're saying like if everyone continues to win, like as they should, like everyone just beats the open bracket team, you know what I mean? Then that's how it'll work, but we'll see. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I would think that's what I thought too, bro. I swear that's what I thought, because they SR go 3-0 in a bracket, so they would be rewarded by playing a team that is 0-3 in the bracket. Wait, no, it wouldn't be 0-3 in the bracket because only 12 teams move on. The last team in the bracket gets eliminated, so it'd be. But even then, they would play a team that's 1-2, not 2-1. So yeah, I don't know how that conclusion came about that I saw. I saw it on Twitter, and they're like, yeah, Optic versus SR, round 1 of the championship bracket. So, but yeah, now that you say that, it doesn't even make sense that they would play. But we'll see, I guess, bro. I guess we'll see. Yeah, that definitely doesn't make sense. But yeah, it would be insane, bro. You're right. That is facts.
Importantly, Luminosity's not going to have any complimentary angle to challenge Camouflage. That's up in a few seconds.
Oh my gosh, the beautiful double once again. Camo, like you said, up in a couple seconds, but I love that double out of tapping buttons. The bomb ends up still inside the util. Lior off a spawn, trying to play some defense there because that bomb is.
What's crazy about this LatAm team, Ether, bro, they basically aren't even an open bracket team. It's basically like a team that should have been in pools. So the fact that they're they're gonna smack up these fucking pool play teams. I feel like this is gonna be I'm so glad we're covering this. This is probably gonna be like the most intense series right now.
It's a battle of attrition when you get up.
Let's get it.
You gotta be able to get these kills and plant fast. Here we go. Acid able to get the bomb halfway, but not able to finish. The reset is in. Ether still finding those kills, but it's one step to get in. It's another step to get that bomb armed and planted.
Yeah, tapping ends up dying pretty early there, and because of that, that bomb's gonna get it off the base. It's a triple kill for Piggy. It was a double recently, now a triple for him. He's starting to pop off, and exactly what Luminosity need in this scenario as he reroutes towards, of course, the util side, but staying alive in this scenario so far, just waiting for a moment to push this bomb forward.
Honestly, they are getting loud. They're getting proud over there on the stage with Luminosity. This is an impressive team. And we fast forward a little bit in time, though. Looks like the bomb arm came in for Ether, and they are up 1-0. So that's what the roars were about, is that bomb.
Gotcha, yeah. It's just, you know, they're that good. They can plant bombs in
You
no
played
time
Usby
at all.
Raid with your
1-0.
8-year-old
The
last week.
beautiful
Piggy was
lead
on
here,
the
and
enemy
that's the
team,
lead you're looking for.
75-6 or
Luminosity
something
end up
like
going 3-0
that.
once again. This is an opportunity.
You're like, all right, buddy.
to take
What are we
control
doing
of
playing
the map.
Husky Raid?
See, winning that fight against Acid on top B is just big implications, right? He's able to take free space up here, stay
Damn,
alive.
bro.
That 1-0 lead still looming over Luminosity, and like you said, they're 0-2 in pulls. This series is very important.
Leor able to grab this camouflage and
Look at this guy in the chat.
for his opportunity to find players that are just going to be caught off guard. And very patient he was at the top. He was just waiting to find players unsuspecting and just did just like max damage.
Yeah, he's taking the ball back towards Carside.
These guys are proving why they need a pool play spot,
absolutely fine.
like right here. They're just disrupting the fucking
red,
whole
you can see
thing, bro. They're
blue
disrupting
bottom
the
left,
AM
it's
scene,
there, but
and
he's
then they're gonna disrupt
Ether,
this pool
obviously.
right here, bro. It's
So
crazy.
they'll be
These guys
going
are so
towards
good.
Luminosity base, and it's all
It's
about
actually
these spawns.
insane.
It's 2 down for Luminosity. They got to take off the spawners. Double kill for Leor.
Am I
He's got
tripping?
one more to deal with, but he's got Drift there. This should be another bomb plant. Ether up 2-0.
I feel like that's LB2.
Armed and away. Leor goes as he's but, you know, you get out of the arm zone, you think you're trying to stay alive. No, he's the ego child against Piggy, and Piggy will take the free kill, and he's ready to move this. If they find a couple on Ether, they could potentially get this moved up and in the base extremely fast.
Obviously, we see the slays on Ether really heavily in their favor, but I'm looking at the assists as well. It's only one player that's outside that double-digit assist, and it's Drift, and it's because he has 20 kills. So beautiful assist on the side of Ether, and I think that's a big factor here. You see them consistently in those fights together, providing value in all those fights, and tapping buttons wins another individual pin.
I love how aggressive Ether is on the perimeters. They are striking fast on the car and the P side. They're not trying to stay back in the middle. They're extending their presence on the map when they can.
Obviously, once again, cross-mapping here. This is kind of one of the...
That's a wild cross.
Yeah, it's one of the bad things about LT aim. I'm not sure if he's an LT aimer, but yeah, cross-mapping like that's a little bit rough. Regardless, he gets towards top center, not taking a lot of damage. He has a camo, doesn't pop it, but that might come to bite him. It's going to be tapping buttons that takes that and runs away with it with 3 down for Luminosity.
Yeah, not necessarily important to be first to the camouflage, but rather be the one ready for the camouflage, and that's exactly what Ether was. They sent players.
This is actually very interesting to watch these guys compete here
not
in this
only
pool.
getting the kill and getting that camouflage, but also just being able to now be forward and getting great presence.
Oh, by the way, that Ether logo is cool. It reminds me of those war
Which
teams
also,
that
Dan,
somehow
with
are
like that
$100
story, bro,
and, you know,
that's
acid
why,
wash.
man, when
It
I
works out.
play
It's gonna be another push here.
matchmaking, even if it's just big team or some sort of social quick play or something, and like, you know, I'm not providing like the most sweaty like competitive content, I still try to sweat my ass off in those games, in the social games, because it like leaves an imprint on people, bro, that you might not know. Like, I could go off in a big team battle game and drop like 60 kills and just be like, oh, that was a nice game, but then like that's like 20 other people that are like, holy shit, this guy just dropped 20 fucking kills. Who is this guy? Like, might check out the stream, might tune it. So like, I could really like promote myself really hard if I just like played big team for a full day, meet like 1,000 new people, right? Because 24 people per game, 23 people including myself, and I just go off and I just have a good time talking to chat, and people tuning in that normally tune into like sweaty content, they're gonna be like, ah, this guy's just playing big team, like whatever. But bro, I'm networking to like thousands of new Halo players that might not know who I am. Just like you're telling me, like, dude, I saw Piggy, and you know, that's a Halo pro, but like he's just playing a social playlist, and he's like, yo, bro, this guy just went crazy, and like, you know, it's like, it's almost like a little bit of a memory there, because it's like, wow, you're matching someone that you watch on Twitch or whatever, or seen in like competitions, and he's going off at the same time. It's not like you matched him and he's playing like shit. It's like, yo, this guy's going crazy. So that honestly gives me a little bit of hope. I'm like, yo, I gotta sweat, bro. I gotta, even when I'm playing these big team games, I gotta go crazy, bro. Played BTB last night, came across, oh yeah, Nas. Yeah. He was the #1. That's the homie, bro. That is the homie. He's raided me a couple times, if you know the Twitch Precellence. I'm sure you've seen Precellence on Twitch, or like have seen Precellence, like his name before. That's who Nas is. That's his gamer tag, is Nas. That's the homie, bro. That is the homie. He streams as well, if you didn't know. Yeah, check out. Oh, I stopped in his stream. You're right, it works. There it is, bro. And he's the homie.
As the last player alive, staying alive, Leor doing a great job of doing that. You love to hear it.
So yeah, that's just cool like story that you told me, and it just like reminded me like, hey man, like the grind is real even if you think it's not. But yeah, anyways, back to this. This is gonna be a good series here.
That bomb moves forward. it's consistently pressuring the Luminosity base.
Either they only have one player alive, but with only a minute of time left in this game, it feels close to impossible for Luminosity to find their answer. And right now, not only does Luminosity need to win this game, but map count is also going to be a very important factor.
Oh, map count too. Yeah, if
These losses to
teams
Ether are going to be like a
go
1,000
tied map count, which will happen in the
this
different
is,
brackets.
really
It depends on
rough
who
to
wins
start
which
off the
maps.
series, and
And then you
no
get an
time
easier
really to get
bracket,
this bomb plan in.
depending on if you,
It's
wow, that's
just not
crazy.
going to
Every single
happen,
match
so
counts in these
we'll
tournaments.
see if things change here in the rest of the series. Like you mentioned, 23 seconds is all that's left. But yeah, I mean, just an incredible job. Let's take a second to look at the stats while this game goes to the end. It's 28 and 19 out of tapping buttons, and it's 28 and 21 out of drift. I mean, just really solid games here. And I believe that's a 29, if I'm not mistaken, out of Lior. So no, it's a 20, I'm sorry. But regardless, the assists are so high on this Ether roster, and they'll take game one.
That was one of the big things that I was noticing was the assists throughout the game, and he brought it up first. It shows a team that's like just a little bit more well practiced, a team that's hitting their timings a little bit better.
Bro, if LG lose this, I don't know if they won their other one. If they go 0-3 in pools, they're out of the tournament at top 16 or whatever with the 5th seed. That's kind of crazy. Got to show up in pool play, bro.
Well, we go to Live Fire Slayer up next.
And then the open team they get is fucking tapping buttons team.
The
Literally the hardest team, I would say, bro. And that came from open. The Australian team's good, but I would say like if the Australian team played this team, Ether, I would think Ether would win, bro. But you never know. Australian team's really good too. Those are the two teams that came out from winner's side.
Multiple times in a row.
And then we have that other LATAM team from the loser side, and then Darken side, the NA team, the only NA team to come out from open bracket.
Thank you so much for joining us. And again, we are
crazy
funded. We don't get any outside funding from any other organization.
Same.
We are funded by you. You are essentially our boss, but don't you dare talk like it because you'll get banned instantly. I'm kidding. That's not gonna happen.
Get banned instantly? That's
no, I'm kidding. That's
crazy,
not gonna happen.
Hey, no. Someone mess up right now, bro. I got the button. He's got his finger on the button. He's waiting. He's watching. He's waiting for you.
But we appreciate you guys. You guys are the reason that we are here. You guys are the reason that we're able to be at these events. So we thank you guys very, very much. And I see a lot of LATAM people in the chat. You know, they're making waves here at this event, and you love to see it, guys. We talked about this, and we expected this, Tools. We expected upsets in Upset City here in Arlington. It is year 4 of the HCS. Wouldn't expect anything different, so it's good to see.
We know what the other pools are yet?
We do not. I think Darkest Hour is in Pool A.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up the HCS. Does HCS have a tweet yet?
I believe Darkest Hour is in Pool A. I don't know the rest of them, though.
Yo, this guy saw the movie. This guy saw the movie.
We'll get you guys updates on the pools and all of that. But yeah, it's been crazy here, and again, we love to be able to showcase that open bracket side, a couple of the open bracket teams and what they're capable of, especially like really early in the morning. Like when it's that early in the morning for me, I got screaming kids in my ear, and they're not really screaming, but they're fighting probably. And I'm half awake at 7 a.m. These guys were ready to game at 7 a.m., which is very impressive.
7 a.m. It's crazy how early we had to get up today. I was not a good person. I stayed up till like 2:30.
That doesn't sound very smart.
No. But Barcode's too entertaining. I was just watching Barcode, and he was having a good time.
That's cool to see. I love it. I love that Barcode did work with the stream. And you know what? I think we should talk to someone. No one wants to hear our voices anymore, Tools. So let's bring in Aliak. Aliak, how you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Let's go.
Not as early as you guys, though. What time were you up? 7 a.m.?
Like 6:30, I think.
6:30?
Yeah.
He was up in the LVT chat hanging out with Barcode at like 2:30 a.m. What do you mean you woke up at 6:30?
So the secret is that you have natural sleep cycles. They're like 90 minutes long. And I just time my sleep schedule.
You're so smart.
I woke up and I felt totally fine.
Wow.
You're not going to feel fine as the day goes on.
Yeah, it's fine.
I need to see. Chat, when did you guys
Tomorrow's
wake up?
Championship Sunday. We get tired of sleep.
That's actually so facts, bro.
That
My
is
sleep
true.
schedule,
That is
if I time
Uh,
exactly when
I
I usually go to
woke up at
REM
like
sleep,
7.
bro,
Ogre's
I
here?
can get like
Ogre's
a
here?
4-hour
Oh,
sleeper
yeah,
and feel
Ogre's
fine.
here.
I'm like, all right, that's usually when I'm in bed,
Guys over there.
and my body knows it, and I can
Ogre
just
2 is the best
crash
people
right
player
when
in
I
the
hit the bed and wake up.
Yo,
So I can
Ogre
stay up
2,
late
tell
and
me
wake
what
up
chat, would you
early
play
on
in a
certain
tournament if we
days
set
for
one up?
sure. And then yeah,
I
it
don't
catches
have
up
like
to you.
a-
You
like
start
a
to get
old-
like pretty groggy like a couple days later, but then you can just get a
calling him old?
fat sleep. Like
he's an old-
this
he's
guy's
an
gonna
old-
sleep
and
for
I
like
wanna- okay,
Well, I mean,
stop.
14
I
hours
wanna
on
do
like
an
Monday. You know what I
MLG
mean?
versus,
But
like a 2v2
you can definitely do that.
One MLG pro, one HCS.
No
pro.
respect.
You know what I'm saying? So it's
Pretty
like
smart.
best man and a player from Shopify. It's Ogre 2 and like one of his like good HCS friends.
I feel like that would be like a really cool duos tournament.
Yeah, that's what I'm
though.
saying.
Yeah.
It's like a 2v2,
Oh, I thought you
one
were
MLG.
like 1v1.
No.
Okay.
2v2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't understand how we're ignoring the fact that he just called Ogre 2 old. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay,
not
let's
have, like,
settle
kids?
this now then.
You're-
Okay, at what age are you just old?
70.
3-0.
What? That is my prime.
is the cutoff.
yeah,
You're
literally.
cut off. Now you're just.
Yeah, you're old when you're like
dying.
You're old.
yeah, like 7, like retired, bro. In my
It's okay to
opinion,
be
but
old.
people saying they're
We could
old when
put
they're like 30 is like, bro,
Thousands
you
of
guys
dollars
are
on a
crazy,
1v1
man.
between you and Ogre 2 right now, and even though you're like,
Like I feel like I keep
young
getting
chick, I
stronger
will-
and smarter
sorry
every
that
year.
I would lose to the
Thinking
greatest
they're
Halo
old
player
and
of
like
all
they're
time.
giving up
My-
in their
my
30s, bro.
bad, Tim. So don't call
It's
my
mind-boggling, bro.
bad. Why is old-
I get
why is old an
stronger and
insult to you?
healthier
What was
and
the first thing you
smarter,
said?
and I'm
You
still
said
learning
the
every
old
single year.
guys,
Like, what do
and
you
then
mean?
brought up Ogre 2. You can't do that.
I don't even know,
You
man.
say
Some
the
people are just
GOATs,
so
and
like
then you bring
lost
up
in
Ogre 2.
social
I
media,
mean,
though.
look
So.
at Halo's history. There was
Can't really
Ogre,
blame him.
he played the first MLG tournaments.
I feel like at some time active, you're gonna have to accept
What?
you're old.
aging.
I am not old.
She's like 88.
I still listen.
Yeah.
I only lived
accepted it.
half my life so far. I have another half to live. That's a long time. Think about it.
Ogre 2 said, "Kid number 2 coming through.
Whoa!
I'm in the trenches."
Listen, are you trying to catch up to me, bro? You need to slow down.
I don't think it's possible.
All
for
right, how
anyone in
many?
our
Is
chat to
it
catch up.
12? I
Yeah,
heard
it's
12
cheaper by the
yesterday. You
dozen.
have 12?
He's got a cheaper by the dozen thing
Four.
going over there. 4 that we know
4.
of.
That we know
No.
of. What do you
Every
think I'm
time we talk to him, he has one more.
Yeah,
Gosh,
it's
goodness
insane.
me, man.
I
Yeah.
just have the one little kiddo running around.
There
Yeah.
is. There is.
Yeah,
a
I'm
little
gonna be
bit of
streaming
white
when I'm
happening
65,
here,
fuck
so-
it.
Sorry, he got his
You
first
see
gray
it?
hairs. My son.
That's
the other day.
experience active.
That
That's
is.
knowledge.
It's very true. So much
That's-
knowledge.
You should be proud
I am.
of the gray hairs.
No,
Very
hey
proud.
Tim, do you see my gray hair?
Nope. You have one. Oh, there's literally one. he has one gray hair in his beard, just like
It's
that's
like
it.
It's like I saw it this morning. I was like, I didn't bother to pull it out. You know, I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna become a grizzled vet with you.
It's all
You know
good.
what's gonna be fun?
What?
We're gonna
What?
cast together for so long that one day I'm gonna have gray hair. I'm gonna be going salt and pepper, and I'll be old.
Will that be your like?
and we'll raise our kids together. It'll be fun.
Will that be your gamer tag?
What?
So
Old.
so you're gonna
Cold.
evolve from active to inactive.
No.
Dude, that's
right?
such a good rebrand.
Yeah. And then
Dude, she just destroyed you. That's crazy.
I'm always gonna be active. In fact, I have never tried to be my gamer tag until recently. I lost a lot of weight,
Nice.
and I'm going to continue to. So I will be active as I get older. So I'm
Okay.
going to show that my prime is not now; it is in the future.
in the future.
That's right.
And you're gonna be salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper.
Salt and pepper. And
Yeah, I will never dye my hair because I don't want to be old. Like I'll never do that. So yeah, I'll be salt and pepper. Absolutely.
No. Tools is salt and pepper.
Oh.
You're an active.
Yeah, you haven't seen my family. They turn gray very fast. Like
Oh,
my brother, dude, he's like more white than black at this point with his hair.
nice.
And
Okay.
you already saw one. You know, I'm only 21 years old and I already got a gray hair. In my
Someone just called me LeBron Active James. So you know what? I'll take it. You know,
See,
we're
that's
still a
like
lot of.
active, actually.
There's still a lot of work to do, but we'll take
how
that.
old is LeBron now?
Wait,
he
what is that? Why do we owe?
40?
Yeah, and he's in the NBA.
yeah, he's on the top.
And he's
Still?
He's on one of
dominating.
the best
Still?
teams in the NBA.
And he's dominating.
well,
You
he
see?
does have Luka to help him out. now, so.
Okay, we're not gonna get into
Luka's the
this
GOAT.
conversation.
Luka will go down as the GOAT. I'm very sad. I was a big Dallas Mavericks fan. Very sad about Luka. Oh, yo. Hey, can you switch the game on?
All right, everybody. We are pool plays. Our matches are happening currently. From my POV, we see Ether versus Luminosity, game number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 2, and Ether were dominant in that game number 1. Tools. I don't know if I don't know if this game will go the same. Obviously, we always talk about Slayers. There's a chance that Luminosity can get a bit of momentum off this Slayer game, but it's only one kill that differentiates the two right now.
I'm trying to, they are very loud over there. I'm trying to figure out who's the one that's yelling. But
Oh, you think one of the open bracket teams?
No, it's not the. It is one of someone from Ether and Luminosity.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
You want me to go find
I
out?
see it. Yeah, we're gonna go have reporter Ali Ek on the scene.
Nice. We'll get info on that in just a moment. Why are people screaming in the venue?
Ooh, Alex on it.
11.
These
But
couch
anyways,
angles
no, I feel
make
like-
me
I feel like people
uncomfortable.
weren't doing the dead call out until
I kind of like the couch vibe.
Yeah, Frosty, yeah.
Frosty definitely like
Gives me like the
started whole
Scumpy.
trend.
Scumpy's vibe is
Yeah,
definitely like a.
like
Maybe they just need a bigger couch.
you a
Yeah,
question.
you might be
If
right.
you
You
die
might
to
be right with the
someone,
angles.
right, and then let's say it's
Maybe
just-
they just need to
no,
angle
seriously,
it like
if you die to
differently, and
someone,
it'll be like a
let's
better
say- Let's say
vibe.
it's like a really,
I got
like,
you, I got
it's a
you.
good shot or whatever that you end up getting outskilled.
I
and
got
you're
you.
dead, and it just like.
Hey, they're
breaks through
learning.
your body.
They're
Yeah,
learning,
it's
you
gonna
know what I
get to
mean?
you. Like,
They'll
it's
get
actually
it.
a good thing to use, in my opinion.
It's like the same thing like when you're playing like pickup basketball and it's like you gotta shoot for something and someone drills a shot and I miss.
At first I was like, maybe it's like the atmosphere. Maybe I was like, no, it's the angles.
I am
Someone's got to tell them.
Well, here we go.
Look at his flank, dude. Mayor's got he's got all four players ahead of him.
Oh, man. Is anyone there?
Someone cleaned it up.
No
He's
one's
doing
there.
so much damage,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, none of those result in a finish.
Yeah, there's too many routes outside of A. Like, if there was
Bro,
someone
Ether
maybe on that,
is
on
actually
that
gonna
small window side,
disrupt,
they
bro. I'm
possibly
excited to
clean
see
those up, but
bro.
No routes to clean up anything here.
I think
Leon still has Campbell in his
SSG
hands. It's a 6-kill
is
lead
in
now
this
for
pool too. I thought
Ether.
this was gonna be a close series right here, but it looks like they're gonna 3-0 LG, bro. Imagine Ether versus SSG. Is that up next? I really hope that's up next, bro. Look at the whole chat.
If not the most talented LATA M player we have.
Ether's from Mexico. Yeah, they're the #1, bro.
I'm just gonna take a reapproach.
Yo.
Right? This sniper. No real reason to
HCS
be
took
aggressive.
away
Make sure
Latin
you
Am's
go down
pool
on
play
your
spots, so there's no pool play for Latin Am. I think it's like 2 for EU, like 10 for NA, whatever. I think you know about that. So tapping buttons team is forced to play through open bracket. They dominate open bracket, go through winner's side, right? So it's basically like they disrupt open bracket. That's not even like a amateur team. That's like a pro team going through open bracket. They dominate everyone, and now they're in pool play dominating the 5th seed here. This is an open bracket team dominating the 5th seed. So what I'm saying is I'm excited to see this open bracket team go up against SSG, who I believe is in this bracket. That's crazy, bro. I love that for them. Yo, I think that's why the whole chat's going crazy right now, bro. Let's go, Wiz. I'm happy for him too.
Widely recognized.
Yeah, they shouldn't have
as
taken
the
away
best
their
LATA
pool play
M
spot.
team we have
Oh, here
here
they
in
go. They're talking
HCS.
about it. Facts, bro.
We
I
have
agree.
A lot of Spanish viewers.
Bro, it's so
I'm gonna say
bad
Spanish
that, like,
imposters.
well, I
You know
guess
what I'm
good
saying?
for them,
What are
but
they- what are
even
our
the
Spanish
other
viewers
Latin Am
right
team
now?
made it through losers in the open bracket. Crazy, bro. They have so much talent over there. Crazy, bro.
I have confidence that they're going to make it out
Crazy.
of bracket. They could potentially make it out of winner's bracket if this series and their next goes right. So they get yourself ready to
I
see a
forget
little bit
who the
more
last
Ether
team
games. I'm
is
very,
with
very much
SSG.
impressed
I
with
bet
what
they
I'm
beat
seeing.
them too, though,
Three
bro.
down
No
for
cap.
Luminosity, and the impression that you're seeing is not kill lead. Camo in the hands of Acid now, and Morley comes off a spawn and immediately just takes a ton of damage and goes down immediately after he spawns. So that's not the best situation to be in. He's getting cycled off a spawn, and so is Piggy. This is crazy. Acid just running around the map for free. A double kill out of him once again. 3 down once again for Luminosity. Morley the first to spawn, and guess what? He goes down again.
It's insane. The way that this game has just gotten out of hand for Luminosity. Ether have just started finding these kills that are not getting traded. Acid having a little bit of tough shots to begin, but he ends it with perfect 5s as he takes down Avicii.
I will say that, you know, in that situation, Acid is, you know, he's the confident player because normally you would slide off that ledge to get that beatdown trade, but Acid backing up, not allowing him any sort of space, gets the perfect kill, now 39-32. I talked about Slayer being maybe a chance for Luminosity to come back here, but they've got to do a lot more work if they want that to happen.
They are working for his opportunity to push back with his teammates and tapping buttons. Unfortunately, that's by his lonesome. This isn't a good opportunity for Luminosity. They got the
Yo, this
kills,
shit always
they
makes me
got
want
the
to play.
important kills. The
I
players
swear.
that were
It was such a
having
long
that
day
sniper
yesterday, so I
trying
didn't
to
really
that
get too many
perimeter
games in,
established.
other than
When
like
they go down,
a little
Luminosity
bit.
has a chance here, but it's all down to execution.
Got great
Might have
shots.
to do more
It's gonna be
today.
Obviously, that goes
We'll
down
see.
first. Mortally,
We'll
a little bit of use of the sniper. It changes hands once again. There's got to be only like 2 bullets left in it, though. It was tapping buttons that wasted all that ammo intelligently. But 44-38 still, and it is still Ether that maintain their lead, and they'll continue to do so as time goes on. Lior looking for a stagger player in Piggy. Couple shots go in, and he backs up and changes direction towards the Axon, who's also no shield. Damage is out, but not enough damage is cleaned up.
Just 4 more kills for tapping buttons than the rest of Ether to get the job done. Tapping buttons, man, he has been a monster this series. 12 kills to his name, just 8 deaths.
Bro, Piggy
Everyone
cannot
else
be
started
happy, bro. He got no
so
main
cold
stage
as
time that he
well.
was saying.
Acid with 13
Lost both
apiece.
those series anyways.
And
now
this
it's losing
game,
to the open bracket
still
team, bro. There's
getting
no
a
way,
bit
man.
Here is you see Yaxon trying to be this bait at B, and
Damn it.
they have tapping buttons. He's ensnared in this trap. Now
But
it's just
that's
about
the way
time
tournaments
to
go,
get
man.
the
Someone's
kill,
got to
and
win, someone's got to
Acid
lose.
comes in and saves the day.
He does. It was Luminosity that were starting to look pretty good, but again, they've had that deficit of 5 kills the entire time. Now it's Ether with 49, looking for the 50th. Piggy gets the kill though there. You got to convince me a little bit more. It's Avicii gets a kill once again. Looks like there it is. It's finally over. Ether will take game 2.
See them, they're getting a little bit loud over there as they let Luminosity know they're up 2-0 in this series, and it would be a great achievement for the open bracket team to come out and hit their first pool play match in a 3-0 fashion. Forbidden flag going to be the map in which it can happen.
Ether's so good, man. It's so good to see them doing work here against Luminosity. So many upsets can happen in pool play too. It's incredible what we can see over time. Once again, Forbidden, CTF, this could go really smoothly for Ether if they play it correctly. This is one of those maps that you get sniper in your hands, you get that nest control, you can take over games.
It's especially you get both. Both
GG's.
snipers.
Yeah,
It
2
could-
minutes.
GG's, dude. I've seen games where it's like if you lose your sniper at the start and your teammate starts hitting their snipes at the start, ooh, it just turns into a disaster right away. It can be over in like a minute 40. We saw Optic Gaming. Remember they had a 3-0 in a minute and 5 seconds.
The quickest we've seen so far, right?
Yeah, it's like insane how fast this map can get out of hand.
Yeah,
But
almost,
at the same
but
time,
yeah.
a lot to play for, and it's even on both sides. And when you start to see teams that are about evenly matched, you can't see very long standoffs.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll see if that standoff comes to play here. You need to pay attention to the starting strats, of course, right? That's the very important thing. You make sure that
Oh, these guys are good. I just like
You
watching
watch
them play, to
starting
be
strat
honest. They're
squad.
playing so like solid.
see potentially if you're able to get that snipe from the other team. Make sure to get the sniper. But regardless, I truly think that that beginning strat is everything. Get that snipe, get both snipes, and you can really take over. And Luminosity not really showing me too much here, to be honest with you. I got to see more out of the squad.
And, you know, Ether's probably playing with an extra chip on their shoulder because these guys, they chirp a lot on Twitter to each other. These two teams in particular. I remember Luminosity Ether had a scrim, and it was not pretty, the words that were being exchanged. So these guys, there is no love lost.
No way. I didn't even know that. Oh,
Right
I
now,
love
it
that
looks like Ether's
background.
having the last lap.
Yeah, right now they are. Forbidden CTF, and again, looking at the other ones, Recharge, you got Recharge Strongholds. Oh, he's telling him be quiet. Oh,
Oh my God, the middle finger?
Whoa.
Oh, he's saying cry about it?
Oh no. This is what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you.
Trash, he's saying.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, imagine getting trash talked in a different language. You have no idea what these people are saying to you.
I just want to
Quoting.
say, this is what we get with the
That's where
reporter.
you. Let me translate. That's where you belong. All 4 of you in the
Trash?
in the shit.
Oh. That is
Yeah.
Wait,
some
do it
good.
from the beginning.
Okay, I need to hear him better. You're crying. Look at you crying. You're fucking trash. That's where you belong. In the shit you belong. All 4 of you. You two, you more. Ooh, who was on the left?
Oh, who's
The
on the
first
left?
play. Oh, who was on the left?
Mortally, I think.
Wait, that's the coach too talking all the trash too.
No, that's
Yeah.
a coach that's talking all the trash.
That's
what are you
awesome.
talking about? Have you seen that?
Yeah, but listen,
have
that's
you
awesome.
seen him on Twitter? That's all he does.
But I
bro.
gotta say that's awesome because the players don't have to say nothing. They just like let their coach bark for them. That's great.
I will say both coaches were yelling, but
It's
I
like
think,
she's all calm
I
about
think
it.
Nugget
You
was
belong in
the
the
one
trash.
screaming.
You belong in the trash.
Nasty
You're
getting
dog
bogged.
shit.
Nasty was getting bogged.
Nasty was-
Oh, look what he said.
Doug
You're
Nasty
dog
getting
shit. You're
nasty.
dog
I
shit.
like-
You
I
belong
like
in
the
the
idea
trash.
that, like, the
All
trash
four
talk
of you
is
guys.
simply between the coaches.
Yeah,
The
it's so
players
good.
are all
Like it's so
business.
good. I love that.
The players are all business. It is trash.
Yo, that was awesome,
I love
bro.
it. That's what we need, you know? We need
Well,
that
hold on,
hype
we can
and
translate.
that energy here.
We need
to-
to-
You guys
need some
all
help.
belong in the
That was
trash.
groundbreaking. She went, captured
Yeah,
that
that-
on
dude, that
video,
happened in
came
time.
back, gave it to Louis, and then came on air and did a live translation of the trash talk that was being said. That might be top tier. That's worthy of a Pulitzer Prize.
I'm
Yo.
actually curious what trash talk sounds best. Like we gotta get legend trash talking
Yo,
in French.
that's-
Like we gotta get it all. Like, just get everyone trash talking in different languages.
That was
need
so
a-
funny,
we
bro.
were-
We need a translator for the Australians.
Yeah.
Theirs gets a little wild.
Let's bring in some barcode, fly him over from Australia.
That's
awesome.
awesome. Australian translation.
You're dog shit. You're dog shit. Like,
Dude, I
yo.
want to hear some Finnish trash.
Yeah.
See Woodham get up there. He starts speaking Finnish.
Ooh.
Oh man.
What would that sound like?
He doesn't have to. All he
Maybe
does
next
is he just
interview.
puts the keyboard up.
I love that.
That's it.
You know, it's cool that Woodham did that the first event, and it's like he's just gone back to that.
Yeah,
he's
every
gone back
time.
to that his thing now.
Yeah.
I think, game 3 I have just started, and we're gonna get right into it.
I don't know why my voice cracked right there, but it started. Here we are, ladies and
Yo,
gentlemen.
bro, that
Tapping
shit was
buttons.
too
Gonna
funny.
immediately get a snipe in there. You go. We talked about it. Piggy just got the kill on tapping buttons. Some beautiful nades. Toss is tapping buttons off the map, but I'm not sure where that snipe landed.
See already a lot of action towards that top, but it's really just a fight for that sniper rifle. Piggy trying to do his best to get himself in that engagement. That Frost not going to give him the advantage he thought he would have.
Ooh, oh, they're cracked. Whenever they're doing like the, they're
Everyone
cracked,
is
bro.
welcome.
You know
We heard
they're
noise
like
back there,
locked
too,
in.
on that one. Piggy whiffing that melee, and Piggy's one of those really nice guys. I wonder how affected by the trash talk he is. He's really nice. Like he's
Oh,
overly nice.
He's not
it's
affected.
hitting him
No,
in
you
the,
don't think
it's
so?
hitting him in the heart.
Piggy can dish it out when he wants to dish it out as well.
Oh, that's
he
true, that's true.
understands the trade.
Well, here we go. It's on board with Avicii now. The push by tapping buttons, and he'll get taken out. It's a clean kill right there. They got to push off that advantage, though. You can see right now they've got a clear route towards the enemy base and their
This
top
team is
center.
so
And it's
sweaty,
Avicii
bro.
the first one forward. There's a lot of people
I would
on top
hate to
center,
play
though,
against this team,
pushing
bro.
the base of Luminosity.
Really?
See, I think he's been surprised by how little he's seen, and you can see him back up all the way to that mid-map again because he was, hey, I'm not seeing anyone. They must be pushing to our side. And a couple of crucial misses, and you can see it. I'm telling you guys, there is no love lost between these two teams. There's historic beef between these guys.
That's funny. I love to see the
Wow, bro. They're
teabags and
so
the
happy
body
they played each
disrespect.
other.
There's another kill. Tapping
Wow,
buttons
there
gets
he
two,
goes,
and
bro. Guy's going
as
crazy.
he continues to body disrespect, he just gets better and better. It's a flag now being pulled. Avicii's the first one. Avicii gets that kill on a drift, which is going to be huge because it
Smart
stops his flag from
plays.
really going anywhere. And
Bro,
it
this
forces
guy's
tapping
going
buttons to
off,
do a
bro.
ton of
Nice
damage. A killing spree
damage.
for him and 2 shots in Immortally.
The overshow going to be coming up in just a few seconds. It's Ether that's going to be there first, but it doesn't necessarily matter who's there first, but who executes on
Oh,
the
that nade!
Wow,
oh my goodness, the
bro.
nade is so good! They still get it, though. It's actually Lior that gets it based off that nade. I thought that nade was going to do even more damage.
Yeah, honestly surprised Leor didn't take a little bit more there, and you can see Leor, hey, he is not hesitating one bit. He's getting max damage down while he can, and look at how fast Ether is. Oh, you know Leor wanted to pull it out in that situation. Did not work in his favor, and that might, those little mistakes can be enough to let a team recover.
Yeah, the timing from tapping buttons wasn't there on that new branch jump on the front of flag. And unfortunately, they both go down in that scenario. New sniper is coming up here, though. You know, tapping buttons ready for it. In about 12 seconds, that will be up on the map. Avicii doing a great job of playing his life here. He's taking a lot of damage, so because of that, he will get pushed. That nade doesn't kill him somehow, but Lior comes in, cleans it up as Piggy runs the flag through runway. I mean, this is an interesting flag run, but he goes down. 2 of his teammates down as well. That's 3 dead Luminosity.
You see a flag go through runway on the backside, it's usually a fake one. It's not going to go anywhere most of the time, and that distraction might have been enough to at least give them some time, because now you got to worry about the return and pushing up. You can see how Ether, they're a little disjointed. That Tapping had to play all the way through the map, whereas the rest of his team was staying back because of that flagpole that Piggy had.
Morley trying to push aggressively here. And we'll see if he's able to get a kill. He does. He gets one. It's actually 2 down for Ether. He has no opportunity, though, to pull the flag. He backs up right there to allow that spawn on the back of their base, and this flag will be pulled as Piggy has that sniper. Has to hit some shots here. This is the most important, though.
Oh, shit. They got
the
kill.
shots are important here for Piggy, but he ends up going down, and the sniper's down as well.
Well, the Avicii getting that double kill will allow
Yo,
Morley to have a
yeah,
lot more
3
freedom
dead, though.
on this flagpole. No one there to stop him for now as he gets around the corner.
Wow.
One shot, but this one looks more and more ready to be secured.
You get this first win, you're feeling
Wow,
really good.
okay,
Trash talk has
okay.
been happening here, but, you know, actions speak much louder than words in this scenario. And it's 1 cap in for Luminosity. Another OS as well, Tools.
Yaxing going to be able to have those extra shields, but you can see him being a little bit tepid about how he's going to push into this base. Just this is a clear mark. When you see a player playing like this, looking left, right, playing very slow, it's a lack of information. They're
Right.
just not getting the comms. They're not getting the
That's
the
actually so true, bro.
locations of Ether to make decisive.
Very
They're
true.
gonna
Good
pull us
commentating
again.
there, because
Piggy
that's
very
a
aggressive on
very
these
good
pulls
point.
here.
You're like,
Tapping's definitely gonna get help.
it's just a lack of information. You're not
What a
really
way to
confident
play
in what
your
you're doing right
2
now.
down
You just kind of
Luminosity.
get your own
And that to me is
information.
just that is the
Wow.
consequence of not having information. The way that
Wow,
they went
that's
to
so
that base,
true, bro.
They pulled that flag thinking, hey, if we haven't seen anyone, they're probably just not in these positions that we expect them to be in. Unfortunately, it was a wrong decision.
Tapping Buttons impresses me so much right there, right? He pre-pings that player pushing up the stairs. He knows the timing of the spawns. He knows that's where they're going to push to. And he's been alive this entire time. Tapping Buttons is disgusting at this game. This is incredible to see. Look at him staying alive, too.
Jesus,
and they just don't know
bro.
where he is. Mortally's lost. He gets the kill on him as well.
I was really impressed by Tapping, especially the way that he played the end of his life. When you have low ground, you should always try to make the fight from the guy on the height as vertical as possible, right? You want them to try to shoot straight down. That's going to be your advantage.
Dude, I love getting acid on my team in matchmaking. This guy's such a
Because that
sweat
also
bag,
limits their
bro.
line of sight. It allows him to catch players off guard, and he got an easy kill because of it.
Flags pulled once again for the side of Ether this time. They don't have the slays to facilitate any sort of run, though. But it is Morley, once again, picking up those very... Oh, he fell off the map there. That was really bad, actually. He gets a kill, but falls off the map. And it's still 3 down for Ether, but the advantage is not as good as you'd want.
Biggie gonna try to get to this high ground at middle, and
I think Camo just...
Jackson's
Oh, wow.
trying
Didn't
to
fall off?
create chaos in the back to
I actually
allow
thought it
Biggie
fell
to
off.
get that overshield and to get
Huh.
into position. This could be the second opportunity, and look at that, showing off a little bit of the nerd jump. I don't think a lot of people know about that one. You don't see it every day, but Biggie making use of it.
Still a lot of OSCUs here, but they need at least 1 more kill to even think about pulling this flag. Obviously goes down, so it is now up to Piggy to do what he can. He's getting pelted, though, from the commando on the back of base. Lots of damage output, but can't stay alive long enough. It is 3 down. It would have been a perfect time to pull that flag, but he takes too much damage.
They were the only one alive for Ether, so they're not going to have any opportunity to try to get up on this map anytime quickly. And oh, look at Mortally. He is flying in through the back. He's trying to get this collapse with Yaxon, but caught out by Acid.
Nice. Oh, I thought he was going to do something there. It would have been nice. He was set up for it. Sniper goes down, though. And now with Tapping, that's looking for that sniper. I'm not sure if there's any ammo left in it, but it is still that 1-0 lead. And Luminosity are going to run with this as long as they possibly can. You see they're still being aggressive on the side of Ether, though. They need to continue to push the map. And you see Tapping Buttons on your screen, but also 17 and 12 in this game.
Right now, it's been surprisingly slow from Ether on the way that they've been trying to push out of their base. They're very much not trying to get caught on these overextends. And they think that this defense, that eventually there'll be over-aggression from Luminosity that they can take advantage of.
Obviously, some good shots there. Has to play his life as best as possible. Tapping Button's not giving the information, but he's going to go down anyway, 2 down.
It's a brutal situation for Avicii. He's in the right spot to get multiple kills, but he ran out of bullets completely. So not only did he have to reload, he had to reload and chamber in that next shot. That was enough time for the overshield to get secured, Tapping Buttons to start moving forward, and Ether to get a flag on its way.
And it's Drift, of course, doing tons of damage. His OS is obviously gone, but he's been able to still do damage off the spawn. And it's him and Tapping Buttons holding this very strongly here. They got to take care of Yaxin. You see the pings do come out. Yaxin down to no shield. That should have been a perfect, but regardless, it's a tie now in flags.
Call that a sacrifice, right? You give up your life to allow your teammates to move forward. He understood that fight wasn't likely to win, but it pushed Yaxin back and gave that freedom for the flag carrier to pop it right back to the base. And then eventually your teammates will find that player, clean it up, and we're to even. 3 minutes on the clock. This could be very much a next flag cap situation wins.
Sniper is up as well. I believe on both sides. It is Morley that has the snipe of Luminosity, and the snipe is going to barely miss the head of Tapping Buttons. Nice shot, good flick there on the slide. 2 down for Luminosity though, 2 down for Ether as well.
Morley, with this sniper, this is going to be a key piece to their equation. He was told all that was really directed at him. He was the man that they were saying, especially you, to. And right now, it might just be the start of the next push for Ether.
Acid, great shot by him, ends up getting that kill. Couple shots go in. Beautiful shots once again to clean it up. Acid's still on your screen with that sniper. Not going to be able to really move it, just playing defense. Maybe looking for this overshield. It's 2 down for each side. The branch jump will go in, and he'll go for this OS. But he'll have a sniper to work with as well, and he'll take out Avicii. It's a killing spree for Acid.
Wait for the next to come. Morley will be the target, and his head is
No,
gone.
that's disgusting. That's disgusting. Like, that is such a sick shot right there. And it's such an important one as well. That could have been a game-winning shot right there by Acid.
Look at the time he's able to cheat with that overshield. Allowed him to pull this flag out. He didn't even try to get the damage. Instead, it's distance that he's working for. Ether have the flag in a premium spot. Now it's just up to the rest of the team to slay.
Piggy comes out, tries to stop those slays.
Tapping Buttons on the bottom. He's getting to work. He's on that flag. He can get around this corner. There's only one player that can stop him. It's a foot race. He gets around. He gets around. They're just a couple feet away. Can he get around?
Wow, bro. Now it's going to be a 3-0.
Yes,
That's going to be a 3-0.
There it is.
Yeah.
That goes
Oh
in.
my. They're going
And
to talk
1
so much
minute
shit. They're going
left.
to talk
That's
so
all
much shit.
Luminosity has. They're going to go for the
Oh
counter
my
here. There is
gosh.
3 dead. This counter cap could be successful.
3 dead. Last one's
It's
Acid.
really up to Acid in this scenario, but he goes down as well. The spawns come out, but they're all too late. That counter cap is going to be successful, and the slays continue here. They could go back-to-back with these caps.
Piggy's just putting down max damage. He didn't even think about going back. He understood his teammates were going to get that job done. He's getting max info for his team, and this is what Luminosity was missing in the first half of the game, was that information. Piggy's giving it to them in spades.
That's a great nade by Acid. He stays alive as well. Piggy's going to live, though, off that nade. 30 seconds are left. Anything could happen at this point. It's Tapping Buttons that's just putting damage in across the map right now. He is the player to watch because he is the one in control, the one that can make a difference. That kill will be good. It is 2 down for each side, though. Luminosity are taking a big risk here to pull this flag out with 3 dead.
It's just Avicii that's alive, and it's a big risk because Ether doesn't have to go for that return. They can buy themselves some extra time to potentially pull out their flag because the pie chart will come into effect, the overtime rules, and you see they're going to use the overtime to try to get the flagpole of their own. They've done it. The extra time. That flagpole might have just cost Luminosity. That flag's on its way. The extra couple seconds could lose them the tournament.
Piggy does get the OS, though. It's melted by tapping. He doesn't miss a shot. It's 2 snipe shots to the body. He's looking for more, though. Snipe comes out. Morley has snipe as well. And he gets the ping on the bottom here. He's got a flank. The body shot's good.
You gotta touch, you gotta touch, you gotta touch. No!
Oh, no.
That was, bro, what? So wait, isn't it overtime now?
Wasn't he in the circle?
No,
Yo,
yeah,
that's
it was
crazy,
very
bro.
Close. It was very, very close.
Wow.
Nah, within like,
It was a mistake by
wow.
Avicii, or sorry, Luminosity to pull that flag in the first place. It transcended into a opportunity for Ether. They
Yo,
weren't able to close
jeez,
it
thanks
out.
for
Now
the
they're
follow,
double
bruh.
pushing the snipe this time. Once again, off the start, they get the kill on Ether Sniper. Now they have 3 dead.
That's perfect. They're having a perfect start. Leor's the only player that can stop them, and he doesn't really have much he can do. He'll just have to hit the overextension, put the Nikes on. Here we go. He's gonna be the only player that can potentially stop this. Abasis has so much freedom on this flag run. Acid's been caught. Tapping goes down. Leor joins them. It's just Drift. Luminosity. They take one on the board.
Wow. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wish we were listening to the trash talk after, but I mean, I'm telling you right now, like that was a very big choke that somehow happened. Tapping not able to get on that flag, not able to touch that flag. He did so much damage. Multiple.
Yo, they better close out the next game, bro.
Hit him with 2 shots, hit another body on top, but was not able to get the flag touch. Everything perfect there up until the very end, and Luminosity take advantage of it. And this is how upsets happen.
Huge upset here for Luminosity. Ether defeating the 5th seeded team coming into the tournament today.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we hop back to Nemesis versus SWAT. Nemesis, if you noticed, right, it is Optic Gaming that lost to Nemesis in pool play, and it was 3-1. Can they do the same against SWAT? I think one of the factors of these teams, right, is that you have the surprise.
Let me go a little snack once
they're not
too much
really
shit has
playing
been
the same
talked to
play
lose.
style.
That is the truest fucking shit I've ever read this morning. Alright, let me get a snack.
We will see if that continues to be 18-12 so far. It is SWAT-led AM that have the lead right now.
We see Pelu going down. It's a 7-kill lead for SWAT LATAM, and this is a team that has been kind of like the little brother in the Mexico scene, where they're very good, but they haven't been able to have that same hype, that same talk about them. And remember, there's only one funding spot for the players in Mexico. These guys had to pay their own way out here.
Wow, yeah, I mean that's a really good point, Tools. And at what point do you become the equal brother, right? It's being a little brother is not what you want to have if you're SWAT-led AM. And again, it's just so cool to see multiple teams from LATAM in this pool play. I mean, it's so awesome that we've evolved to this. Nemesis, though, are no slouches, and again, you gotta pay attention to these guys. Look at Woodham, by the way. He is having his best tournament today, this weekend, in my opinion. I think he is playing out of his mind this weekend, and it's so cool to see.
Rory putting down a ton of damage there. He's hitting double digits already, and it's that jump back up to top mid to try to hit those cutoffs, but with his teammate going down, it's just about slowing this game and letting Snipe Drone get a lot of work done. He's got 7 more bullets to work with, and just about even. Nemesis, this is the time that they can change the tide.
See if Snipe Drone's able to do it. Waiting for the shot here, waiting for information. He gets info, there's no one on the B side, so you can see him shifting his focus towards that rat, maybe expecting an offside player here. But right now, that's not to be seen. And because of that, free space taken by Snipe Drone with this snipe. That's what he's looking for, but now they have the info of where the snipe player is, and the minute he gives away that information, what does he do? He reroutes the snipe. You need to do that. You can't just stay in the same spot when your information's given, and because of that, it's a cleanup, it's a shot to the body, and it's another player down to no shields. That player will get cleaned up, and it's 3 down, SWAT-led AM.
That Snipe Drone, I mean, he hasn't really felt the pressure that you would expect. Pelu falling off the map. I'm not even sure how that happened, but the consequence is that it's a tied game, and this is the chance for Nemesis. So the Snipers got premium spots to hit the heads.
They're just breaking apart here. I'm just curious how deep this pendulum swings, though. You know, that's the big thing for me. They've lost all momentum right now, did SWAT-led AM. It's now in the hands of Nemesis. 2 bullets to work with this snipe on, Snipe Drone. The body shot. He gets the cleanup kill. And he's looking for more. It's a pinch here.
Snipe Drone's just been playing so well on the weak side of the map. He doesn't have any help playing in this isolation, but he's not giving SWAT LATAM any easy kills at this point in time. He he is just being able to dissect. Look at all the backs that he's been shooting throughout this life.
Yeah.
You know, the stats don't look that impressive, but he's really that player that's getting that influence at the right time to make the game easy for his teammates.
SLG now with Camo, and they've gotten that control because of how much pressure Snipe Drone's been able to put.
And look, he's doing a brilliant job right now. Snipe Drone just in that engagement across the map from all his teammates is able to keep him occupied. SLG puts in the chip damage, and eventually Snipe Drone gets the finish. Snipe Drone's been alive for, man, he finally goes down. He was alive for probably a solid 3 minutes there.
It's beautiful work out of him. The SLG's really taking advantage of that too. A lot of attention now. Because Snipe Drone goes down, a lot of attention on that side of the map. SLG trying to take advantage of it. Look at Woodham though. Woodham comes in and gets assassinated at the end of the day. But again, gotta look at his scoreline. 15-12 out of him. A 41-39 lead so far with Sniper coming up.
2-kill differential in SLG. Most important gunfight we've probably seen from him yet. That was a massive 5-shot that kept SWAT Lam from pushing forward on that map. Instead, it's going to be an equal fight, and the sniper that eventually gets back towards Nemesis.
Yeah, you know that sniper's being called out. That location's being known here. 43-41 still. Quantum Translocator now in the hands of SLG, and this is where things can get real mixy. I mean, he's got to hit the shots, though. That's what he's looking for. But again, you're able to pressure so many different lanes with this QT if you so wish. You can see he's setting that up inside of A. It's not necessarily that he wants to teleport back to B, which he will, and he'll take space, but setting that up inside of A so that he can take half the map and put a little bit too bad on the timing there. He gets out in time, but a lot of information is given.
SLG, I mean, they have that 1-kill lead. They don't necessarily have to push, but they are. And that's what's a bit confusing to me is you just let SLG do the work. Instead, his teammates all push forward without that support of the sniper rifle in the back. They went down, and you've given SWAT Lam the lead again.
There's a couple of implications there. Obviously, he had the QT, so they can't keep up with him in that regard, but he also missed the body shots, too. And I think this team was depending on those body shots to maybe push forward. 100% agree that right now we're in a little bit of a bind if you're a Nemesis. You're waiting for SLG to hit something here.
That camouflage is going to be the next big piece that'll move these players.
He's watching it.
SWAT's not going to go for it. They know the sniper's up on the map.
Don't miss the shot. You have to hit everything here.
I like this.
It also opens the back C spawns. He'll go down because of it.
Rorsch could be the saving grace, but taken down early by Snipe Drone. That's going to be Sniper and Camo away for Nemesis.
That's so big, and it's tied up at 47 as well. This is a very important point of the game. Snipe Drone's got to make something happen, and he'll pick up the snipe for it.
See that? They repulsed that sniper to him. He was so far away. Dropped the sniper, hit the repulse, said, hey, go find it with Camo. I'm going to move on.
There's 3 people up top. He's got to be very careful here. Snipe Drone's got to take a route, and he has information. Decides to back up with his team. This is a good play.
I'd like to see Snipe Drone go into the isolation. Try to get hidden with that camouflage. Let the rest of your team be your distraction. Pick the heads of your opponents as they come by, and I think he might find himself in a premium spot here. Look how far he is.
There it is, the body shot to Noble. Picked up. He's got a QT to work with too, so he can be a bit aggressive and still be safe at the same time.
I'd like to see him push aggressively into that middle lane or try to get towards screens. Take a gunfight, then QT out.
He gets the body shot, he QT's out just like you called. It's beautiful out of him, 49-47. Now that opened everything up, and that should be it, right? There it is. It's Nemesis that take game 2.
That's showing the power of the Quantum Translocator in such an important spot. And as we come back, it's slaughter in game 4. Ether is up 193-8, and they are screaming from the side station.
This is insane. Look, he's gonna hit the pad too with the shock rifle. At this point, what do? It's 3 down once again. Spawn Trap comes in. It's mortally the last player alive. He's trying to do everything he can to keep this game in their hands, but it's slipping very quickly here.
I mean, they just don't have time. You have to get into hills, and when you have to desperately push into hills, that's when things start to go awry.
Ace being taken now. Luminosity have a chance here. They've got to win this fight, but it's not. It's reset. Now they take B. Very staggered on the spawns.
They have to be careful about where these next spawns are going to come in for Ether. They could potentially get that back C spawn. It looks like someone got back to block it in time. So it's a scoring for now. And Camo in hand, this could be an opportunity for them.
It's a triple cap, baby. Camel goes down there. Double cap now turn into 2 for A and B. Big win by Avicii, big win. That's it on the tapping buttons. He stays alive as well. The pressure's not gonna come from the pipe side. They have that secured, but it will be A that is being taken here by Drift. Avicii has to stay alive, and he's done a great job of that, by the way. He's been alive for a very long period of time. This sequence is beautiful by him so far. Gets the kill once again. Now they take A, and now they get the kill on A again. Beautiful by Luminosity. Is it too late?
No, I think they actually have themselves in a pretty decent spot here. Yax had saved that. He was off screen over at C being a distraction. Although he didn't get that secure, it kept the rest of the help from Ether from coming, and it allows them to now slow the game down, play setup-based Halo until they get that opportunity to push a little bit more.
Oh, the Shroud screen is punched on the top of glass, and they just kind of make it through.
He used the Shroud screen to his advantage. Just enough space to help kill those players who didn't bother to check that cross because they thought the Shroud screen covered.
And now the triple cap is in, and now it's more points for Luminosity. 2 points every second here. Yaxon trying to do tons of damage, but he's in a 1v2 right now. He has to win this fight, but he gets taken out pretty quick.
The problem is they gave up the space over at B. Yaxon went down, and now Ether's been able to step in. They just need a couple more seconds.
Double.
Just put the exclamation point down.
Ether, 3-1. Come out victorious, and you can hear the pop-off there. They are happy, they're excited. Lots of implications in that, lots of drama.
That's exactly what I want to talk about. How does this win for Ether shape up, or this loss for Luminosity, shape up the way they come up in the bracket?
I think that means they're guaranteed out. Their tournament's done. They went 0-3 in pools, no?
I believe you're right. I believe you're...
They are 0-3. Yep,
yeah, I believe
that
you're
is correct.
So again, now you can talk, and I don't know who started what or what, it doesn't matter. You can talk all you want, you can chirp all you want, but at the end of the day, it's the person that chirps and performs that is the one that has the last laugh.
You guys hear that?
I love the passion coming from
Spit.
Ether's side, not just here on the stage, but also from the fans in the chat. I think this community is
Everyone can talk shit, but it's the
craving
person who talks
for a
shit
spot here in
and
the HCS. And we
performs
have 2 teams
that
from
wins the
Latin
fight.
America that have pushed their way through and qualified into pool play. And I want to know what that must feel like, and also, this is sending a message to Halo Studios.
Yeah, I mean, hey, one, give Mexico their spot back. I think that's clear. I don't know if they can do it this year. They should do it this year. Don't know.
Yeah, for real, I've been saying that. Like, what? They're disrupting the AMs that are trying to make it to pools. But then again, that would mean another NA team going to
they're
pools.
also
So
having a real chance of getting winner's side. I mean, they could very much beat a Complexity.
Complexity we have, and Pool D we have Space Station Gaming and Complexity. We need to see which one they're up to. It's a rough pool for all 4 of them. Luminosity got the the rough games here, but what are the possibilities here? What can Ether continue to do against a team like Complexity?
It's just upset city. I think Ether has a chance to upset so many teams, and we're talking about Complexity and SSG. We're talking about 2 teams that really, I don't think you guys would disagree, they haven't hit their stride. They're just not comfortable. Complexity, they don't look how we know they should look based on paper, looking at their names and looking at what they've accomplished.
that does not sound like a casual greeting.
Have gotten better.
That's like what you teach someone to say when they're learning a new language.
To come in here and say we're gonna dominate.
And you're like, yo, say this, bro. It means hello, friendly
I mean, that'd be a big
flowers.
If they win the pool,
And it's like, yeah, I could
that would be the
highlight.
I mean, I'm not necessarily against
Translate section to English.
I see an opportunity. This is
Suck my whore.
They like any other team.
Okay,
like,
buddy.
But for Ether, they're good enough to where this pool, they're seeing this as an opportunity for a 1 or a 2 spot.
Now the question is,
That's a casual
Complexity
greeting where you're
awake
from.
enough, hungry enough. We know we have a lot of storylines here for Complexity. The return of Spartan, him finally having his first major. What could he have been doing throughout his ban in those months? Was he playing? Was he practicing? How often did Complexity practice, and how much work did they put in? And can Ether has Ether put in more work? Is there more skill on either side? Who's gonna wake up and take that win?
Honestly, I know that, you know, Sparty definitely took some time off, and you kind of need that mental break. He's playing different games, you know, but he did come into Halo Infinite when he needed to, when he was on a team, and he put the work in, constantly grinding. The last, I would say, 5 or 6 months in just non-stop grinding, matchmaking, solo queuing. It's been great out of him, and I think Complexity will definitely show that in their games.
Well, we're hopping on over to the next pool, Nemesis versus SWAT Latam.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Nemesis up 2-0, and this is a chance for them to continue this streak, and it's going to be Wootem. This is the man of the weekend, and I'm going to keep saying it. This guy, I just feel like, you know, there's a lot of players that get poached from EU and get poached from, you know, Barcode. We're talking about Barcode, we're talking about tapping buttons at one point, we're talking about Legend. Wootem could be the next one to get poached. I mean, if people start to see the value in M&K and see the value of his gameplay, I mean, he could be next.
Honestly, it's a bit surprising that we haven't seen a mouse and keyboard player come up in North America yet. You know, we've seen it in just about every other region. I would love to see Wootem make a transition to something like that, but he is a crucial piece to this Nemesis roster. And right now, this Nemesis roster has big sights.
Dude, you've got to be kidding me! Like, I'm sorry. Like, this is insane. Like, how do you allow those kills to happen? We're talking about a kill that is a very low percentage kill. That is a 1 to 2% chance that he gets that kill, and every single time he's making it happen. And he continues on, and he continues to slay. Finally, he's taken out 5-1 already.
Yeah, a little too much on the bunny hop there, trying to get that cross-map shot. Didn't go through, but might have been enough to secure this flag. It's a foot race.
Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Is anyone there? They've got pressure. Noble's there to stop this, and they forced it.
I was actually really smart from Nemesis, because they just like waited a few seconds. They're like, all these nades are gonna come in right now. Let's let them all explode. Then they went through. There was no more AOE damage to stop them.
By the way, I scared everyone on the couch with that yell. I'm so sorry, guys. We're hype, baby. Once again, it's Snipe Drone pushing that flag in, or trying to stop that flag from being pushed in, I'm sorry, and he gets that first kill. And now he's got information on another. It's already 2 down for SWAT-led AM, and Roarch is going to share the same fate. I think he's the last player alive.
There's nothing Roarch can do there. Unfortunately, that's just a Snipe Drone going to be able to put him into the blender. And the spawns, although they get those HUD spawns, they're very quick to recognize that, right? When you get HUD, when you know the HUD spawn's going to come in, you have the timing, you take it down runway. Although this route takes a long time, your teammates can position themselves to play for the slays at your back base. You're going to see a flag standoff. It's just going to come down to execution.
Well, there you go. It's Snipe Drone now, trying to be that execution. He gets a thrust here. Roarch's got the snipe. He's going to miss the shot. That's a beautiful nade by Roarch, completely predicting the slide to Snipe Drone.
That's a big prediction for Roarch, too, because it's easy for you to throw that nade on the flagpole because you think they're going to go for the pole. He predicted that he's going to push past the flag to go for the kill instead, and basically read it like a book, and results in a flag return.
All you can see, SLG now, they're trying to get another flagpole here, and I know a lot of people talk about Legend on objectives and how fast he pulls those flags. If you've ever seen a mouse and keyboard player run a flag, you'll know that it's insane. It is very strong. Flag run, objective runs on mouse and keyboard, extremely, extremely strong. We're gonna see that right here out of Wootem, nice and clean, in and out, and there you go, 2-0 in the series, and also 2-0 in the game, and Wootem is still dominating 8-4. Now he has a snipe to work with.
Snipe Drone's gonna be able to get that over shield.
Gosh, dude. Does he miss? Has he missed a snipe all game?
Like, I mean, so far it's just been this consistency from Nemesis. I think it's causing SWAT-led AM problems. Like, they're just not able to get their own game plan rolling. And it's not like the stats are like that different. You know, obviously Nemesis are having a bit more of a slay-heavy performance, but it's not like a blowout that the score would indicate.
Yeah, I agree.
Just efficiency. I mean, they are so efficient on their opportunities.
There it is. The first kill goes in. That's all they need. They don't need 4 dead. They need 1 kill, and they're already running this flag to runway.
That's the big difference between the top-level pro teams and your amateurs and your open bracket teams. It's not a 4 down that you need. It's just 1. Right? They get 1 kill.
That's all you need.
And they make their play. That flag cap resulted from 1 kill.
Yeah.
It's positioning, timing, and it's being executed to a T.
Nemesis, they're looking so scary this weekend. They started looking scarier yesterday. They continued on their spree today.
Yeah, he looks sus to me. I mean, I think he's up to something. Look at the little guy.
I think he looks sly.
by
Is he
the-
sus or sly?
I think it's sus. You know what? By the way, a shout out to the Nemesis. Goodness me, social media manager. You're hilarious.
Oh, you had the pull into the
Dude,
server.
it's so good. He
Yeah,
had,
for
he had the little
real.
guy standing over Optic. Good morning, Optic. Like, it's so good. You're so good.
We
Like,
need to pull
I
that
like, the,
tweet
I
up.
like the one with Woodham where he was like just sitting there. He's like, he's not leaving until they win game 3.
give that man a raise. Give that man a raise. Anyway, Wootum has been disgusting, and I'm really excited to see this Nemesis roster continue on. Do they break? Does Wootum break his top placing? 6th place, right?
Oh wait, you got it. You
Yeah,
can
I
just
got
send
it. I got it.
to
I'll
Louis.
send it over. I'll send it over.
Yeah, it's like-
That'll be easier.
Kind of a small screen for them to look at. Oh man.
Hi, chat. How you guys doing? This has been fun.
Yeah.
I'm a little hype over Wootum. I'm sorry if I broke anyone's speakers there. Like, the guy is just, like, some of the plays that you're able to make on MK, and it's, you know what it is? It's just a built-up frustration, Aliak. Because for years I've been saying MK is strong, and no one wants to believe me. Now, like, here we go. You got it. It's right there, in front of your face.
Yeah, just Wootum and a few others.
No, it's just Wootum. Yeah. The rest of the guys are great.
There is
They're
is so much to be hyped for like Wootum. He is definitely entering the scene, and he's just making waves as a mouse and keyboard player. And there's something to say about that. That's a really cool story. Also, a player from Finland, making a name for himself here. It's incredible. I think it's definitely a story to talk about.
Finland actually has a surprisingly big competitive Halo scene, but they're very insular. Like they don't like do a lot outside of their own region.
Okay.
And Woodham's like that first player to have like that professional breakout from the region.
Just give them hope that they can do it. Look at it.
There it is.
Dude, it's so good. Like,
See, look, the logo's not different, but he doesn't look sus there.
do you know? I know,
That's
but
what I'm saying. He looks.
He
sly.
looks cool. Yeah. He's
Well, that's
like,
the
shit,
meme.
he's
That's
no
the meme.
sweat.
Oh.
That's the meme.
Wait, what's the meme?
What's the meme?
Guys, you don't know the meme?
No. Oh. Sorry that we're not terminally online.
All right, there's a meme, and I'm gonna be honest with you. No,
The
it's not.
chill
I
guy
actually
meme?
don't know it fully. I just know that there's a little meme
What
of a guy
memes?
with his hands in his pockets.
I don't think I've seen that.
Okay,
No, yeah.
chat, can you please help me here? I need
chill
help.
guy
He just
meme?
looks like a really cool guy though.
Yeah,
you
he
know?
just is a cool guy.
I need help, chat. I don't know what to tell you. It's the chill
They're
guy.
trolling
He's just chill. He's
Who's chill?
Why- What?
I'm
guys,
chill.
guys, I'm the oldest one on the couch. Why do I know this and you don't? Guys?
I'm just a chill guy. I
Yeah,
don't know.
see,
I'm
Eli
just a
knows
chill.
it. Look, Eli knows it. Eli's chill. See, look, chill.
I'm chill.
Chill guy.
Is chat chill?
Chat's chill.
You chill.
They're chill. Let's see.
Thank you guys for helping me here. Apparently, some of us are not,
Yeah. Definitely
Yeah?
not up to. Yeah. What
Or
are
not
you
what?
trying to say?
not
About,
up, not up.
what are you trying to say about me?
You're not.
What do you say they? What do you mean by that?
I mean, I love you. You're a great guy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crashing out in real
It's
time.
okay. Boomer memes, anyway.
Boomer.
Yeah, I bet only boomers use that.
Only
meme.
probably,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Wow. Chat, you're all boomers. You hear that? Actually, we probably are all boomers.
We were throwing popcorn at the chicken jockey jokes, you know? Like, that's what we were doing. I don't know what you were up to.
I don't know what that is either, so, yeah.
You know the new dance, right? You know
Yeah.
the new dance? Yeah, the new
Yeah.
dance.
New dance?
Yeah, the new dance.
Yeah.
He doesn't know the new dance.
I don't know.
It's okay.
I make my own dances.
Huh?
I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
All right, let's see it.
Show your work. Show your work. No, show your work.
I only dance for Carrie.
Who's that?
Continue.
Let's continue.
We're getting off the rails, huh?
Yeah, we are. Why don't we just update everybody on what's been happening today? Just a recap, because we woke up early. We were here to see everything that was going on, and I think there's a few people in the chat that woke up and was like, is there still an event going on? Yes, we are finishing pool play. So every single team in the open bracket has already, 4 of them have qualified. And we know who those teams are. We have Ether, we have SWAT Latam, we also have Dark Inside, the only NA team from the open bracket to qualify.
Yeah.
And then Mind Freak all the way from Australia.
I'm very curious how the Rebellion Dark Inside series has been going. I wonder if that's over yet. Because I was curious, like, how they're going to play against the top team, right? That is the top team at the moment. Like, what does it look like for the open bracket time, like the open bracket team that made all that work to get there? Like, where do they really stack up at the moment? Then obviously, I mean, we love the Aussies.
Yeah, bro, that's why I
want
wanna see some of these.
Pros, and
Wait,
that's a big
maybe-
difference, right?
Maybe it's going on some of the other streams, you know? It's like A billion streams. There's like a B
No
stream.
ping.
Might be going on in like a B stream,
No
but
ping.
No ping, no lag input.
Yeah,
no
so there's
nothing.
so for those that don't know, on the Xbox there's a little bit of input delay. It's a tiny bit. It's a good amount.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, you said a little bit. I was like, I don't know if
it's a good amount. So if these players are, and Mindfreak have done this time and time again, so they get their settings down probably, but you lose all of that. We're talking about like hertz on a mouse. Like you get to go to 1,000 hertz on the mouse. Like,
Oh, here it
there's
is.
a lot of settings that you don't.
you don't say. So just exactly what he was saying. Oh, they're getting smoked.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball reset. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy halfway to victory.
Yeah, they're stomping him.
I think you need a little bit, maybe more so watching the top teams, but a little bit of watching yourself as well, I think, is important. But I mean, I think whatever works. And right now, Mindfreak, it works for them. What they're doing works for them.
And Mindfreak have a big opportunity here. If they win this series, they're in. TSM are 0-2 in their pool so far after they lost a 50-49
Oh no.
against Zero Tenacity. So this is a big moment for both Mindfreak and TSM.
And Mindfreak definitely has the opportunity to take this win. Again, it's a weaker TSM right now. They're struggling a bit. I'm not sure what it is because they've teamed together before.
This is classic TSM stuff. You know, they're a very hot and cold team. I think they're a team that gets better over time, right? So as they get more experience throughout the year, I would definitely expect them to have better performances. The other part is that they were just in a tough pool, right? That Zero Tenacity team is very good. It wasn't like their games were blowouts. It's just that's how close it is in this year of Halo. There are very thin margins, and teams that you would not expect to be out of the tournament early can go.
Objective incoming.
For those that don't know, on the side of Mindfreak, Aliak talked about the two mouse and keyboard players, Scoob and Rice. Scoob, I know his sensitivity. He plays on a very high sense, and it's always because there's not a lot of room on the desks when you're playing on the Xbox. So he plays on a 1.0, 1600 DPI sense, which is about 25 centimeters per 360 for those that are M&K players out there, which is insane. It's just very fast. I don't know how he controls it, but very fun to watch.
That's a fun thing about these about the two mouse and keyboard players on Mindfreak is how different their mechanics are. So Scoob has that extremely fast flick that you were talking about, but Rice is on the complete other end of the spectrum. Very slow sensitivity, is more in that back rank, just trying to clean up damage, and
awesome,
his teams
isn't it?
love it for him.
Yeah. And take 2 rolls, multiple rolls with it. That's awesome. Good point there, Tools. As we hop in, it's Mindfreak still not really able to take too much space on the map just yet, and they're trying to. They're at the front of TSM's base, but again, it's staggered on both sides. This happens very often on Aquarius Bomb.
This is tough right now with TSM getting those 3 kills. Rice will be the only player alive, and look how far back into the base he is. That's going to give so much space for TSM. They're already getting into the arm zone.
There it is, it's arming now. Here's the push from the P-door. Lots of damage goes out, but it's a 3-man wipe once again. Bomb is armed very shortly here.
That's going to be detonated. I mean, they got 4 down before they even picked that bomb up. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they dropped it to that. Did Talik just have a man spawn right next to him?
I don't know.
He did.
He just got 2, though.
Yeah, Rice was like, there's no way that there's a player there.
No way he says live here is what I'm thinking. No way. Plasma. There he is. Okay.
You don't let a man get away with it 3 times. You said, we are going to find you. And Cherish, he gets the camouflage onto his body, and you see TSM trying to get another scoring position. But finally, Mindfreak going to have a little bit of breathing room, getting that 3 down. Cherish is basically a glorified lookout at this point. You're not going to try to do much, only player alive, even if you have camo.
Oh, I love that by Sway. So smart. Just stare. Try to find the camo player. Cherish wins a massive 1v1, though. TSM's starting to come alive a little bit, and that's really good to see. I think if there was a team that could upset them, it would be Mindfreak. Talik gets another double.
The bomb keep trekking its way forward. Mindfreak has to be careful about how far they overextend here. We saw a player getting deep into the other fridge. It was Plasma, but he eventually was able to wrap back, use that timing to take down Druck, and he's moving that bomb himself, trying to get that some distance between it and its base.
How is he still alive, Cherish? There it is. Sway's the last player alive now. Scuba having a really solid game. A nade comes out. Cherish will go down, but it's 3 down for Mindfreak.
Shots from Rice. We're gonna need to be able to take these players down in their own base. I like that TSM understood that we're probably not going to capture this with the position on the map. Let's more focus in on these slays and just keep Mindfreak from being able to push up and get that clean freedom. You want to keep them just feeling that pressure, even if you know it's not going to result in a bomb arm.
Sways ends up going down there. It's going to be still a 1-0 lead here for TSM. As they continue forward, the bomb will be thrown out of Mindfreak's base, but you see how heavy that bomb is. It's not going too far. And Soul Snipe's just gonna wait. And I believe, yeah, he influenced the spawn of Plasma. He actually spawns inside the util. So a little bit of a fight here. And Soul Snipe will take 1, but unfortunately not ready for the second.
This camouflage is just trying to
2
keep
camos.
himself
Yeah.
hidden, and Mindfreak, the biggest thing is that they're playing out of their base this entire time, and they have not been able to get any mid-map presence.
And the bomb reset because of it too. Well, that's good. That's good for Mindfreak though.
Yeah, I mean, it's only good if you're able to clear your base. Like, Talik's just been surviving in the back. At this point, it's like a stat feed for him. He's 16-8. And that's what happens when you are able to shoot everyone in their back over and over again.
16-8 with 12 assists is nuts.
It's just his damage has to be outrageous right now.
Not missing. Soul Snipe going into the base with the bomb here. There's the arm once again. They're starting to feel a little more confident now. You can see it. Oh wait, the melee. He wasn't looking.
Oh, clear.
Wow, the trades back and forth. 3 down Mindfreak. And they
Plasma
push it out, yeah.
Oh no, Plasma went down. That bomb's still there, and it's very much like close to arm.
Oh wow.
They needed to desperately get this out of the base. They got Rice, but he was able to throw it out. But this should be another quick opportunity for TSM, especially as 3 players go down.
It's still. Yeah, it's still armed. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, because it only goes down as you're holding it. So if you juggle it while you move it up, you minimize the amount of time. So
that's crazy.
That's it. It's why sometimes it's not just about throwing that bomb out. You gotta hold it for a second to give your to like reset that bomb.
It's just interesting because I remember how Halo 2 was.
Yeah, true. That is true.
You know, it being out of the circle and dropped, it would go very quickly and go down. But maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. I just remember it being very difficult to get Baum back in. But it works out for them, Tools, and because of that, that's the 2-0 lead so far for TSM.
Aren't able to find more of these kills. And you'd think that this is TSM's base, the way that we have constantly swapped the players and they're just standing in base. And no, it's just TSM controlling Mindfreak's base completely.
Dominating, I would say.
Yeah, it's just the possession battle. Like this is like, I think you can compare Assault most it corresponds with American football the most.
Okay.
And it really is just a battle of possession. Possession time matters so much. Like, you're just limiting opportunity. This is the first time we've seen Mindfreak even remotely get that ball close to TSM space.
They have 2 down as well. There is a player on the P door, though. It's going to be Soul Snipe. He'll get the spawns.
Did you not see him? He didn't see it.
Oh, wow. He missed the jump. That's really good for Mindfreak. Wow.
Just, wow. The camo, they did not see him.
That's crazy.
Coming up with that camouflage. And yeah, TSM had all that map control, but once Mindfreak got their opportunity, they made the most of it, and that's what you have to do when you're that young, scrappy team in the open bracket, right? You have to make the most of the opportunities that the veterans are going to give you, and it's going to be far and few. I mean, few and far between, but hey, that's big capture right there for Mindfreak. That arm, it gives them one step closer to making this a tied game.
Look again, though. It's TSM in the base of Mindfreak. They're in the util, just calling it home. Druck gets a kill. Mr. Soulsnipe goes down, though. Bomb is still bottom center. No one moving that up just yet. Regardless, though, like, you know, again, it's just making this home, going in the fridge, taking all the food. And you're extending to try and find the spawners on the P side. They're not going to find anybody, and that allows the spawns to happen back inside the Mindfreak base.
Rice gonna try to stay alive over the car, but just too many angles, too many complementary angles right now that TSM are controlling. And here we go, bomb on its way. They're able to get that first kill. They're gonna try to get as much movement as they can with it.
There it is, Talik trying to play his life there, but he gets taken out pretty quickly. 2-1 still, TSM. They're gonna get this camo here, does Mindfreak. This could help a little bit in terms of allowing them space and pushing up on the map.
Two players into that fridge, gonna try to get back towards their side, but I mean, this is it. Mindfreak, if they get a couple kills here, all 3 of them. Rice is gonna take almost all of them down. It's just Cherish that's alive. He's one shot trying to desperately get back towards his spawners.
How does he live?
That's Cherish. Good job getting a kill there. That's insane.
Trading is nuts there. Look at the ability, or what he allows his team to do. They get right back in the base. They defend. Bomb is in the util still, but that's just beautiful by Cherished. Take a look at Mindfreak, by the way. Scoop and Rice, 20+ kills each. That's just insane.
See Scoop making that jump to get in. They're gonna get an arm. This is it. They've got it. This is 2. This is 2 all. They're blocking the util side. They're not gonna be able to contest. You see TSM, they're punting away. They're rotating. Mindfreak have tied it up 2 apiece.
Wow.
And although it's been all TSM with the map control, Mindfreak have made the most of their opportunities.
They're definitely looking good right now. Mindfreak in a bit of a flow state now. 1 minute, 20 seconds left. Great shots. That's gonna take out 1. 3 down for Mindfreak, and TSM answer back very quickly. That nade bounced him down and prevented him from clambering with that bomb. That would have been an opportunity to put bomb in, but now they got to kill the spawners once more.
And Soul Sniper can just cross map anyone that comes in. See, Rice got up to top mid. They were standing next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, shooting back. He's like, I don't think my teammate's here. Went back and, oh, the punch from Talik. He hit him with the fist. That's it, but Mindfreak put up an effort, but TSM at the end, that overwhelming pressure was just too much.
That gives you a little bit of belief there that you can win this series and potentially more games, but it's TSM that come out on top, and TSM looked good for a lot of those periods of time. Weren't able to really. It wasn't easy for them though, is what I'm trying to say. Mindfreak put up a good fight. Now we go to Live Fire Slayer for game 2.
Fire Slayer. Now, what we did see is, despite the game being really heavily one-sided, we did see some great slaying performances out of some of the players on Mindfreak, in particular Rice and Scoob. we're doing a great job of cleaning up some of those kills, and it could be a great indicator as to what to expect from them in game 2. Sway's definitely not having a game to remember. It was struggling against some of those slaves, but when I was talking to Mindfreak earlier this week, they said Sway's was sick as a dog just a few days ago. He's on that recovery. I'm hoping he's not feeling bad. He said he was feeling a lot better yesterday.
Okay, well, yeah, that definitely affects you regardless, though. You get tired, you know, it's going to affect him. That game didn't look like his best.
Well, folks, let's go back a little bit of time because we have some live reporting that's been happening. We had our videographer going out and checking out these side stations, and we have some of the aftermath of the Luminosity versus Ether game.
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Fucking dog! Sit down, kid! Sit down, bro! Sit down, bro! Keep it up! Keep it up, bro! Keep it up! Keep it up, pussy! Keep it up! Keep it up, pussy! Keep it up, bro! Keep it up! Keep it up, bro! Keep it up! Fucking freaking!
I love the trash talk back to the coach is saying, time the camos.
Adios. Stand up and scream. Stand up and scream. Stand up now.
We're the fucking onliners! We're the fucking onliners! Who's cheating in this team, huh? Who's cheating? Go back to open bracket, Jackson!
In English and in Spanish.
Nice.
Both languages.
I got
Flexing
translated
the
in real time.
bilingual brain.
Who's he accusing of cheating?
He's picking their brain bilingually, bro. No way.
Yeah,
There's some tea in there.
I do. Okay, so Luminosity got beat, obviously. So you gotta hold the L on that. I do like the retort when a coach is talking back to you to say "shut up" and time the camo is really funny to me. Like time the camo, time the camo. Get the watch on, bro. It's like is a really good retort.
Gandhi would be proud.
Yeah, but they lost, so
You
GG.
gotta
It's
You
not.
gotta win the series if you're gonna pop off.
That's
like
true.
That. Gotta win the series. Gotta win the series.
Oh, man. That's good. That's good. I'm glad I got real-time translation from the actual trash talkers. That was great.
I thought you were gonna call me an actual trash talk. I was like, actually, I really don't.
Why are you saying that about the other team?
I
It's like,
really
it's like, why are you joining in on the
I'm
trash
just
talk?
translating. Oh, wow, everybody. This has been an absolutely insane start of the day. So just to update everybody on what's going on, Nemesis is leading Pool B. Now we're taking a look at Pool C. Mindfree going up against TSM. TSM on the lead.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. TSM with the lead of 1. And now, again, it's going to be interesting, right? TSM looked okay in that game, but I know they're capable of so much more. I will say it again. I started my casting career with these guys. They've been together for a long time, except for Cherish, obviously. He wasn't there in the Halo 5 days. But Cherish is a great addition to the roster. This roster is capable of a lot. We've seen them place extremely high, you know, in multiple events. Top 3 in some. I mean, they are very talented players. We just got to see it. We haven't seen what they're capable of just yet, or has the competition just got a bit stiffer? Is Mindfreak just on their level now?
I think Mindfreak's gotten much better over the years, and I think it's because they've teamed together for a long time now. This could be the longest tenured roster in HCS. They haven't made a change since
Rice?
year 2. When they added Rice, I believe.
Yeah.
So it's been a long time. Ever since we saw Barcode move to the United States, basically, was when we saw this roster come into the fold.
It's great to see the domination, and again, I stress this all the time. You should try and make a team work. So many team changes are made so early, but I get it. At the end of the day, if you're not vibing with the team, you know, then you just chalk it. Find a new player, but still, I like these teams that stay together for long periods of time. I think it's important to do so. You build that chemistry inside and outside of the game.
But right now, Mindfreak is pushing TSM. They are being aggressive. And it's working out the punch. Oh, it didn't connect the first time, but able to recover on the second, but it ends up being a trade instead of a straight kill.
That's a mouse keyboard for you, Tools. What you witnessed right there
is crazy that the punching radius is just different.
Yeah, what you saw right there is a mouse and keyboard melee, and that is one of the reasons why we don't see our beautiful Royal 2 on MNK competing, because he could definitely do it, but melees are his one of his pain points.
I should try it at least once. The problem is he's just so good with the controller.
He really
anyways.
is. Like, yeah, why would you?
There's just no real upside at the moment. because of
Yeah.
how good he is on the controller.
Agreed. 100% agreed. It would have to be a lot of work to be done, but
They're-
18 to 11.
I'm really impressed with Mind Freak right now. They
Yeah.
are flowing as a team. They are not letting players get away. And TSM, they're they're matching that energy. They are flying at Mind Freak, and Mind Freak's just been taking advantage of it.
Oh, here we go. Mind
That's
Freak
another
continue
two.
to, and they get a camo too.
They're not. TSM's not trading out these kills, and it's brutal. You cannot do that in pro level of play. You must find your trades.
I love this. I love the ping. He didn't push up. Look at him put himself in a position to get out.
That's that mouse and keyboard. I mean, that's mouse and keyboard Rice right there. Slow and methodical with his aim on those cross maps. He's very confident that players won't get away.
You can tell, too, that he's an arm player. I can tell just by watching him, and that's why you say that his sense is slow. He's an arm aimer, which means he uses his entire arm to aim. Obviously, he uses his wrist as well, but that's what allows him all of that control, right? And it's now that he's on a PC that it's really going to come to fruition. You're going to see a better Rice and a better Scoop in this scenario.
Rice, one of those few players in the HCS that's had professional experience in multiple esports. He started his career in Valorant, where he played professional Valorant for some teams in Australia.
Arm aimer makes sense then. That's awesome. 28 to 16. Rice, there it is, the clean shot. Look how clean it is. Like, you can see there's movements that are fast, and this is the control I keep talking about, right? Wootum is a very different player. He's very flicky, very, Rice is more of like a player like me. When I play is like very smooth. He's much better than me, but much, very smooth and tracking. His tracking is very solid.
They're obliterating TSM.
Yeah, this is insane. I didn't expect this at all.
They have them on a cycle, and at this point, at this level, this lead, it'd be hard to throw it away. As long as you keep playing a clean Halo, you don't get too caught up and don't find yourself getting in these untradeable situations. They should just be able to kind of sleepwalk their way to the finish line.
Oh man, Rice trying to stay alive here. A little bit of damage done on the exit.
Those are bad deaths.
Yeah.
You see TSM not having to worry about getting traded out there, and that's 3 unanswered kills now. And what's going to happen is Mind Freak's going to start getting condensed on the map. You see these players stuck at B, basically. And there comes the rest of TSM. That's now 4 unanswered. Let's make it 5. Let's make it 6 unanswered kills.
Oh, no.
TSM have found their footing.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good for TSM. This is what Slayers, this is what happens in Slayers, ladies and gentlemen. You stagger one, you start to stagger multiple. 36 to 26 now. Still a 10-kill lead. Still looking very much in Mind Freak's favor. But if the clean kills continue to happen, which they don't, we would have a problem.
Well, that was a good answer from Mind Freak. They got 3 of those kills, found their answer, and now find themselves in a great position to fight for this camouflage. That was much needed recovery from Mind Freak.
Tall got it, but he gets taken out very quickly here. It's Sways that is at the forefront of that. Tries to get a little bit more damage with his teammate pushing on the brute ramp, but that's a beautiful crouch straight by Plasma.
And at this point, this is Mind Freak's game. They know it.
They can't mess it up. There's
Yeah,
no way.
this would be one of the biggest comebacks of all time if TSM somehow found a way, but this is what we mean. Mind Freak, it can compete with the best of the best, and right now they're doing it masterfully. Look at these players staying alive. They got a 4. That is
terrible.
Beauty and chaos right there from Mind Freak. They had 3 players go down to 1 shot. They all stayed alive, and they put them 4 down.
I mean, it's just beautiful. Beautiful positioning. TSM really not able to find anything. Some good shots go in from Scoop here. And he'll continue to damage, but it's Rice that now gets that sniper in his hands. Oh my goodness gracious. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to mouse and keyboard land. I think you guys are still sleeping on this input. I don't know how. It is very OP.
Unfortunately, at Halo, we lost a lot of our mouse and keyboard players in the first year of competition. But ever since they added that aim assist to mouse and keyboard, this is a viable input. And I want so desperately for the next game to continue on this trend of increasing the viability of mouse and keyboard.
If you need to learn, I got you, but Mind Freak don't need to learn. It's a tied-up series now at 1 apiece. Mind Freak versus TSM, I did not expect to see such a dominant game.
I wanted to come in and say real quick that when I was studying the stats of TSM, these guys have been struggling in Slayers like for a long time in the tournaments, but they're also not scrimming them. They're like not practicing Slayers. Some teams just
Is that
A
not
lot
like,
of practice objectives.
is that like not the standard these days? I feel like very few teams like actually
Yeah.
scrim
A lot of
Slayers.
the teams are doing Slayers now as well. But the thing is, like, Slayers play so different in tournaments than they do in scrims. So it's like some of the teams feel like it's silly to practice if they're not going to play the same way they would in a
it's hard
tournament.
to replicate that same environment. You
Yeah.
need to have tournament play. So, I mean, when you were coaching G1 back in year 1, was that like a calculus that you guys were doing with the scrims? Like, do we focus in on the Slayers or do we only do it in tournament?
To be honest, it's hard to get the players to like lock in the same way for Slayers online. It's just a very different feel. We would still talk about it and go over it, but at the same time, it wasn't something we would like go out of our way to practice. So, and I think TSM are falling in the same boat, but Mindfreak are extremely confident in Slayers. They said in their interview that they've been destroying even top teams in Slayers. So like they feel very confident in it.
I think that might come to the fact where they don't really get to practice. They talk about how their practice works, and they do play with each other, and they try to make the most of the opportunities that they get. But really, there's a large emphasis on watching film and watching film of the top level teams. And I think that's maybe why we're seeing them have a lot more success in Slayers, is a lot of their preconceptions of what should happen are because of the experience that they're seeing Shopify Rebellion play. They're seeing Optic play in these tense moments, and that's what they're learning from rather than their experience in a scrim.
Yeah, I wonder what you think, Eli, when it comes to, this is a free-for-all, I think. I wonder what you think when it comes to the scrims and stuff. Do you think, not scrims, I'm sorry, VOD review. Do you think that only watching other teams is the best way to do VOD, or do you think that you should mix some watching your own scrims and gameplay as well?
I think you get more value out of watching yourself play because you see exactly what's going wrong,
Right.
what habits your team might have in certain situations. You can pan to every POV in the lobby. You've got the X-ray vision through the walls to see like how your positioning impacts the spawns of the other team.
Yeah.
And correct it. But there's obviously still value to study the top teams and be like, okay, this is what Optic does in this situation. They're winning most of these, and trying to glean some data off of that.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's, of course, SWAT-led AM on the opposite side of Gen G, and this is a big test for them, I would say. Again, I think this team is extremely good. I just think it just comes down to all the. Oh, wait a minute, that's a beautiful double with the rocket. You love to see those doubles with one rocket. A lot of value coming out of that. But yeah, this is a big test for them, and so far they're passing. If I was a teacher, they'd get a B right now, 7-1.
Pelu just caught them with the perfect timing. Rocket for the double kill, and SWAT needing to have a great performance here against Gen G. Their tournament life very much be in the balance here.
Breaking shot again, one of the, I mean, it's been a factor of breaking shots since he entered the scene. His ability to move around the map and stay alive is so strong, and you're seeing it right there. Also, if you ever watch him play, you can see the cam right now at the bottom left. He gets into his movement. We're talking his whole body. His real life body gets into the movement of his Spartan. He almost lives in his Spartan. It's great to see.
Remember, folks, Gen G 0 and 2 in pools right now. So this match will likely determine who gets out in that lower side. Nemesis remained perfect, and well, we know that the last opponent's Optic Gaming, and you know I love SWAT Lab, but I don't think they're going to be able to beat Optic Gaming.
3 down for SWAT-led AM, and it's a very easy comeback here for Gen G. I wouldn't say easy, but they've definitely put in the work. You can't ever count out Ryanoob on the other side. Only by 1 kill is the deficit. Again, on a map like Origin, I think one of my favorite maps in Halo Infinite right now. It's Ryanoob that's picking them apart. 3 down again for SWAT-led AM.
Ryanoob, damage down range. Working so well, his teammates here, just letting them get in and do that damage. Now, unfortunately, maybe getting a little bit too close with them. That nade was just about perfect, just for the wrong player. Chris Gottman going to see the respawn as Ryanoob's nade absolutely obliterated him over at the cave.
18-15 now. As we swap back over to Complexity versus Ether, this is a very important match to us.
Yeah, this one could not only, so we know Ether's likely to get into, I think they're guaranteed into bracket now. This is to determine whether they're going to be on the winner or the lower side. If they beat Complexity, they basically give themselves a winner's side start to the tournament, which would be a huge benefit.
It's going to be, of course, Complexity and Ether to come over. And of course, it is Complexity. That is one of those teams that I'm really interested to see how they play.
Again, I think this series is going to be very intense to watch, man. You guys get ready.
Kowski.
Oh,
got,
wow.
to
Complexity already
continue
scored. Oh.
The
Hold on, I want to see if
versus E.
this isn't like the best quality. This is better quality. Oh, wow. This will be a good series to watch, too.
Way to victory.
Huh. 73%. I have to get it on Halo though. It has to refresh on Halo. So like this.
The winner side, regardless.
I might have to just shut down the browser. Holy. Trying to get my drop. Yep, I gotta shut down the browser. I think. I'm not too sure. Gotta make sure I get these drops, bro. Huh. So it is glitched right now? I'll give it a little bit though, but that's weird. I put HCS red for like a second, brother.
Something up diabolical. Right time, right place, right? Sparty was playing it slow, and then when the moment
It's like
was
glitched.
green light go, he stepped down on the gas. He smashed the pedal to the floor, and now it's Complexity on the run once again. Nobody in Ether in position to stop this one. I think this is going to be 2-0, Eli.
For a moment, I was confused why Huss was running away. And
Enemy team nearing victory.
Yo, it's glitched on HCS red, bro. Whatever. Why is it glitched on HCS red? There we go. There we go. Alright, now we're chilling. Gotta make sure it's going, bro. For sure.
Defeat.
Lady, BRP guys.
Enemy team nearing
pay attention to who they're shooting out. It's Collect who's cleaning up a lot of those slays as SO earns the last shot slay onto Morgan. Infamous seem to have won back the 50-yard line, and if they get a couple more slays here, they should be able to penetrate the base.
Should be able to get this overshield as well.
%, baby. Knock and let them know. Let's collab. You guys got 10K viewers. Imagine collabing with all the grassroots streamers right now, bro. Hey, yo. But I just exited right away because they probably won't. But I'm ready for it, bro. That'd be lit. All right.
At Collect, popping off here. 30.
I'm gonna watch some of this, even though the quality's not the best.
Have yourself a game 1.
He doesn't even have the most. Descendant's got 37. A dynamic duo. These guys are like
Jesus.
2 SMGs on the front line in a Call of Duty match.
My God.
They're just holding forward. Nice grenade kill. Collect probably has more flag holes than anyone in the server. And he's gotten past the 50. One of his teammates have gone down. Lethal gets a kill as well. This looks like it should go home. Morgan, the last player that could possibly do it. I love this route from Collect just to guarantee he gets his shields back. Oh, grab the flag though, buddy. There it is. Infamous with a huge game 1 victory.
I love the decision there by Collect. He traded off the G-slide extended flag run to strong side and stay alive. So while he's strong side, it took down the physics of being able to hit that execution with the extended slide. He instead stays alive, gets the score. They win in OT. Infamous go up 1-0. We're back on board here with Complexity and Ether. And while Ether are up 13-0, they go 4 down, so Complexity should be able to match that.
Yeah. This will be an interesting one to me. I feel like the NA scene and the top teams are so good at this game type now. They've played it since literally day 1. The meta has developed. It's been in every scrim, every single day. I think these guys are playing Streets ball. So I'm curious to see how Ether can step up in this moment. You know that Ashes, coach of Complexity, was likely up late studying the habits of Ether, what breaks they like to go for, so that Complexity can counter it. I feel like this might be a difficult one for Ether.
It's a tough fight on the B rail, but he trades out with Drift. 3 go down for Ether once again, so it's going to allow Complexity here to double up on the lead. Fractos takes Sparty down to 1 HP, but the flank coming through the commando, so there is somebody in position to clean up on that damage. Sparty's still down to 1 shot. Now he's even lower. His shields have been beeping for what feels like a minute.
Click your teammate. Okay, we're good. Gets the melee on Leor as well.
Oh.
Repulses the player back.
Yo, that's definitely got to be the
he eventually goes
Twitch,
down,
Discord, or whatever. Yo, what up, Lebowski? How's it going, homie?
Sparty's been so good at playing his life this weekend.
What you up to, bro?
Trading blows back and forth.
It's happening. 10, 1, and 4.
Wow.
Was popping.
That's incredible. Luor doing some assist work, though. He needs to keep his death sounds a little bit. A little too involved in the action. He needs to find a
Bad Fishy in the chat. What is going on, bro?
At the very least. Drift will go down.
Fishy.
So that gives the
Good,
odd
bro.
possession right
2 up
back
2.
to Complexity after getting reset on the palm trees. A quick vacation round
How's your
trip
day
back
going,
to
bro?
sea.
Excellent break from Complexity. I mean, Ether only had control for a few seconds.
Yeah, you too, Fishy. You too, man.
They're back in the mix. Sparty just being
Doing amazing. Just got done with the gym. Now I hit the
Bouncing
mountains.
grade
Play some
off the
Super
easy
Smash.
position.
Nice.
If he can
It's like
plus
going
some
up
of
the
that cash
mountains,
wide
bro.
Unfortunately, he gets
Get
taken
that
down.
workout
Ether had a
in,
chance to
bro.
push here, but it's a 2v3 situation.
Some Super Smash, bro. You must be excited for the Switch too, then, huh?
Oh, did you see Precision here?
Oh my
Steps
God.
in front of his teammate. Drift, I think, still was able to clean up mentally. Yeah, he did, but I love the idea there from Precision. Hey, you're about to go down. Let me Sinbad myself, dive in front of the bullet, take it for you. It's that selfless level of play that has Complexity up 19 here in Game 4. A closeout Game 4 at that.
Or another difficult situation. Feels like he's been in a lot of them so far this game, struggling to get on the board. 2 and 12. Have to imagine if he can start getting into his groove, that's when this team could start coming back. But right now, they are coming back a bit. Acid on the ball, rotating towards his spawning teammates on the PD and arcade side of the map. Typically, you get those mirrored spawns from the opposition, so they know that based off of that spawn, there should be enemies on the opposite side. why they dropped the ball here.
We also got some good Halo competition all weekend,
you can see
Labosi. You're very
Acid
excited, but you have to
questioning
wait for how
his
much
body
it is. You don't
where
want to
he wanted
spend
to take
the
that
Smash
oddball, but
Bros.
once
to
Lior
select.
spawned
Okay, I got
on
you.
the
Yeah, that's
east
true. That's
in
true.
B, he knew that
That
the
new
push
Mario Kart world
needed
looks
to
sick,
push
bro. It's like an
through
open
that
world
location.
GTA,
Look
bro.
at this. They clear all the way through B
I
into
feel
PD.
you though, bro. I feel that.
Phenomenal rotation of the oddball. That's going to get them back on top.
Said phenomenal, like tools, channel tools for a moment.
Yeah. He's rubbing off on me.
Hey, yo. Anyways, rotating here.
Hey, he said,
Spark
hey, yo.
With the sidekick, looking like the main character, channeling some Why Not Be Casting. Shout out to the GOAT. Tapping buttons, though. Last player alive for Ether, and Complexity have stolen the setup.
Spartan at the desk. No paperwork needed here. He's a mercenary. He's not supposed to be behind the desk, so he's going to work his way out of PD.
All right,
Coffee
sounds
in
good.
the
Sounds
oddball in
good.
hand for
Labosi.
Mental. As Spartan goes down, Drift breaks through, so too does Tapping Buttons, the duo, like a SWAT team breaking down the door. And now the Seesaw lead is going to go back into Ether. How many lead changes have we seen in this oddball, Eli? This feels like 6 or 7.
Yeah, these teams are actually so close to one another right now. Any game could go either way. Lior with the camo grab and the peek and pop shots, able to land that Slay. He's getting some of his groove back here. Now 7, 5, and 13. We previously called him out 2 and 12, so going on a bit of a spree since then.
This is it. Just like that, Complexity have been in the mix and in the fight, but they're looking at one more collective team of 4 push up the map, or Ether are going to take this round, 2 down on each side, but the collective respawns are coming through a little bit faster for Ether. Lior on the oddball with 1:02 left on the clock, needing just 15 seconds to secure round 1.
Drift, last player alive. That
Nice
might
to see all you guys, bro. Let's
bad
get it.
news
Gonna
for
be a
Ether.
beautiful, beautiful day,
They're a little
man.
bit
Day's
staggered.
just getting
Probably need to play a little
started.
bit slow here, but don't have
I'm watching a
ton
little
of
bit of
time to
LVT.
work
I got
with.
my co-streamer
Complexity
drops
crossed
from
that
yesterday,
70-second
so we're
mark.
chilling, and now I'm
52
trying to
seconds
get
in regulation time.
the mainstream drops, but I'm almost done them. I'm at like 91%, so I'm basically there.
To hold on to that oddball a little bit longer than he
So,
should have, with 2 going down
yeah.
and him holding the oddball.
I
It's
mean, just
essentially
vibe out and watch
Sparty
whatever
against all
now.
4 for Ether. But that's what you afford
Even if I
yourself
watch
when
like
you
the
take
grand
advantage, when
finals
you take
tomorrow
the
night,
lead, you
I'm gonna
force the other
be
team
able to
to
finish
chase
off
a
the
little
drop.
bit, and I
So
think that's what we just saw there from
chilling.
Complexity as Ether and Drift. They're going to play a little keep away, it looks like. They only have a 12-second lead. There's double, triple that left on the clock.
as long as you just kind of watch as
Now,
much as you
hey,
can,
they're
you
gonna
should
make
be able to
their
get them
stand and
all.
stick to their guns.
Risky play call, but I kind of
Yo,
like
welcome
it.
back,
They just get a
Labosi.
few
Thank you
slays
for
here. They
watching
leave
the
the
ads,
ball
bro.
purposefully
It
out in the
reset.
open. Yeah,
I
they
appreciate
left
that,
it there
brother.
for long enough for it to reset. Now 18 seconds on the clock. As the
I
longer
am
the
on
strike
Kick
goes
and
the
YouTube
better it is for
multi-streaming
Ether.
if you don't want ads and you
But
just want
it
to
looks
watch
like
the
Complexity
same
are kind of brute
content.
forcing their way through. I like this.
Feel free
precision
to
work past
subscribe
the
on my
oddball to play the
YouTube.
front line. If he can land a slay here, it's massive for Complexity.
It's like
He's
following
forced
basically
to grab
on
the ball
Twitch,
while one
and then
shot
you can
drops
just
the
always
ball to
pop
Ether.
in and out of
They
that.
got it. Mental does
Or you can
too.
go on my
Last
Kick.
hits a slay
Kick
as
has
well.
no
3 down
ads
for
at
Ether.
all,
It's just
and I'm
massive
always
left
live
block.
on there
He's
as
got the
well.
stop
So
right in
feel free
front.
to
It's
tune
back
into my
bucket
Kick account,
2-1
or just keep
for
it open if
Ether,
you're on the
taking
PC.
it by 6
Oh
seconds.
shit!
Unbelievable round 1.
Perfect
See,
frag grenade placement from Acid. He's fighting a player in his face and just
Skipping rocks.
skipping a rock on the lake to the perfect location right behind the column.
Yeah, bro, I'm loving these series, bro. And then these guys, we're gonna get to see Ether versus SSG next after this, I believe. I don't know. I assume it's gonna be somewhere. I'll want to watch
As
it
we've seen
wherever it is.
routine
I think it'll be a
final
good
seconds
match.
ticking away in regulation and matches being decided by single digits. But it's going to take one more round win for Ether to secure that game 5, and they're looking good. 3 go down. Sparty, the last Spartan standing. He has the Stalker once again, like we saw previously. But it might not be enough. No, Sparty drops as well. 20 and rolling. They're going to hit the 30-second threshold here, Eli.
Look at the awareness from Acid. He
My takes on the
understood
Switch,
based
bro.
on the
I would
positioning
probably
of his
get it,
teammates and
man.
their spawns. There was likely a spawner of Complexity in PD.
I've never had
He
a Switch, but I'm
purposefully
always into the
baits
Nintendo
that player
games
to
like
chase him
Mario,
towards the
Zelda. It's like the
backside and
first
calls him out.
console
Ether
I've
then
ever
rotates to
owned
get
was
the kill.
a
They're
Nintendo
playing
based, right?
flawless
Was the
Halo
N64.
right now on Streets Oddball. Acid's
So,
gonna
you
get a
know,
ton
it
of
takes
time.
me back, man. Zelda
Tapping buttons. He's
games,
not on your screen.
Mario
He's actually
games,
on the
figuring things
respawn
out.
screen. All 4 are for Ether.
Puzzle games like
But I
that,
gotta
so.
highlight this. This is why I think Ether
Switch
is
2
a
might be for me, we'll
legitimate
see.
threat to place top 8 all season. Tapping
I'm
buttons.
just trying to
have
really
placed
just
top
push my
4
stream grind
before.
right now.
So
I've been
they've got a guy
doing
that
a
they can look
daily
across the aisle
subscriber
and say,
goal.
hey, man, if he's
And
been
actually,
there,
it's been
done
going
that,
pretty
maybe
well. I
can too.
got, I'm trying to hit
They've also got the
3
new up-and-coming
subs
star,
per day,
Lior,
whether it's
who was
people
on that
resubbing to the
alpha roster
stream
that was
or
making waves.
subscribing,
And,
or if it's
he's been a great
because I
addition to this
multi-stream,
squad.
I'm trying
This
to, you
game
know,
we talked
any
about him
platform.
maybe
If people
taking
become
a
a
little
member
bit
on my
to
YouTube
start the
channel,
engine,
or
but
if someone
once
subscribes
he's
on my
up and
Kick,
running, this squad is
3 per day hitting the goal. If I can continue to hit that goal, I feel like I'll be able to like obviously get more content for the stream, like a new console and games and stuff, and then you know, I'll be able to check out those on stream and give you guys my live opinions. So yeah, just kind of on the grind right now, and really looking forward to the Switch 2 and the games that might come out for it, and maybe be able to provide content on stream for you guys, you know, live content of Nintendo games, just like I do with Halo. But we'll see, man. We're getting there. We're grinding.
Last player alive gets a couple
Enjoying
kills.
the
It's pretty
days,
massive for
day by
Complexity's
day.
as they come off spawn here. Gonna get in this tricky little pipe spot, but he gets triangulated by the forces of Ether. He's gonna be taken down.
And it looked like tapping buttons makes it away with the camo, and you can see him playing the recon role.
How about you, bro? What do you think about the Switch and all that?
As he's looking to gather intel, gather the back.
Assuming
of a
you're
couple
like
of
you're
opponents,
gonna
which I
go
think is
play
what's
some
lining up
right
here.
now,
He
so
drops
I
the
assume
oddball out towards PT. So that
assume you
oddball is
love
like an
it.
invisible hand, pulling Complexity in right into the trap, but they handle it pretty well. 2 down on each side as we hop on board here with Acid. Looking to spew Venom. Gets the slay onto Huss. Nice use of the sidekick as he now turns around the corner.
Bro, I'm loving these teams go up against each other. It's so good.
But I think they might have just slayed it out. He's looking for the same thing I am, but with nobody pressuring, he's going to grab more time.
I think a member of Complexity is lurking.
They are still at A.
Sparty was lurking, so his Spidey senses were correct, but wasn't able to find him in time. Now Sparty's going to be a thorn in their side as the rest of Complexity push through. Really well played by Sparty, but it might not matter.
He's stuck in a double. Tapping button, chucks the
Telling you,
nuts,
bro, this
and takes
MX
down
team
2 and doubles the
is
ball lead.
definitely like a pro
Mental
team,
coming off spawn
and
with
they
a
went
big
through
pick,
open
though.
bracket.
But this is this lead is growing for Ether, and they recognize where the push is coming from. They're now rotating to the opposite side of A.
Oh, you're gambling last weekend,
Cafe side,
Lebowski? Nice, bro.
Trade in the kill.
Yeah, just gotta be careful, you know.
Leor somehow finds
Going with
Leor
money,
had the
like
wrap.
it's like fun
I
money.
think
It's
he
like
might have got a
entertainment
spawn in
money.
C and gets all the way behind for the pinch.
Poker's
We go
cool.
down. This would be all 4. Sparty's pushing him by himself, so he's guaranteed to go into a 1v2.
One of those games that like
And
actually
Acid
takes
takes
skill
down 2.
instead of just like
Double kill,
pulling a
more
slot and
time,
hoping for the
and
best.
Ether might just send us to a
Play games like that, you
crucial
can like
game
bluff
5,
people
where your life
and like
hangs in the
see
balance
if
of the
people are
winners
nervous and
and
play
lower.
on that, play on their
That's it. First player
emotions.
dies, it's 2 dead already.
So there's a little, there's actually like a little bit of skill involved in that shit, right?
It will take
So,
this round.
pretty cool.
Gonna have to wait out these next 10 seconds.
Very
as the
enjoyable,
members
I can
of Complexity
assume, with a
spawn up.
couple
I don't know if
drinks,
they're
you
gonna move
know?
their Spartans.
No,
Might not
it's-
even be a reason to.
Hell yeah, bro.
Line of sight, but it's not gonna matter.
No, it was all said and done
Damn,
when
game
all 4
5,
went down
bro.
As Ether battle back to force
Ladies
a
and
game
gentlemen.
5. And again, the
Oh, I'm gonna
consequence of
love
this
that, man. I'm
series
gonna love
determines
that.
who starts and winners,
Who starts and winners.
lowers. Complexity probably felt like
Not
they had done that
necessarily,
when
unless they already
beat
played
LG,
SSG,
but
right?
Ether beat
Did they
them
lose
too,
to SSG?
even more handily than Complexity did.
Wow.
Think about that in the matchup.
Think about the fact that they
Crazy,
still
bro.
will play SSG.
Yeah.
And I
What
don't think
if?
SSG is gonna be happy that they have to play Ether.
Oh, we
What
got the
if?
FFA going.
Man.
Oh, my boy Sousa's on the screen. Let's go.
Yo, we got the
Dribble, nose nine.
FFA.
That's a gamer tag.
Well, you know me and Eli get excited for moments like this. It was 20 years ago, practically to the day, that we both linked up in a Walshy FFA lobby. A couple of montage kids getting their chance, and that's what we're seeing here as we are ramping up towards the finals of your free-for-all here live from Arlington. A tradition unlike any other, Eli. I think that's one of the things I look forward to the most on Saturday nights, me and you doing the FFA.
It's always a good time. Throws me back to my golden age. Back in Halo 2 on midship. I miss midship. When are we getting it back? Anyways.
Yo,
This
for
is
real,
probably
bro. That's a
early
remake that
rounds.
needs
I
to
see
happen.
some,
Oh, it happened, and then they took it out because
Solid
it was
players,
broken.
adjacency.
Forgot.
One of the collegiate Halo players that does pretty well. Can't remember the school he goes to right now, but certainly a force in that. And then we've got
Yeah, exactly, Lebowski. You know, you gotta
Ribbon
just play
Nose
smart,
9.
depending on what you want to
Yeah,
do
it looks
and
like
what
we
your goals
are
are.
in the early goings. And we just started hearing the admins ring out over the microphone and the
Have a nice
loudspeakers
long day, or
announcing
try to go really
individuals to
big,
step to
really
their
hard, really
stations.
quick.
It looks like we are in Heat 2. The early goings.
Bro,
of
we
the
need to see that
free-for-all.
game
We're gonna
5,
take
bro.
it down to the top
Holy.
8 and then host the finals here live on LVT
Restart
later
poker's a
tonight.
lot
You
because
definitely want to make sure you tune into
You're
that,
mainly just
Eli,
up against a
because
dealer. So you're
we're
not
going to
really
show you
gonna
who's
take
up
it. Yeah,
next.
exactly,
Recall,
bro.
it was
Exactly.
Last
Those type
Shot
of games
in
for
season
sure.
1 that absolutely tore up the free-for-alls, won the
Faux
Halo
show,
World
faux
Championship
show.
free-for-all, and now look at what he's doing.
You know who's going to be in this FFA?
Goober.
And Gunplexion.
I thought Goober told us he retired. He was going out on top last year. But again,
He
that's
can't
been the
say that.
story this weekend, bro. How many
No
times
way
have you
he's
said
back, bro.
It's just
That's
too hard to
awesome.
put down.
I think he lives
Goober's
close to here, so
back?
there's like no reason to go pick up some free money. He's like guaranteed to get top 2, I feel like.
He's
in
like
the enters.
guaranteed to get top 2,
Complexions
they said.
team, unfortunately, falls short in the open bracket. Gunny,
Man.
if anyone beats Goober, it's Complexion typically, right?
Well,
it's like those two.
So Bohm, Haynes,
Yeah.
Suspector.
Oh wow,
These are all
Suspectors are in there.
guys
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
top
yeah.
of the Halo hierarchy
But now-
that didn't make it out of open
Yeah.
and will now have the chance to compete in the free-for-all. I
True,
would not be surprised
true.
if your lobby was Goober, Complexion, Suspector, Haynes,
Suspector.
Bohm.
Think about
And
LG.
then-
LG got eliminated,
Oh
so
my.
Avicii,
Oh, bro. Dude.
Mortally.
Oh, they can
Mortally-
play in
Mortally
that
will be
still?
in it. Yeah,
They
so
can
Mortally
play
finals,
in
that
that
leaves 2
too,
spots.
bro?
My God. I don't know if you've ever
Wow.
seen so many professional competitors
That's
be
actually
ready to be
gonna
in the
be
grand
sick,
finals,
dude.
but this could be the weekend for it.
Yeah, I think Mortally has, when we did that online, like, off-season FFA circuit, he made the grand finals every single week.
Don't
Even on
drink
land.
free alcohol at the
Even on
casino.
land, there's a
You're
routine
mixing a
lane,
disaster.
top
Oh
eight.
yeah, they know how to get
So,
you, man. You
it's gonna
know,
be
have a good
stacked
time, get a little
final
loose.
For sure. This is just the early going.
Like I
so
said,
we get
just
to
be
see some
careful,
players
bro.
that we don't typically see, so
5 minutes
this is fun to watch.
Nose to the grindstone, and for now, the camo as he
That's cool.
enters
They're
into
fucking
his
broadcasting
suit
the FFA as
now
well,
has the
man.
cloaked
Shout out to
invisibility.
LBT for putting on so
Try to
much
get the
content.
jump
You gotta love
on
it, bro.
an individual player. Melee goes in first, but it's not enough.
I wonder if his name is Driven Nose because a ghost in Halo looks like a nose.
What?
Have you seen that?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's
Yeah.
got,
Oh,
you know,
ghost?
the wings of it are like the
The
nostrils.
schnoz.
Yeah, the schnoz.
Yeah, the schnuzz. Yeah.
I'd rather him just make that his gamer
Is he
tag.
driving a nose? Imagine if they had skins for the ghost.
Oh
and
my
you
God.
could have a nose skin.
You enjoying the
Like a nose
weekend
ring.
though,
Yeah, I would
Lebowski,
buy that.
or
Like
what?
the bowl ring in the middle, and then like a nose ring on the left flap, the left button.
Let's see what's happening with the main channel here. We're on a BRB again, okay. Jeez.
Just a
LBT's
straight up
got that
nose.
content
The
though, you know
flesh.
what I'm saying?
The flesh skin.
I mean,
Wait, what?
otherwise it's just a randomly generated tag. But hey, it could have some.
Well,
True, true.
I'll tell you, Microsoft came up with some weird stuff back in the day with those auto-generated tags. So, and we have met a couple players throughout the years that have used auto-generated tags and make their way to a finals in the free-for-all. So, whether you're making a name for yourself with something you came up with or something Microsoft AI chatbot generator in 2008 did, hey, you're here.
I
That's what counts.
remember when I first used the Xbox Live generator, the tag that it first suggested to me was fungal kinkajou. A kinkajou is like a rare animal species from like New Zealand or something. Madagascar maybe.
What?
Fungal kinkajou. Like, bro, what?
Wow. Well, I'm glad you didn't go with that. I think Eli the Ninja is much more fitting.
Yeah.
As
That could have been. the
Fungal
notorious-
Kingajou.
I'm
just
glad
put
you
that-
didn't make it far because I would not have been able to say that word without stumbling through it. As we
Wow.
hop back into pool play, making our way towards the championship bracket as Zero Tenacity and Mind Freak line up in an international affair.
Yeah, this is interesting. Number 1 Aussie versus number 2 EU. Which region is stronger? They are fighting for bragging rights. But no matter what, both these teams going to be, I think, happy with their performance so far this tournament. They've got a lot to be happy about. Zero Tenacity upsetting TSM, if you'll recall, earlier today in a thrilling Game 5.
50-49.
Yeah, 50-49 Game 5.
Reversal.
TSM probably still hurting after that one.
As close as it gets. That's the way the
Oh,
action
good to
is
hear,
unfolding
Lebowski.
here
Good
in
to hear,
Arlington
brother.
This weekend.
Hell
4
yeah,
go
man.
down, and
Keep it
Chick
up,
is
bro.
gonna earn the reset. Jimbo on the other side of the map
Love to
is gonna
hear
put the
that,
first
bro.
score in.
Okay.
Gotta love that.
Strong start for Zero Tenacity. Probably the favorites in this series overall. Mind Freak on the uptick, but Zero Tenacity historically top 6 or top 12 team, depending on the weekend.
Yo, we gotta see that Game 5, bro.
Chick, nice overshield proc. That's going to lead to a double kill and might lead to a flagpole as well.
Oh man, Tenacity, full Tenacity. Don't you want Tenacity? Why are they Zero Tenacity? Anyways,
We'll save that for another day.
yeah.
Wait, I could probably just find it. I don't
But
have
for
to
now,
ask
they're
them.
showing plenty of it. Let's be honest, it's 100 Tenacity in my eyes as they are back.
I'm gonna
in
try
the
to find
base
it, guys.
of
I'm gonna try to
Mind Freak
find
with
it.
Another run, and Mind Freak haven't really found their footing. Again, eating their soup with the fork. What is it about Fortress CTF that makes one team look so strong and one looks so
Oh, there it
weak,
is.
Eli?
There it is. I'll let them
and
do their
a very
thing, man. That's my bad.
intelligent person, and I still can't figure out what the fuck you're talking about when you say.
I don't want to start a riot in the chat. Shit, I shouldn't have said anything. That's my bad.
Well, yeah, if you were to dip
If I want to
the
watch
foot
it, I
into
just
the
go
soup
find it
and
and watch
put
it. You know what I
into your
mean?
mouth, what
These
do you
guys got to get some broadcast time too. There we go. Oh, I was trying to stay alive. Gets hit by the nade from an A. You see Ether controlling the A spawns. Complexity trying to live with that sniper but get taken out. And then Ether now controlling, I would say, the better side of the map with power weapons. Complexity trapped at C in tower. Trying to make a break. Seeing what they can do. Precision trying to, you know, get some map control, but tapping takes him out. Now the collapse comes in. As takes out Huss, tries to put more damage down on Mental. Oh, and takes him out too. What a good collapse by Ether. Holy cow. Wait, it's emote only or something? Why is everyone just emoting? Misses the third bullet and doesn't get the trade, so Precision stays alive. Tries to get the A spawns. Alright, they're doing pretty good. Wow, game 5, man, it all comes down to this. Complexity starting off strong here. Doing well to combat these collapses. Winning pibs, catching people on Ether off guard. Ooh, Sparty going crazy with the sniper with the help. Is that camo down? Camo's down, bottom, middle. Complexity continue to roll this lead, man. Snowball. As Huss pushes into A. Oh, saves his teammate with the back smack. Continues to put that camo to use. Gets the double kill. He's going for the triple kill. This is an open bracket team, keep in mind, Ether, and they're going toe-to-toe with some of the best teams here in pool play, taking out, you know, their previous matchup, 3-0 to start the pool in LG. Oh no, it wasn't 3-0, it was close, right? It was closer than that, but still. Winning that series, now coming in and trying to take another series. I swear, I don't know if they played SSG yet. But I feel like I wanted to see that too. I feel like they would have a good chance of beating SSG as well.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Cool weapon skin. Damn, it's not looking good, but there's still time. Also very excited to see the FFA part of LVT broadcast that.
Two go down for Ether. Huss, looky what I found. A hidden treasure exposes itself. It's above ground.
nice,
No
they
need
went
to
to it.
dig. Instead, he's digging the grave of acid instead.
Us trying to show why he needs to be talked about. I swear this guy doesn't get nearly the recognition he deserves. He's a phenomenal player.
Oh my God!
Perfectly placed grenade. Let's see if he can land the headshot as well. Even Ashes himself say that Huss is the least appreciated, most talented player. Unfortunately, does get taken down. It's going to take the entire squad of Ether to shut down that push. What do they do with this opening?
Tapping. Sliding through on the needle side. Two players pushing through the long haul. You got one up top, Gold. Two on the platform now of C, making their way through the mid-bridge. And again, more kills filling up the feed for Complexity.
Okay, there you go, Lebowski.
One
Good
on
for you,
Trent.
man. Yeah,
And
you've
that
been
might
working
have just
hard.
been
Every time you come in the
dagger
stream, you
game
tell me you were like
That's
crushing
that
the
champion
grind.
with
So good
gameplay
job, bro.
out
Good
of
job.
precision.
Follow what you
These
need to,
guys
you know.
Have won on land many times in Gears of War. They're not afraid of the stage, especially at this stage of the tournament. They know
Let's
what
get
they
it,
can do
bro.
and secure themselves in good position. It's not over yet, but it feels like the speed Complexity he's playing at might be too much to overcome, especially when they're landing every shot.
Everybody holding left forward on the joystick.
got this,
Everybody
bro.
clicking it and sticking to the
Whatever
spring.
you need to do, it'll
It's
happen, you know.
unrelented aggression here.
Maybe
And
not the
I
way
don't
you think
Ether
it'll
can
happen,
keep
but
up, man. And when you got Sparty on the run and everybody's
stick with a
following
positive grind.
suit, holding hands
You have
together,
a good
pushing out
work
as a team of four, the numbers
work
are too
ethic,
strong. The aggression
and things
is
will
too
just
strong. It's
work
almost
out,
got
bro. I
Ether
feel
little-
like with
little
a good
scrambled,
attitude,
it looks like.
you got
We haven't
this, bro.
seen that from them all weekend.
It's usually
Yeah,
how
and
it
I love
goes.
what I just saw from Complexity as well. Mental was on an island, goes down. Sparty and his teammate push in, but now they actually turn back and go back towards elevator. The callouts are made. They're totally fine trading out kills until the end of the game.
This guy's been
That's
restoring
obviously their game plan. They just want to trade this
too
one
many
to
things,
finish.
bro. Time to for
Complexity
you to chill.
on the verge of taking their trip to the championship bracket.
Someone
from the
needs
winner's
to
side. Ether would drop to the
Not
losers.
restore you, but it gives you like a
As they're
nice
staring
massage.
at
You know what I mean?
9
Like
kill deficit, 3
almost like
kills now, 2
the same
kills
thing
to
that you do
Complexity.
to
It's
like
all technicality at the end of
upkeep
the day. Add a couple
buildings
more
or
damage.
maintenance.
Kills and assists here.
You know, your
Stashes,
body's
Michael
kind of
does
like a
just
temple.
that.
You gotta
Big
like,
backpack
in
went
a
with
way,
the
I'm
shock
saying you
rifle
gotta get
as Complexity
like restoration on
take
your
game 5 of
body.
the series.
If that makes sense, bro.
They're
Like
poised
massages are a
and
good
just
way, or like
ability
just
to
there,
clutch up.
like
I mean, what did Mental say on the couch yesterday? He
vacation.
said,
You know what I
I feel like my
mean?
team's very clutch. If
That'll
we
be
end
good
up
for
in a
you, bro.
situation where we have to ice up,
I feel like
I'm
that'll
very
be good for you, my
confident
brother.
that my team will do exactly that, and they
Right?
played lights out in that
You
entire
got this,
slate.
man.
Yeah, clean and impressive. A
Ooh,
building
what?
block, if you will, for Complexity.
Was that a?
Because they came into this
Is that a
tournament
bank shot?
without as much confidence, you
Yeah.
could argue, without other teams. But they've got it all back in blood here on land as they're looking like one of the teams to beat. I expect them to make a deep run and potentially even on Sunday. We'll have to see about that. For now, we take our sights to Pool C.
Deep
Tenacity
run.
versus Mind Freak. Tenacity, after an absolute throttling 3-0 win on Fortress CTF, are up 3 in Game 2.
Yeah, this is looking great for Z10. I'm going to start calling them.
I like that better.
Yeah, Z10 is their tagline. I don't know what to call it. Regardless, Chick with the rockets. First one does some body shot damage. Second one gets the kill. Maintain the lead.
Oh!
Do it. Oh. Plasma doesn't want to be on the highlight reel.
I was about to say the same thing. You can see from his body language, his Spartan was dripping with fear.
Guy backs
But now
away
he's got a
hella
chance to hit a
quick,
nasty
no?
no-scope triple. Doesn't. As the sniper exchanges hands like a hot potato, but both players, it feels like, have been hot with it. 28-26. This one's still close.
Okay, Sways has been disgusting with the precision weapons all weekend long. Can he bring his team back into this? I feel like a couple of headshots. Mind Freak are right back in this. Looks like he doesn't need to so far as 2 go down from his teammates.
Yeah, again, you could make the argument Sways and Mind Freak are here in pool play because of his clutch plays with the S7 in the open bracket, saving Mind Freak in that oddball. Still one of the most iconic moments from the open bracket and this whole weekend. As he lines up the quick scope, no scope lands on the body, but it's not enough as Mighties will take him down instead. No sniper left to work with, so you don't lose that resource, you just lose your life. 32-31, this one's still too close to call.
He's kind of in an awkward position. You sometimes go bottom center to get a kill, but you don't want to stay there very long. He ends up overstaying his welcome, gets taken down by the likes of Mind Freak. They brought this back. They're only down by 1 now.
34-33 as Scoop Meister.
Ooh.
Wow.
That
And that's the
MK,
MK strong side. Otherwise, he goes down. That was nasty.
It's kind of freaky. You ever play a player in matchmaking, you shoot him in the back, and he just instantly
you're like,
turns.
whoa!
You're like, what the?
I wasn't expecting that.
Like whiplash. I feel like a lot of these players experience that when they play against players like Scoob, Rice, and Woodham.
These MNK players, they just throw the ultimate rusty wrench into the game plans of everybody on controller because the timing, the pacing, and the flow is completely disrupted when you can instantaneously switch your reticle to go wherever you want it to. That's the physical limitation uncapped when you're on mouse and keyboard, and Scoobmeister continues to show the skill ceiling with it. Mindfreak up 5, looking to tie up the series.
It just breaks your perception of how you expect the play to play out. You start shooting someone in the back, you expect to be up 3 shots before they turn around, but no, after a single shot, these guys are snapping onto your forehead. Exactly what Mindfreak have done, but
huge.
Good plays here from Z10, bringing it back to within 3.
38-41, tenacity, showing a lot of it. Down by just 3 kills, but Mindfreak have looked really good here. And Scoobmeister has not died yet. You shut down Scoob, you might just shut down Mindfreak. He goes down, but not before earning another slay. A trade occurs in the feed, 40-43 with 2 down on each side. Sika looking to stay alive, but the 2v1 is too strong for Mindfreak. They'll extend on their lead up 4.
Mindfreak are earning the respect of these professional teams, showing why they need to be feared. They're so good at Slayers. It's impressive. They were able to take down, who was it earlier? TSM?
Yep.
TSM in the Slayer before ultimately losing the series, but man, are they strong. They're now only 2 kills away from securing a W here.
Jimbo knows that Sways is above him. Sways with the sniper.
What?
Awkward fight. Jimbo wins it, though, and that's massive. No, but not massive enough.
That's massive.
That's that South Park episode. And it's gone.
Exactly.
So, too bad for Jimbo there. He made a great play, and I'm sure for a moment he felt the butterflies in his stomach, like, I could do this. I believe. Like, skipping through the meadows, and then he gets shot in the back of the head by a sniper, and that's it. GG's, no read. 29-22 here in Game 2 between Infamous and Dark Inside as Descendant makes his way on the elbow thruster. Not enough as he'll get taken down by Kid Nasty. Kid Nasty making his first appearance in pool play. What an opportunity.
I want to say it's Morgan and Lido also.
As well,
yes. First time. And Morgan's been the player that I've had my eye on throughout the entire open bracket. Interesting choice of geometry to shoot the rocket with. Neither explosion would go through the wall there. He gets taken down though, but still a 5-kill game.
33-29 as Kid Nasty looks to hold the line. He does. Collect goes down. Nice contested headshot there with low shields. Perfect timing. Once those shields starts to recharge, he knows that's his cue to go, and he perfectly times it. The process being played so well for a guy who's never been here before.
Yeah, Kid Nasty, very twitchy POV, kind of a twitchy human being as well, if I'm being honest, when he was on our couch. He was doing the mogging, I think they call it. It probably sounds so old.
What's mogging?
You like point to your chin and like make a weird face. I don't know, man. These Zoomers are. It just looks like brain rot if you ask me personally. But hey, man, makes them happy.
Morgan with the snipe, and Dark Inside have stolen the lead. 35-36, just like that. They're right back in the fight, and they might just be right back in the series. This is a monument. This is a David versus Goliath series here, let's be honest, between Infamous and Dark Inside. But Dark Inside with the slingshot and a sharp stone have a chance.
Okay, 1 kill. Now, Dark Inside with the lead.
Shit, you find that anywhere, Lebowski, not just Canada, bro.
Keeps them alive in the series. Infamous already kind of down right now as far as the tournament as a whole.
Divorced? Oh shit, okay. Sorry to hear, bro.
Them doubt themselves. Could be your ticket to a win. Collect's gonna see if he can change the storyline here though.
41-40. It's a 1-kill advantage, now 2.
Oh, good man. People go through things in life, and you know, you end up finding something else that, you know, that makes your life better.
Need to find one here because it's getting tight.
Stay focused, stay on the grind, stay around energy that you find positive. I feel like that helps a lot.
Maybe nothing's a big lead anymore. So as soon as I say that, they get 3 in a row.
You know what I mean?
And they've tied it up. Never mind. No lead.
All vibes, all good vibes.
Lido with the sniper in his hands. He takes 2 players down to 1 HP. Can Kid Nasty clean them both up? He goes underneath to try to stop the push of Lethal here, but Lethal's actually going to get trapped in the coffin corner and goes down, and he doesn't trade out. That was massive. Kid Nasty keeps his teammate alive, and now we're tied. 46-all. Kid Nasty with the high ground positioning could take down a weak opponent. Spots him a little late, but not late enough to earn the assist. 47-all. 48-47. Dark inside. Brewing an
49. Oh my gosh, they took the lead. Oh my gosh, they took the lead. Oh, and they melted his ass.
Cross-map contested shots. Takes him down.
No
with
way.
the cross-map shots. That was like a clean 5-shot, using that high ground advantage, keeping his opponent out of scope. They've tied it up. This tournament is so close, Hunter.
Jeez. Oh, Goober.
here we go.
Falling
Gunny and Goober in
in.
the same lobby already.
Gunny.
Oh no.
Capilli. Okay, okay. Damn.
Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate, I think, for both Gunny and Deputy, Mr. Goober.
Well, they don't follow through all the way to the end, right? Like, they'll swap around, because that would be crazy. If starting in Heat 2, Gunplexion and Goober had to duke it out all the way through.
I think they might actually end up in the same lobbies. It depends.
Wow.
I've seen them do both structures where top 4 continue on together and join a different top 4. But like,
Strange Rich is nasty. Dilly Donut, we've seen him pop off on LVT before. Yeah, this lobby is pretty stacked for just being Heat number 2.
gotta say, Mr. Dilly Donut, my best student of all time.
Dilly Dilly.
Where they want me in their lab, but they don't want me to stop me. Every single one's weird.
Wow.
Where they ghost people and they don't want you to alert the private number. Yeah, I feel you, bro.
Measurable growth.
All good, man.
As we hop
Just go with your gut.
With Goober, Tops in the lobby.
Go
and
with
you
your
get
gut,
to see
brother.
in real time why. Lining up the overkill, and he gets it, and he makes it look easy, too.
Goober's sense of timing and just rotating around the map to find kills and third parties is flawless. So hard to play against. Unfortunately, he's going to get 2 assists probably out of those shots before being taken down, but he's pretty much a lock to win this one, assuming he stays at any reasonable pace. Already at 48 kills, and we're pretty early.
It's no surprise that the top
I gotta lock in and get these drops. Let's see, let's see, let's see.
at this event, we've seen creeps of this happen throughout
And
the event so far with the
93%,
likes of
bro.
Quadrant. So shout out to the Europeans for bringing their A game and actually getting it done on Friday. It's a long weekend though, and I don't want to just write the history book already. There's a lot to be determined.
Facts,
and
bro.
we'll see
Facts,
consistent
facts.
both of these
Weekend's
two
still
teams
getting
in
started a
progress
little
on
bit. You
Friday.
know, we're still warming things up until the big people start getting eliminated for real, for real.
How their journeys will look. Folks at home, if you are tuning in all weekend, you get not only world-class Halo, but you do get Twitch drops as well. So if you are a fellow player, you get to have the best looking things in the game. Skins, charms, emblems, everything, you name it. Looking so good. We've got Tony the Dinosaur down in the bottom right corner. That was actually
what we're
West's
naming
idea. Tony the Dinosaur.
Tony, that kind of looks like you.
That's what he said yesterday. Can you believe that?
I was watching.
Can you believe it? So it's now Tony the Dinosaur. If you want to rock Tony the Dinosaur, make sure you are
I'm
watching.
gonna rock Tony the
I am
Dinosaur when
too,
I get
actually.
home.
I'm going to be doing that, exactly that. So make sure you're tuning in all weekend long. Keep a tab open if you're out and you're shopping, doing your groceries. Make sure you pick up all those incredible Twitch drops as well. Now, where to watch? You have a couple of different options as well. You can watch either on Twitch, YouTube. Make sure you're tuning in to catch all of your favorite teams and all of the action for that one. So you guys are covered completely. Well, pools, where are we? That is the big question. I certainly want to know where on earth we are in the pool updates because so much has been going on. I barely even open my eyes and things were happening this morning. So let's see where we're at. All right, here we go. Top of the pools here, we've got Shopify Rebellion 3-0, looking great. And it's a great start for them coming into day number 2.
I'm gonna try to refresh everything so that if I'm watching this stream, it for sure is like loading in the drops, you know?
Despite what happened to them yesterday, Optic Gaming, they might rebound back this morning. And
I hope so.
I sure hope so too. Pool B though, Nemesis. This is the big one here, right? This is the big upset. Nemesis 3-0, right at the top of the.
All right,
table.
we're chilling. We're getting the drops. Let's
You know,
get it.
things not looking fantastic for a couple of the other teams who may not have expected the rise of this European roster. When you're looking at Pool D though, Wes, what's going through your head?
I'm thinking of Piggy and his tweets about needing more main stage action and screen time for the 5th seed coming into the tournament. Well, you went 0-3, and guess what? The easiest way as a player to get main stage experience, your games commentated, is to win games and win series. You did not do any of that this weekend. And therefore, we're going to say goodbye to Luminosity very early. A 5th seed getting knocked out in pools, I'm not quite sure the last time that's happened, if it's ever happened throughout Infinite.
did not step up.
Wow.
Unfortunately, so we do say goodbye to them. But
Sheesh.
saying goodbye is something I also have to do to you two gentlemen in just a moment, because I want to head on over to two of my favorite human beings in this arena.
I mean, two beings sitting here. Yours is a being.
Bro, he just fucking like, you didn't even really have to say any of that, bro. But like,
the bacon this morning. He's also coming at me. So
yeah, BO straight up.
Beans, bacon, you name it, all of it.
Well, I mean, he's basically just saying like, I don't know. Oh man.
Can't wait to get into it. I think SWAT Latam have not gone according to plan for them. I think for Optic, last night wasn't going their way. You could almost see a reverse sweep happening, but that didn't happen either. So both these teams have some work to do.
All right, well, I'll leave it in your capable hands. Can't wait to hear your dulcet tones in this arena. Vlad, it's over to you.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to jump into this one, Dan. Optic Gaming, like I said, it didn't go to plan last night. Again, this morning, didn't wake up and get any better, so they have a lot of work to do.
It did not get any better, sadly. They were able to take one game at least, and you know, it was close. I was thinking against Nemesis, maybe we're going to see that reverse sweep from Optic Gaming, but actually a rare thing that happens from European sides, there was a bit of ice. Sometimes it just goes complete opposite way in these tournaments. But alas, less about Nemesis, more about Optic Gaming. Can they solidify themselves going 2-1 in this pool by taking down SWAT Latam? If you have been watching some of the stream, you may have been watching SWAT Latam going against the likes of Nemesis. They were taken down. They also lost to Gen G as well. So Optic, heavy favorites coming into this, and also looking at this series layout, Shurs, that is the perfect series layout for an Optic Gaming side. They are typically not that great at the newer maps and modes, but these are some of the old heavy hitters.
Let's set the table, though. Let's say SWAT Latam can pull off the win. We get a three-way tie. What does that mean for them? Can they still progress here?
It means a lot of math being done in the back. It means that I'm going cross-eyed, as are you. I think that SWAT Latam just have to play what's in front of them. If they 3-0 Optic Gaming, they give themselves a chance to progress, and then you just let the math do the rest of it. You've got to take on what is in front of you, and that will be the Green Wall, who are going to have a point to prove here after a disappointing performance so far against Nemesis.
It's time to tie a little bow on Pool B. It's shields up, it's weapons hot. We're on board with Formal, and he's already driving forward towards the tower.
It could be the perfect series for Optic Gaming just to get back on the saddle as well. They're going to be so disappointed with how they were against Nemesis, but if they can have a solid game here, go into championship bracket with a little bit of confidence, then you never really know where Optic will end up at the end of this tournament.
And that's the thing, you talk about jeopardy, what does it mean to lose to Nemesis? Of course, their seed is thrown up in the air, but if they match against Rebellion, they would have had to play Rebellion eventually anyway, so there's not that much harm, not that much foul.
I think everyone else in the tournament will be a little bit more annoyed, to be honest, because it's going to be the bracket in the elimination side. It's going to be very messed up by all these seed changes. You can have an Optic Gaming, maybe, or a Shopify, maybe, dropping down to that elimination bracket and having to face a team for, like, what, top 12, which is going to be ridiculous. But we'll get there when it arrives. But now, though, it's been SWAT Latam in the early stages. ANC in control and taking B now, and Optic a little bit of a slow start.
You speak about Optic falling off the horse, perhaps this is the perfect series to get back on it, but at the moment, it's SWAT Latam in the ascendance, 43 points in climbing, Renegade down to no shields. He pushes forward, teammates not really there. Formal gets tagged to the body, over towards the pillars, continues to jiggle peek. Legends picked up a double kill elsewhere. That should make this a difficult hold for Strikey. As try as he might, he is going to fall. 3 members of Latam do hit the deck.
And there are some familiar names on the SWAT Latam roster that you may have seen throughout the history of HCS. I mean, Noble and Pelu, two of the big heavy hitters from the region, but Roche and Strikey have apparently been the two that have really been stepping up to the plate so far in the open bracket, and one of the main reasons why they find themselves here in pool play.
The incredible thing, I want to give a shout out to the people in pool play. There was only one North American team who actually qualified through it. We had 2 LATAM representatives, and of course, we also have one from the ANZ with Mind Freak, so congratulations to all of them for making it to this point, but all of them will have ambitions and of pushing even further.
Yeah, and it's always tough because the pool play game is going to be a far different experience, but SWAT Latam, they've had 2 games to warm up, essentially now. They've been able to take down 2 other squads, and now they have to do arguably an even more difficult task, go against the Green Wall on the main stage. At least they're getting back into it now, though, are Optic. 26 points on the board, and they are starting to pick up a few kills here or there.
Drawing back into it. Strikey's going to have to try and clear out. Bound over towards the tower. He has no idea he's there, and an elbow to the spine's good enough for the kill. Camouflage has popped up. Strikey's got eyes on it as well. Formal's going to be there. Legends picked up another double kill, though. Formal will get away with the camouflage, down to no shields, but nobody on the side of SWAT Latam there to put him in the grave. He can now push forward towards sandbags. This is good for Optic Gaming. A and B in control, and now it's SWAT Latam that have to fight for the back foot.
I think Optic just don't need to overthink this. I think if they just play the game and start to focus on actually just their fragging power, they should be able to overpower this SWAT Latam roster. But if you start to overthink things and try and work out, you know, why are SWAT Latam doing this? This is a little bit different to what we've done against other teams in scrims. That's when it gets a little bit more difficult. Just focus on your raw skill. Go back to the basics a little bit here for the Green Wall.
Renegade with snipe. Looking towards big door. Nobody there. Back towards tower. Always a great place to hold. A foundation for your team. The anchor point. They now take the lead. B and C in full control. We have to see what SWAT Latam can do. Can they break this setup? 2 down, Formal inbound, an opening, but 4 go down for Latam as quick as you like. And Renegade can continue to rotate and hold B.
And this is where you would expect Optic to be at their best, when they do have control, but it was something that in that oddball game against Nemesis earlier on today, they had that control, they had that setup. Alas, Nemesis were able to break it, which was even more impressive, because breaking an Optic setup is not an easy thing to achieve. And I think that's what SWAT Latam are going to experience right about now. They need to have a plan in action, either do a 3-1 split or a full 4 send, and they do get the opening onto Form.
How deep is the playbook for Latam? And will it even matter with how much firepower is in the team? As I say that, Bounds picked up a double kill. He's died over towards tower though. Renegade's in hot pursuit. Roar's trying to desperately stay alive. Renegade will not let him do it so though. And back to B he goes with the help of the Quantum Translocator. Noble over towards Mud. He's being spotted out as well. Renegade knows exactly where he's going and will train his crosshairs appropriately. 2 members to contend with, backs away, clever from Renegade.
Yeah, shame really that there was so many eyes on him. Otherwise he might have been able to escape into Melden, keep that sniper rifle on the side of Optic, but all the rest of the team have been able to do the job, and it means that Formal gets to go with the headshot machine.
Camo's about to pop. Legends over there. Formal will provide some cover fire. Roar's the last man standing for his team, and he is trying to evade the attentions. He has been hunted down. It's going to be a 2v1 over towards A. Roar's probably just needs to try and stay alive as long as he can to help his teammates pop back up again. Formal will get the kill. 2 members top middle position for SWAT Latam. Camouflage still for Formal to play with, and a couple of bullets, a sniper to play. It's all to do here for SWAT Latam. Easy street right now for Formal.
I think too much to do for SWAT Latam now. You can't allow Optic to have a lead like this. It was looking promising in the early stages when you had a 50-point lead, but once Optic get in this groove, not many teams can come back from it. And especially a squad that is still going to be trying to get those pieces together from open bracket as well. Try as they might though, they haven't been able to get A, but of course you're going to get the quick conversion over towards C. Optic responding very well, but now the battle at B is going to be even more important, but doesn't matter because Legend's happy to challenge. 3 dead yet again for SWAT Latam. Make it 4, and I think this game may be dead and buried already.
One more chance to throw the dice. Striking top tower, gets
Nice
Legend
nade.
down to no shields. Beautiful nade. Banking it off the top of the steps. Formal though still has that snipe, but will fall. But a triple cap is locked in, and it's locked in tight. And Latam about to tap out here. Points continue to climb. 3 dead for Latam. And for Optic Gaming, they recover from the Nemesis blunder. Map 1 in the books.
250 to 67. Bear in mind, SWAT Latam took a 50-point lead right at the start of that game, so it might have been slow out of the blocks for Optic Gaming, but they demonstrate why that does not matter. They are a team that can definitely respond and get back into things regardless of how they start, and I think they needed it. They needed to focus up a little bit, get back on that saddle as we were alluding to, and maybe now they can begin their run, not just through these pool play matches, but start to think about what could be awaiting them in the championship bracket as well. Early days though, only the first map of the series, but SWAT Latam, I think they
Ooh,
just
I have
got a
ginger beer.
piece
I'm gonna go
of the green.
chug some of that. That shit is fire.
It's always good as well to talk about
Fire.
the bound and the lure of Optic Gaming and Formal forging this championship contender roster. And I think as good as Optic Gaming are, as good as the Green Wall are, if you don't perform, if you're underperforming, they can get on your back very quickly. And that's something that Legend and Bound and Renegade to a certain extent will find out very quickly if things don't go their way, if they don't start building championships with them.
And of course that's no disrespect to the green wall. I think that's any major fan base. You are always going to want to see success for your team, so you are naturally going to be looking at why that might be going wrong. But Legend responding to maybe some performances that he wasn't happy with yesterday, with 17 kills on the board here in Game 1 on Saturday here in HCS Arlington. And this is going to be a case where moving into Game 2 for Slayer Aquarius, I think the fact that Optic have now been able to calm themselves down a little bit, it's going to be them focusing on just trying to breeze through this one. You want a nice, easy 3-0. Otherwise, then again, you're still going to see people scratching their heads a little bit, saying, you know, where's that Optic Gaming that was going toe-to-toe with Shopify Rebellion back at the Invitational? Where is that second seed that we expect them to be at?
You know, the communication would have been after the Nemesis series. Okay, reset, reset, reset. Because there was a little part of me when the electricity went last night, Nemesis were 2 to the good. You thought, this is the perfect time for an Optic Gaming reverse sweep. They go back to the hotel, they do some VOD review, they figure out
Got it.
what Nemesis were
Got
doing,
all
and
the
they start
drops
to
for the
counter it.
weekend.
But actually,
Wait.
they couldn't figure it out.
Oh
Nemesis
my gosh. I
remained
need
on
so
top.
many
But now,
hours this
that
weekend.
reset
Holy
has
sheesh.
seemed to come to fruition.
That was only the
Game 1
first
was pretty
fucking
easy,
part.
And Slayer Aquarius looks like
Wow.
it could be the same if they continue to gun the way they were.
And there's
Hey,
always, you know,
we
the
got all day
conversation
today
of
and
looking
tomorrow,
at the
so
series layout.
chilling.
Was it a bad one
Hopefully.
for Optic Gaming? Yes. Was it a good one for Nemesis? Yes, but at the same time, you could change that one to 5,
Part
10
1
different
complete.
times, and you can only play what's in front of you at the end of the day. And Optic are just going to have to work with that as they move forward in this tournament. And as they move forward in the series, you mentioned it, Slayer.
I need
Aquarius
6
is
more
where we
hours,
go.
bro.
I love watching
Holy.
Optic on Aquarius. You look forward to these
Now
players
time
on
to
the
get
team,
all the
and they're all
drops.
the kind of players that are just going to drift around these corners, challenge you, take those fights, and also punish you if you're out of position.
For Optic, really, you have to say, they are the quintessential Slayer team. The perfect team to have in a Slayer. So aggressive, so in your face. You've got Renegade, who made a name for himself, sliding, pushing, ruthless aggression. And you've got Bound and Legend, who've done the exact same thing on Space Station. Formula has got a real Slayer team here.
Well, I mean, a lot of people say the championships are won through these Slayer game types. And if you look back even at the Invitational that happened those weeks ago, Optic were able to get a lot of Slayers under their belt against Shopify Rebellion. And I think that is why they are the Slayer team that you were talking about, because they are just so good together. They find that damage, but they pick up the damage when it's been done as well. And now you've just got to ensure that you do it on the main stage here against SWAT LATAM.
And for SWAT LATAM, how do they bounce back? Because you don't want to end out in pool 0 and 3. You want to start putting some people on notice, putting some people on blast, performing well. Although you might not do too well here, something to build upon. Maybe you do something better at DreamHack. These reps are so valuable to teams like SWAT LATAM.
I mean, seeing their player cam, seeing them on the main stage, they seem all smiles, they seem pretty happy, maybe just enjoying the occasion of being on the main stage. You heard what Wes had to say towards Piggy, making him bacon. They didn't even get that chance on the main stage. Not everyone does. So enjoy the moment, try and have fun, and also see if you can pull off maybe a map victory or two, as Noble will take down Legend to kick things off here.
Bound's got camo. Formal's got a kill. Patrolling the front base, getting information for his team. Doesn't have to push in just yet. A little poke of damage, trying to initiate a gunfight. Grenade goes up the stairs. Noble sitting back base. Bound's alone for now, needs help from his teammates. And it comes, Renegade. They put 2 in the grave, make it 4. All 4 go down. Rorsch will spawn over towards P1. And he has to try and stay alive as long as he possibly can.
Very simple thing there from Bound. He had camouflage, and a lot of players would have just walked on into the base and tried to stay hidden. But Bound says, you know, I've got my utility, I've got my grenades. Happy to give up his position just because the grenade does more than just him walking in. And it allowed the team to clean up the kill. Well, 12-3 now, and the Optic train is really starting to roll here on Aquarius.
Killing spree for Renegade. Bound yet to die as well. Both 5-0 and 3-0 respectively. Formal picks up another one, and this is what you don't want for LATAM. Don't let this game spiral out of control. Try and stay close in the early engagements, because we've seen Optic Gaming come back from huge deficits in this layer. If you give them a massive lead, you don't have much of a chance.
I just think 1v1 situations here, Optic versus LATAM. You're putting your money on Optic Gaming every single time. These are world champions on your screen. The best of the best built for this tournament, for this season. And sadly, when you're a team coming through from the open bracket and you play against a team that's going to be a little bit pissed off with what happened yesterday and in the early hours, and it's a killing frenzy for Renegade as it's 22-7. Optic Gaming really wanting to make a statement in this series.
As you said that, I just thought to myself, Is this the worst possible time to play against Optic Gaming if you're an open bracket team? Renegade finally gets taken down, with his tally being 10-1-1. He was on for a perfection for a moment. Camouflage now in the chest of bound after Renegade just fumbled with it. Double kill locked in. And it just appears as though SWAT Latam are just
It's crazy, bro, because they lost to Nemesis yesterday, but it's like a whole new team, bro.
This is just matchmaking now for Optic Gaming. They are just
like a
looking for
whole
the
new
kills.
team,
They have
brother.
the structure
Oh, one
already
sec.
in place. They have the map control, and it's just a matter of calling out the spawns and then push, push, push. Relentless, ruthless aggression.
4 dead again. Triple kill for Legend. The French phenom starting to find his feet now.
They're going to call him the French freak. I mean, you could.
That could work too.
Does work. Some of the things that he has been able to do, I questioned whether he was even human. (32-14), so a couple of kills going back in favor of SWAT Latam, but again, a deficit like this, it would be quite the struggle if Optic Gaming were to throw this one away. Actually, it would be the biggest throw of all time. But the green wall in the venue starting to get loud. And it's good that Optic are at least giving them something to shout about, because it was certainly a tough morning for them.
It was an early morning wake-up call to go play some Halo. And unfortunately, they didn't get the win. All still to do. And like I say, if they can take down Rebellion, Dan, that loss to Nemesis means nothing. It's irrelevant. You're back in the... You've actually stolen first seed in the tournament, so it's happy days.
That's also assuming that Rebellion also win, although their games in the open bracket, etc. I mean, I think it's looking that way at the moment, but I'm not 100% sure on what the results are that have come through. And that's assuming that Optic continue to win this series, but how things are going, it's looking like it's trending that way. 37-22. Again, SWAT Latam are just pinned back into the base, and Renegade is just waiting to pounce.
I feel like I'm watching the same play happen over and over again. They get camouflage and they all collapse on a base. They turn around and they do it again. And Latam just do not have an answer for it. Noble's back base. Renegade's gonna hop back up there to help Formal, and in the end, he doesn't even need it.
I mean, that's what's important, is when that last player is remaining, you hunt him down, you kill him just that little bit later, and you split those spawns. You split those spawns, and you just keep them staggered, and you keep punishing them every single time you have that player advantage.
You just keep splitting them prawns. Renegade over towards the steps. And I think that's a very important point you make as well, because of course, if you delay that last final kill, you're always guaranteed a numbers advantage. It's 4v3 for the 3 fresh players to pop up, so always hard work to put these boys away. 3 kills remaining, make it 2 now. And Optic Gaming are in complete cruise control with 1 more kill to go. A killing spree for Renegade. And it could be Roar for the next one to hit the grave. Yes, it is. 5 fresh shots. 2 to the good now for Optic Gaming, and 1 away from righting some wrongs.
The crowd was calling for a steak, and it was delivered on a plate. Doesn't matter if you like it blue, medium rare, or well done. It was perfectly executed by the Optic Gaming roster. They had that one on the grill for quite some time, ready to serve. And now, on the side of SWAT Latam, that's going to be a difficult pill to swallow. It was a domination in the game 2 on Aquarius Slayer there. And Optic Gaming looking too strong, it would seem, for the open bracket side.
Just to be clear, when we're talking about steaks,
yes,
blue means barely cooked, correct?
Yeah, just sear it on all the edges, make sure, and then you just deliver it pretty much raw in the middle.
So essentially, just eating it fresh up, cut off the animal, because it's getting very little love.
Yeah, you just make sure you get rid of all the E. coli on the edges and everything like that. Safe to eat. Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's good health.
Yeah.
Good health and safety from you.
Yeah.
You've definitely done a course or 2.
I did.
I know.
Nah, blue
Series
straight
A, then
steak is
257.
disgusting, bro.
Strongholds live fire
That's
Slayer
fucking nasty,
did not
man.
go the way of SWAT Latam either. 50-26. It's been utter domination for the green wall. An oddball recharge on the horizon. It's not looking much better. It's one of their best map mode combinations. And looking at the stats, Renegade 18-3-6. He's really starting to find his form.
And I've probably said this, but I think that's what's exciting about this Optic team, is that every single player can have a game like that. I mean, Formal, not too many kills, but you don't need to when Renegade has a game like that. But Legend also did it the game before. Bound could be the one who does it next time. And these kind of teams can be championship winning rosters because often these games can come down to fine margins where one player just has to step up, have that moment where they get that double or get that triple. A killing frenzy, for example, for Renegade. By the way, he gave up a killing frenzy just trying to get the camouflage, which shows that he was still thinking about the bigger picture. Because if that was me, I'd be like, I ain't going top mid. I will carry on just trying to pick up some kills.
Just gonna keep hitting the closets.
Just keep going.
Hope some players are no shields. Gonna get myself a little perfection.
Looking for my running riot.
I think it's right you say that because it's important to know. Sometimes you see one player being an outlier on the stat sheet. He's got 18 kills in one of the games. There's just not enough kills on the map for every player to pop off. Sometimes it's just not your turn.
Well, I mean, something that's been mentioned a few times already in this tournament is, for example, TSM with the life after last shot, right? Not having that extra kind of firepower, that one person who could just suddenly pop off. Optic have 4 of those players, and I'm not saying TSM don't. I just don't think TSM have quite found their footing yet in this tournament, but they did qualify for the championship bracket, so they will have an opportunity to right some of those wrongs. Now, Oddball Recharge is going to be the next, and yeah, bad news for SWAT LATAM. This is pretty much Optic Gaming's bread and butter. Slow setup, but also can push the pace when you need to. You can watch those spawns, you can punish people who are going to be on their own. I would not be surprised if this is a 2-0 and ends the series at a 3-0, and we still have to give credit to SWAT LATAM for getting to this point. Getting through that grueling open bracket is never easy, and especially taking down a lot of those North American teams that you were talking about, Shurs. But when you get into this pool and you have to play an Optic Gaming, who, as I said, are just a little bit annoyed with what's happened so far.
I think something Optic Gaming do on this map, they don't have a preferred method, a preferred setup in this. They can hold it pipes, they can hold it elevator, they can hold it blue. They don't care where they hold it because they have optimal setups for each one of them. And for SWAT LATAM, I just don't think they're going to have enough in the books to be able to break these setups.
Yeah, and even if you do break the setup, it's how do you set up yourself, because Optic does have that deep playbook. Optic can break those setups time and time again, and they are going to punish you every single time you try and take that ball away from them. And then you've also got to think about the shock rifle and how that is going to impact things out here as well. Optic Gaming are going to terrorize SWAT LATAM here in this match.
Power weapons always so important. You've got 4 gunnies on Optic Gaming, and any one of them can pick it up at any given time and put on a show. The camouflage there to be contended for right off the rip. Noble's got the opening pick. Legend's gonna fall. Renegade's gonna whiff for the first melee.
What's your FOV?
Eventually gets it done. Probably sitting on 110, I would say.
I mean, I don't think so. If you don't see Renegade right there, I'm thinking it's like a 970. 42. Does not spot Renegade. He's able to get the kill in the end, and it's going to be that first camouflage going in favor of Optic Gaming. Even worse news for SWAT LATAM here, but will give his position away, but will grab a shock rifle.
Oh. What's his FOV? Didn't check his feet. Sometimes you have to watch where you're walking. Formal will find a face with that camouflage. This is just things you can't plan for. You can have all the strategies in the world and all the setups, but if Formal gets a shock rifle on the camouflage, all those plans can go by the wayside.
No ball time as of yet, though. The ball is actually going to reset. Just a little bit of a standoff as almost connects with it. Just does enough damage so that it can be picked up, but it will be all 4 dead for Optic Gaming. And actually, SWAT LATAM will be the first team to get a setup here, and it looks like it's going to have to be pipes. Although they do have A control, so they can probably rotate this round to elevator if they would like. They're going to force a blue push from Optic.
Can I tell you that one of the most terrifying things to play in Halo is when you're faced with a sniper rifle or a shock rifle and they stand still. Because you hold your breath, you're like, he's about to blame me. And more often than not, with the shock rifle, you find out pretty quickly. Unfortunately, though, Formal didn't find the face and he got taken down. But 23 seconds on the board for LATAM. The ball's going to get tossed out over towards battery, so it's going to be reset. Bound's going to drop down, scoop it up, and 3 dead. Striking last man standing down over towards Long Haul. He has to wait for his teammates to spawn back up.
Well, 2 dead on the side of SWAT LATAM. Optic Gaming have the ball. A good chance to jump into the communications of Optic Gaming and seeing how they're feeling.
Little listening, let's go.
One tower somewhere. Just sitting in front. The other guy's tower. You make it?
Just time, it's gonna shot.
Half wall, half a weak, going 5 tower, striking weak.
I throw the three guys.
Another striking.
Very weak.
One shot bang also. One shot mango door also. One shot either. One shot mango.
Spawning C. Already trippy long. Trippy and long. You just sitting there, I think.
Enemy has the ball.
Watching long. One glass. Glass, first weak. One top tower, weak, tricky. F.
Dispense you guys, they're gonna push you.
Top tower.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball.
Chalk is up, they might be on that.
Yeah, one day with ball. Back to you.
Go back. 2 at 8. Turn rotate. Come on, tower back. Nice. More top tower, one's back silo. Top tower, arm down, one back silo.
Bottom beer, watch out beer. Watch out back side.
Enemy has the ball.
One take blue pipe. Check one. Maybe beer John.
Go help John.
Okay, hey.
Be rats.
I'll get top A.
Make sure they don't get past you.
I'll get top A. I don't have to cross watch yourself. Top A weak. Watch yourself, guys. Go bottom. Yeah. Watch your blue pipes.
Halfway to victory.
Okay, long gun.
Camo.
Bottom beer. Watch your bottom beer. Why long against Greg? Watch out beer. Let's go with C+.
Incoming.
You just holding me?
Spawning pipe, I think. Let's put turbine. Maybe turret. Maybe
Enemy has the ball.
Spike, kill me. He has shock long. Noble going.
32 boots on a 2.
Sitting big door shock.
No, but bottom beer in blue tunnel. He's hitting where some
One day.
Bottom A, one shot. Tricky behind you. Bottom A, one shot.
There's a grab it up.
Bottom elevator, one shot. 3 back elevator, one.
We go.
Still help. Nice. Behind you, top A still. Behind you, top A right now.
Top one shot.
Yeah,
Heaven, going top A. Top cat.
let's
Bottom A, stop right. Top man on the box going for ball.
Enemy has the ball.
Watch out,
No one A. Covered one.
Do it.
Going long. Stop right still. We're in day.
Long
Long one.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna look for this.
Glass.
It's right this one.
Last one. We get long. Watch out.
Border's also weak. More border, guys. Weak. Valid.
Just said, one turn. Nice. Last guy, one top red.
I have a grapple.
A very focused Optic Gaming, actually. I think historically, a game like this and a team like this, the comms may not be like that. It might have been a little bit more chill, a little bit more expectation of winning this comfortably, but Optic extremely focused, and they know they cannot take this SWAT LATAM team lightly. They're a very strong roster who have to be respected, and it's exactly what Optic is showing here.
Yeah, those comms are locked. You're getting a lot of small talk.
Enemy has the ball.
Not looking past this SWAT LATAM team, and for good reason. This round number 1 has been close. Optic Gaming now just started to pull away. 10 seconds required. 3 members down for SWAT LATAM. This should be a round 1 victory for Optic Gaming, as Legend continues to hold and secures the round for his team.
A bit back and forth to begin with, but once they got a solid setup, Optic Gaming were just able to hold on to it, but it was great to have an extended listen in there so we could really see how Optic were kind of feeling.
Ball incoming.
I think focus would be the key word that I take away from that listening. Legend now just supporting Bound, and I mean, Legend and Bound running at you is another terrifying thing to have to try and go up against in Halo, as now Pillow is going to be the last remaining player, as again, first camouflage goes to Optic Gaming. And that is going to be a key feature in this game as well. If SWAT LATAM allow that camouflage to keep going in favor of the green wall, then they are not going to be able to get around.
Optic Gaming have really been on top of the power-ups. Almost every camouflage has gone their way this game. LATAM just desperately trying to survive, but Formula keeps hitting 5s. 3 dead now. Noble's over towards gold. Grapple would mean the ball can come with him. Camouflage will just run out, but now they have an A set up. Renegade's got the shock rifle as well over towards blue. This is going to be a very difficult break for SWAT LATAM. Renegade has to live here, and he's done so for now.
Of course, you talk about those 5s. With the summer update, we'll get the perfect medal that's going to be on the kill feed as well. And I do wonder whether that changes things and changes the dynamic of the game when you see someone perfect in the kill feed, and you know they're hot. It's very different to just seeing them get those kills as well. So it does change things ever so slightly. And I'm excited for that introduction when the summer update does come through. But Optic have the ball over towards Pipes, and they've got 2 dead. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 in this, and actually there's a spawn over towards Elevator, so they could get aggressive here and try and take Elevator off them, but I think with that damage, they're going to have to back off.
Back away they do. 3 members of Optic Gaming over towards Pipes. Beautiful nades getting tossed out here though. Players down to no shields, and Bound picks up 2. 3 go down now. Renegade gets one elsewhere. Last player over towards Tower. A beautiful hold from the green wall.
If we go down together. Bound and Formal just holding hands and saying, look, we'll fight to the very end, and they both come out of it alive. So difficult to try and take those fights when both players are just trained on doing damage, happy to die for the cause of their teammate. Now, Noble does have camouflage, so this is better. At least they've been able to prioritize it, and maybe it can help them get back into this round. Oh, you walk into a wiggly Formal, you never really know how it's going to happen. Noble's the last remaining player here. Ball time still going in favor of Optic.
They've hit the halfway point now. Points required.
Enemy halfway
For
to
Noble,
victory.
just waiting patiently for plays to be made elsewhere. Unfortunately, that camouflage didn't see the value he would have liked.
Ball dropped.
This ball being well protected by the Frenchman. Like a little baby being cradled. He's bringing it over towards Long Haul. Got help from Bound, but 2 members of SWAT Latam combined. Legend will drop the ball, shock rifle in hand, hits the face, even when he didn't need to. A little extra sauce on it. Ball has been dropped over towards double stack, and Halo get a kill onto Formal. You can see Legend desperately trying to get some information and put some damage down on the map. Great nade from Strikey, but just not enough to get the kill. Double kill for Legend, he continues to roll. And 82 points in climbing here for Optic Gaming. This has been smooth sailing.
And he's just walking into one shot after one shot. Such good communication from Optic right now, and the damage they're doing just allows Legend to clean up.
The final moments then, perhaps the final innings of SWAT Latam's tournament, as Renegade gets the final second required, and the green wall march on. We say goodbye to SWAT Latam, and Optic Gaming are going to go 2-1 in the pools.
So Optic Gaming will at least walk away
2-1, bro. That's
with a better seed than
crazy.
third. So they're not going to have to worry about being 3rd in their pool. They will finish 2nd just after Nemesis, so it'll be a flip of the seeds. Nemesis are now going to be the 2nd seed going into the championship bracket, whereas we're going to see Optic Gaming being a 7th seed, which, of course,
that's
leads
why,
us to
bro.
a possibility of Shopify Rebellion versus Optic Gaming in
That's why they
bracket
were
round
saying that.
The 2 teams
Wow.
who are in the finals of the Invitational, the 2 teams who were spoken about being in the finals of this
That
tournament,
would be
are
so
gonna have to go
insane,
up
bro.
against each other
No
in
cap.
the first opportunity of championship bracket.
Don't get me wrong, we were expecting an Optic
That
Gaming
would be
versus
so
Shopify Rebellion
insane,
at
bro.
some point this weekend. We were not expected to come quite this soon, if that is how it all shakes out. But it was a clean sweep for the green wall. Those four players, they found their feet, and the green wall has found their voice, applauding the hometown heroes.
I think that's how that game had to go. That series had to go that way for Optic Gaming. Otherwise, there would have been a lot of raised eyebrows around this arena, and maybe even on opposition teams. They had to just show everyone that maybe it was just a blip against Nemesis, and they're going to be back in form, because otherwise, if it's going to happen, Shopify Rebellion would have been rubbing their hands together saying, actually, yeah, sure, if Optic are struggling against a team that's just come out of open bracket, they'll be right before the picking. But no, Optic show their dominance. Optic show themselves at their very best, or at least close to their very best. I still think there is more to come from them just yet. But it is a 3-0 against SWAT Latam, and sadly will be the end of SWAT's tournament, but a great open bracket run to give them a chance to play on the main stage.
You very loosely made a point there that I almost didn't even think about, was with Nemesis taking down Optic in that pool play match, do you think the other top teams, the likes of Rebellion, SSG, FaZe, do they look at Optic now thinking maybe they're not as strong as maybe we thought they were?
I think so, but I think that there's always been that question mark of this roster. I mean, it's happened many a time on this stage in particular as well, against a European team. I think maybe there's just a little bit of a worry. I think there's always going to be those early first tournament nerves for Optic Gaming, and I think it might just be a hurdle on the way to things, because Optic Gaming are definitely going to be a team who could move forward and could still win this entire tournament.
A lot of work still to do for Optic Gaming, but they've beaten the team that was in front of them. Still a lot of work to do. Maybe, like we say, that big matchup against Shopify Rebellion. This Halo just gives us something all the time, Dan. Unexpected results. You're seeing teams make it out of open that maybe you weren't expecting as well. Blaze, though, he's got some words to speak with Renegade, and I can't wait to hear them. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Shurs and Dan. Texas, make some noise for the home team as Optic Gaming gets it done on the main stage. And I got Renegade with me. Renegade, the cheers have been crazy today. Just tell me right off the bat, what is it like playing in front of a crowd this loud?
Yeah, I love the green wall. You know, I definitely hear it, and especially how much family members I have here. I hear all you guys. Thank you.
There you go, okay? He loves the support. And on a day in which you guys needed a lot of support to really kick this one off, okay? You know, the schedule a little bit different. You guys start off early today playing a match on that continuation from yesterday. Just kind of talk to me. What has the morning been like for you guys getting prepared for this champ bracket?
Well, yeah, we had to wake up pretty early. We played that first match down 0-2 at like 9 a.m. We didn't get the win, but, you know, we're still in winners, and we're still looking for the trophy.
There you go, okay? And, you know, you played phenomenal on the stage, Killing Frenzy, looking good. How you feel about just your own performance to kick this day off?
I've been playing all right. I think I could play a little bit better, and this next series I will.
All right, you heard him. This next series, he will. Green Wall, stay in the crowd. We'll get this champ bracket kicked off here soon. That's going to do it for me on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze and GG's Optic Gaming. You keep yourselves in it, and I've got to say, lights out. I mean, fantastic showing from them, and I think a great rebound, something that we all needed to see. I think a lot of people right now in this arena are relieved based on what we just saw. I also think it was a little bit of a kick up the butt about how you have to be performing with your A game every single time you take that stage, and I do feel like they gave LATAM that respect. I do think that they played their A game. They had to pop off. They had to show their individual skill to get the job done. And honestly, they made it look pretty easy in terms of teamwork. That's exactly what I wanted to see from Optic. How did you feel about that series?
Yeah, I loved what I saw from Optic. I think especially knowing that you've already dug yourself a hole, that you're going to play a 1 seed coming out of pools here, and it's probably going to be Shopify due to the rumblings. Optic are very aware of all of this storyline ahead of them and their road to success, and that trophy is Renegade referenced in that interview. I think this is what you had to do if you were Optic. To go into the Shopify series when bracket play starts confident, you needed to stop the LATAM team, and that's exactly what just happened. It was a beatdown, and now I think Optic are going to go a lot more confident into bracket play.
Indeed they are. How did you feel about the teamwork, Goofy? Because obviously I think that was something that might have been lacking a little bit of touch against Nemesis, and I think Nemesis out-teamworked Optic. You never want that to happen. So how do you feel like they rebuilt that coming into this series?
Yeah, I think they played fantastic. Like Wes said, Optic did exactly what they needed to do. No messing around. Don't let a game extend past where it needs to. Come in and really, for yourself, for your team, make it be known that, hey, the loss against Nemesis was a blip. We're here to win this tournament, and they did exactly that, you know, as far as coming out and winning this series against SWAT.
When it comes down to what you are looking for right now of Optic, we've had an early slip up. I know you're looking at certain specifics. We looked at pacing yesterday and how they are able to slow things down and speed things up when they want to, rather than just have that one set aggressive pace. Was there any individuals you're looking at spotlighting that you really want to see kind of start to look a little bit more comfortable on this roster as they build up through the weekend?
I'm looking at Legend and his comfortability on this roster. I think they're at the K-Son event. That was kind of their prelim or pre-event show match that Optic performed at. I think it was Legend that I expect the world of, and MVP of last year, obviously, I think when he's playing his best, is considered the best player in the game. I need to see that Legend going into bracket play, especially knowing the team that they play starting off, in order to have the tournament that this roster wants to have.
Indeed. I also think for me, it's got to be Bound. I think I just haven't seen that, I don't know, that kind of, excuse the term, cocky confidence, right, from Bound that you're used to seeing, something that you love, I think, about him as a player, right?
Absolutely.
Running at you, just full blazing ego
arrogance.
challenge. It is, it's arrogance, but it's like this.
But it's backed up with
100%.
hard truth.
It's an arrogance that you're so comfortable watching on your screen. I think especially as a teammate, you just know you're like, yeah, go for it. Like, I know you're going to come out of that situation 9 times out of 10. The one that's winning it, that every single time that pip. I just haven't seen that kind of, I think, arrogance, that cocky confidence that I love about Bound as a player come through the screen yet. What do you think that really comes down to though, Goofy? Is that just, you know, they're trying to find their flow, their dynamic as a team, you know, 4 very, very hard-pressed players, they're so aggressive. Is it just finding his slot?
I think so. I mean, to everyone's point, Bound, what makes him so special is that style of gameplay. He genuinely thinks he is the best in the world, and he's shown it time and time again. I think for me, this Optic roster is still trying to put the pieces together and find that fluidity as a team. We talk about a team like Shopify Rebellion. Those four players just work, right? They're fluid, they're just moving as a unit. Optic on paper is a god squad, that's what everyone's calling them, but they're still trying to find that fluidity, and that's where Bound really shines.
Yeah, I'd say my one concern around Bound and like his mentality, he's always been able to consider himself an underdog. He's always been this unproven story. Now he has to play with kind of the weight of the world on his shoulder, the expectations of the green wall, the expectations of I just won 4 out of the last 5 majors in the past season. Now he's a favorite. Playing as a favorite's a lot more difficult, I feel, than playing as an underdog, and that arrogance is much easier to have when like you're trying to prove the world wrong rather than prove the world right about putting together the perfect god squad that they believe they have. I think he has it in him, but I do think it's a bit of a mind switch shift that he's going to have to go throughout this Optic Gaming's experience and achieving everything they want to.
And you just said it, experience, and that is the key, right? It's just having that experience as a team. That's exactly how you progress and get better, and also just get used to one another. Building that chemistry is so important. We're seeing a ton of that here in Arlington. We're going to head to a quick break right now, folks, but when we come back, we head into the champ bracket. We have our first winners round for you on the main stage. Cannot wait to see the business that's going to go down on this stage here, folks. Stay with us, and we'll see you right after the break.
Enemy team score.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Mental by name, mental by nature.
Mental became easily the best player in Gears of War esports history.
You know, once you have that level of success, that anything but first has got to drive you crazy.
And for a 4-year spree, Billy had the highest KD. He went into the most fights and he came out on top. You saw his character coming at you, you took a step back.
Everybody knows his exploits in Gears of War.
Mental is definitely on one of the greatest runs, I mean, you could say in esports history.
Those boys were unstoppable.
This is unreal!
You can't help think about the brand of Mental without winning.
My name is Billy Putnam. My gamer tag is Mental. I played Gears of War competitively. I have 22 championship wins in that game.
You should have never stood up! You should have never stood up! Keep sitting down, alright? You're not scared of us!
Gears is different when it comes to trash talking. For me personally, I kind of just stay there stone face, and I let my teammates do all the talking.
Get up! Don't ever get up! Ever! Ever! Don't ever get up! Ever!
Coming to the end of Gears of War 5, Mental was facing a tough decision where he wasn't feeling that passion for the esport anymore, and he had his eyes set on something else.
So yeah, it was a hard decision to quit Gears of War and go to a different game because I didn't have any offers at the time, so I actually had no job.
He wanted to switch to Call of Duty and see if he could become a CDL pro. He did, and actually transitioned into being a starting player on a CDL pro team. So then after CDL came to a close for him, he switched over to Halo.
I knew of Mental from Gears. Obviously, he was like the best of all time, you know? So I kind of knew about him going into Halo. At first, I was like, this guy needs to go back to Gears. Like, he doesn't have it figured out yet. But then he quickly started to just keep grinding and grinding and grinding, you know? He went from a whole bunch of different teammates, Gears teammates to some COD teammates. And then he eventually found Rynoob, and he went from like not the best placements to placing pro immediately with Rynoob.
There has never been a player who's given me a first impression like Billy Mental. This guy was incredible. When I first went into practice with him, I was like, you know, it's an option for us, but it's definitely not our leading option. You know, he hadn't placed pro that season, but we had a lot of time in our off season, and we played, and everything was decided after our first match. Can't really emphasize just how professional he was and how great of a teammate he would continue to be. I heard that first mention of, oh yeah, he's a 22, 23-time champion in Gears of War. I was like, what? No, I just heard he was a Gears of War player. That was definitely an interesting tidbit of information to come after I started teaming with him.
I think what stood out for me in Halo was really the movement you can have. Kind of remind me of Gears in a way, where movement mattered a lot.
And I think just that natural like superstar talent that he has can translate to any game, and I think Halo is just perfect because it does have that movement.
Oh my God! Get him, boy!
Love this angling here from Mental.
Captain Clutch himself, Mental, he's just popped a 3-piece.
Are you serious?
Good bullet through the dome.
Oh!
Mental with nades and his...
Oh my God!
so unbelievably important to have not only experience, sometimes in a different esport, but to win. The experience of winning, of how to dominate, of how to be the best you can be at something. Having that experience under your belt is so incredibly, I personally think, necessary when you are trying to go into a new esport.
So as a player, for Mental to be a renowned superstar in another FPS title, to then have to start from the bottom and work your way back through, it's been a fascinating journey to watch. And it hasn't been a straight to the top kind of transition. It's been a grind. It's been through the onlines, it's been to LANs, it's been through open bracket to pool play. And now he's on a team with Shopify Rebellion who are making it through to a championship Sunday.
I think he's that player that your team looks to when you want a little bit of inspiration, when you see him ripping faces in the kill feed, all of a sudden you breathe this confidence, you've got this excitement, you start to believe that I can take down an Optic Gaming, a Space Station, a FaZe, and I can put myself into a grand finals. If Shopify Rebellion are going to see some success, it will be off the back of something that Mental does.
3 of FaZe Clan in the most recent minute. So Rebellion are certainly clawing their way back into this one, and that's one way to get yourself going, to get the team going with a triple kill for Mental.
So Mental being considered one of the GOATs of Gears, which is already an insane feature, to then switch to Halo and be a professional and place, I think he's placed top 3 a few times now, like that's insane.
Making a switch to a different game, I feel like is never easy. So the fact that he's able to catch up with everyone is like really like shows how good he is as a player.
Very few people are able to transition from one esport to another and become successful. But to do it 3 times, that's crazy.
The trajectory that he's on, even though it's been slow, it's only ever been one way, which is up. You would imagine that at some point he will be on that main stage lifting the trophies.
Of course, I have my history in Gears of War, but for me, I want to be looked at as a Halo Pro and a champion in this game as well. I don't really care for second, third, or anything like that. I just want nothing but first. After that, I want domination.
If Mental wins a Halo Major, a title, a ring, I think there's a Hall of Fame for GOATs, and he would definitely be in there.
It's not an if, in my mind, it's a win.
There's been a lot of fans that have been there since day one, from Gears of War specifically, and it means the world to me, and I'm glad everyone's been watching, and I hope I can bring one home for the Gears fam, and you know, I think it's past overdue, so.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and Community Top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
What is up, Halo fans? It's Clutch here, and we have the HCS AMD Power Plays Top 10 clips from the 2024 World Championship. All right, let's kick it off at number 10, and what better way to start it than the 2024 World Champions on their way to that World Championship. It's Stellar with the shock rifle. It's against Optic Gaming in the grand finals, and Stellar gets a killing spree double kill to kick this top 10 off. At number 9, it's Snakebite from FaZe Clan, and Snakebite is on live fire against Cloud9. He's got the sidekick in his back pocket, and he knows how to use it. Rips 2 unsuspecting players for the killing spree off. The one-on-one for the triple is easy slight work for the sidekick and Snakebite. Coming in at number 8, it's Renegade from FaZe Clan, and we're going to be in this same series against Cloud9 here at the World Championship. Renegade on recharge with the shock. You know what's about to happen. The first shot, As clean as can be, the second shot through the shroud. It's a double. Spots the third player. Maybe doesn't hit the shock, but the two melees will get the job done for a triple kill. At number 7, Frosty from FaZe Clan, your third FaZe Clan member, and it's against SSG here in the winners bracket semifinals. Legend is trying to run this first fight to give his team a lead. Frosty says no with the plasma. A beautiful instant nade of the plasma will give Frosty the opportunity to find a double. Not only that, but the rest of FaZe Clan are here. They're going to get not only the return as Frosty hops onto it, but Snakebite gets a counter cap as well. At number 6, Dead Zone from the green wall. He's got snipe in hand on live fire right now against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify's up 1-0. Dead Zone needs to make a play to keep his team in this series. Dead Zone with a quick scope onto the player camo for a double, a killing spree. The body shot is perfect as he picks up a clean triple kill. Thinks he has another bullet in the snipe, but Dead Zone's going to have to settle for the triple kill and camo control. All right, number 5, halfway there, Sab from Cloud9. It's Aqua Slayer, and he's got Overshield to work with. The first player not looking at him. That's an easy single. Here comes Sab with full Overshield, making plays. The grenade does a ton of damage, cleans it up with the Bandit. The last player alive, ping 3, and Sab kills all of Native Gaming for the overkill. At number 4, Renegade is back for his second clip in the top 10. He's got camo snipe live fire against Sentinels. The first player not looking at him because he has camo snipe. The second player gets the comms. Third player also gets the comms, but Renegade does not care. He finds 3 kills on Sen as all 4 go down. At number 3, Optic Gaming in the winners bracket semifinals, trying to find the spot in the winners finals. All you have to do is stop one push. The man for the job, you have the right guy with the right weapons. Formal with the shock rifle, the first player gets taken down. The second with the slide is perfect. The damage onto a third will allow Optic Gaming's reinforcements to get here. Able to capitalize on the rest of Formal's damage. All 4 down for Shopify, and that is Optic's ticket to the winners bracket finals at the 2024 World Championship. At number 2, SLG from Quadrant. And this kid with a shock rifle in his hands is a problem for anyone, even Optic Gaming. The first 2 kills are clean. Smells blood in the water, starts to push. The triple is easy, and the overkill. Norwin, you nasty boy, gets the overkill on Optic Gaming. And the number 1 clip from the World Championship is brought to you by Formal from Optic Gaming. Dead Zone on the point of view right now, tracking down a player back tower. Able to play his life a little bit here. Back mud, gets info that a player's pushing him. He's going to get some damage onto him. That's actually important because Formal has just gotten a triple kill in the kill feed. Formal then quickscopes the player back green. Bound spawns dummies. Bounds immediately removed from the map. And Formal, for the nastiest kill tag of the year, creates our top 10.
Welcome back to the HCS 2025 Arlington Major, hosted by Optic Gaming in the beautiful Texas. Look at those views, folks. Absolutely stunning. But I just might say that it might be a little bit more stunning inside here, and that's because we have some world-class Halo 2 watch on the main stage, and it is an absolute vibe in here. I love it. The first major brings so much. It's tense, it's a little bit scary at times, exciting, so many upsets, so much going on, and especially with the absolute shuffle we've had of a roster mania in the off-season, it's made things nail-biting, to say the very least. We have so many different teams contending for not just top spots, but even potentially taking events. We'll see exactly what they are capable of and what they can do, but they're certainly putting their foot down so far. Now, I did say we were going to get into winners round 1, but hear me out, Wes, Tony, okay? I just thought, why not have a little bit of extra Halo on the cards? We all love a bit of an extra game, right, on the main stage, so pool play is still happening. We haven't quite wrapped up all of the business, and we need to see one more series go down, and as you can see, it's in Pool D. Space Station, they need to play Ether here on the main stage just to seal things off heading into the champ bracket. Now, when it comes down to Ether, I actually have on good authority from a guy called Snakebite that I kind of know a little bit backstage. He said to me that Ether are no joke. He said, listen, they're a good team. We saw what they did to Luminosity. We are going to respect them, and we're going to play really, really hard. And I think that says something.
That sounds like Snakebite. He's way too professional. Way too professional to slip up and underestimate his opponents. That's textbook professional Snakebite. You asked me the same question. I'm like, we get to watch SSG beat down Ether. That's what you're kind of hoping for. But we'll see what happens here. I know Ether has a couple of matches under their belt, now being 1-1. SSG not having played today, that could be an advantage that you can look to if you're looking for an Ether upset here.
100%. I also think the match that they got under their belt being Luminosity, I mean, Luminosity come into this 5th seed. Obviously, it was not what they intended to happen here in Arlington. But I think it does say something about Ether to be able to have done that against Luminosity. You know, a team that has, you know, some experienced players on it. Tony, does it tell you more about Luminosity, do you think, in this situation, or more about Ether?
A little bit of both, to be honest with you. I mean, coming into this tournament, we had question marks around Luminosity, and we wanted to see more of them, and sadly, 0-3 is not what we were looking for, but I think Ether are fantastic. You know, tapping buttons has been that guy for so long, and I look at a player like Lord, even Acid, who have been on that secondary team in Latin America for how long now, but now get an opportunity on that first place roster alongside tapping, alongside Drift. This is a big opportunity for these boys.
It certainly is indeed. I mean, I think when it comes down to how well they're going to fare in this series, I really do think it's going to come to the series layout, so to speak. I think that's where you're going to see some of the old dogs trip up. And, you know, right now they're at a 50% map count on Arlington, so they're 4-4. I mean, okay, not too bad, not too shabby. SSG 5-2. They've slipped up a couple of times. The question is, where can you find them slip up? And now looking at the series layout, we do have Stronghold's live fire to begin with. I kind of like that for Space Station Gaming. I think they are well versed in the Strongholds, especially on live fire. The one that I'm really looking at is map 3, and I think that's when you can really start to get back into the game. That oddball on recharge. I think oddball is where SSG are kind of slipping up just a touch and could use a little bit more time and experience on that. How are you feeling about that series layout?
Yeah, I think oddball is a good place to look at as far as wanting to know more about SSG's improvements. I think oddball is something that when I watch them play against Optic or Shopify, they tend to struggle, and they tend to, like, the rounds get out of hand very quickly, and when you don't break a setup on your first or second push, all of a sudden it feels like the round is over. I think SSG has struggled with waiting so long to make a good push, and that good push not working, that it actually just loses them a significant amount of time and potentially the round. I think that this is a phenomenal way to improve in an atmosphere like a tournament against a team that has already proven that they can compete with the other teams in pool play, to have a better feeling about your oddball going forward into the tournament. But we need to see a strong performance here to believe that that's going to be the case later on.
It's a really good point. You know, the last time we actually did see them on oddball recharge, they actually did end up losing 0-2 to Shopify Rebellion. So like you said, a great test for them. Obviously, Ether Gaming aren't Shopify, but I think you can still kind of evaluate what they actually worked on, turning those weaknesses into strengths.
100%, yes, they are not Shopify, but they're still going to give you a good run for your money, to say the least. I mean, we've seen exactly what they can do against other teams. So I do agree, this is going to be a fantastic test of their kind of depth of map pool and mode. I'm looking to see some lights out gameplay from Space Station Gaming to see if they are ready to come to play for day number 2, because things are getting a little bit mixy here. I mean, Optic and Shopify, they're due to play against one another. Space Station Gaming, yes, if they do win this one, they have one more step until they start getting into those dangerous waters, but that territory comes with having to play up to a standard, and we need to see a precedent set here.
I mean, it's Saturday. Like, there's no more room for mistakes. If you have expectations of winning a championship, putting a banner up in the ceiling, there's no room for slips up. Friday you can slip up and you can make up for it on Saturday, but come Saturday, you want vibes to be high, you want confidence to be all time, and the only way to do that is win series and win these type of series convincingly. So I'm looking at SSG like this is the one that gets momentum going to when you get to bracket play, you already know you're on fire.
Yeah, indeed. I do think I'm looking to see something a little bit special here out of the LATAM team. I think this is a massive opportunity for them. You're going up against a team of absolute vets. And it's funny because I know we have a ton of veterans, but I think when you look across the board of Space Station,
they're old dogs.
They are the old dogs, for sure. You know, obviously they can do all sorts of things, right? They're old, but they're certainly able. But
half
they are
of them have
the absolute
wives
vets.
at this point.
What'd you say?
I said half of them have wives at this point, if not more.
Very true. We're just waiting for one more on that squad, and it'll be a full, full piece, right, to say the least, across the board. But Tony, I think this is an opportunity for this team, for this LATAM team, to really make a statement like Europe has so far here today. Do you think, based on what we've seen from them in the history past, because they're fantastic players, we see these names all the time, do they have what it takes on this stage?
I mean, I don't have to go that far back, to be honest with you. I saw what they did in the open bracket. I think they were fantastic. When you look at what the teams from Latin America bring, they bring speed. They bring that bully ball type of mentality. And will it work against some of the top teams in the league, like the SSGs, like the Optics, like the Shopify Rebellions? We're going to have to see about that. But when it comes to confidence, when it comes to putting down damage and willing to take a fight, I think they're right there with them. They're ready for it. Now the question is, will you win those fights?
Yeah, my player to watch this series, I know the world probably knows about tapping buttons and drift at this point. They've been competing since Halo 5. My player to watch this series has got to be Acid on the side of Ether.
Yeah.
I think Acid has been very impressive. When I play him online in matchmaking, that kid is moving just like some of the best in the world do when I play against them. So I'm very impressed with Acid. If he can perform like at a consistent level that I see from my point of view, I'm like, this kid moves. Like, he's got what it takes. It's a different feeling when you get to main stage and you're actually playing against the Stellars and the Lucids and the Snake Bites of the world. And he goes, I don't want to leave anyone out. But it's a different feeling when you're up there and there's a crowd in front of you and you're on land, but we'll see if he has what it takes.
Certainly is a different feeling indeed, and I tell you what, it hits Diffie getting that extra game. On set, Brav, how about that extra pool play match, eh? Hitting a bit different right now for you guys getting back on the mics.
We're lucky.
Yeah,
we love a little bit of
we'll
extra pool play. You know, we had a little bit of a delay yesterday, and like you said on the desk, we thank everyone for sticking with us, but it means we get.
And then we got Chant bracket tonight, bro. Hell yeah.
Going up against Ether, have gone all the way through the open bracket, so.
Bro, you got to feel for the competitors. It's gonna be a long day, but you know they got to bring their all.
When we saw SSG play formidable opponents on these first 3 game types, specifically at the Kason Showdown, it was up against Shopify, and not great results across these 3 game types specifically. You could say there were blowouts against Shopify, so obviously a very different opponent here in Ether, but it'll be great to see what have they worked on here as they start to round out pool play.
There's some room to capitalize on for sure. Can't wait to see what happens. This one's going to be juicy. Lads, it's over to you.
Well, let's round out Pool D then. Let's get this game underway. Let's get this series underway and find out if we're going to have another upset here in Arlington, because that's kind of been the theme of what we've seen so far here on Saturday. When you look at one side of the stage, you look at SSG. Coming into this event, kind of talked down a little bit. Outside of the top 2 was the general conversation, the general consensus from people, but they might be one of the teams who comes out of pools with a 3-0 record.
Right, and also, once again, as we said, a lot to prove for them, because you talk about the veteran talent on this squad. You just heard the desk talk all about it. Really, 4 players, and of course Coach Elamite, who need no introduction. But specifically, I got a chance to talk to Lucid before the event and spend some time with him. And it was fantastic to hear just exactly what they're working on as we take a look at Arlington's stats so far amongst the new duo here in Lucid and Snakebite, leading SSG in the kills category as well as KD. Impressive numbers from both Lucid and Snakebite. But interesting talking to Lucid, and you know, it's a follow-up to the conversation that we had with him live on broadcast at the Kason Showdown, and you summed it up really well, Mark. You said, watch this space was kind of what summed up what Lucid was saying. In speaking with him, I think he's pretty excited because they've identified these little things, right? When you have a brand new team of veterans come together, there are assumptions that are made at the gameplay level as you go through the pieces. And he was telling me, we're starting to find all these little things, right? Was there an assumption that someone was going to be watching this area during that spawn? And they've picked those apart over the last few weeks, and they're coming into this event ready to play.
Yeah, and they're going up on the other side of the stage, of course, against Ether, who've come through the open bracket, have made this crazy run. One of the
good way to explain that, you know,
North American teams to come out and fill in those pool play places, which is showing once again the strength of international Halo, not just here in North America. And this is another test for them, right? SSG coming into this event, we mentioned, maybe talk down a little bit of one of the teams who maybe a little bit more vulnerable than the top 2, but we've seen Optic look vulnerable, and I'm sure Ether are going to take some inspiration from what we saw from Nemesis a bit earlier and say, hey, we're going to take some fights. We're going to force them to take these ones. We're going to force them to win their ones, and if they don't, then maybe we can get rolling here.
Yeah, absolutely. On the other side of the stage, I think SSG is going to think, you know what, this is probably a perfect way to round out pool play for them. Of course, if we just look at the statistical odds, they should take the series very comfortably. And I think that SSG is going to welcome this as a way to, okay, we need to be firing on all cylinders. We need to have our I's dotted, our T's crossed, but it's a good kind of momentum builder as you get into the bracket.
And I think the big target for them as well is looking at what happened elsewhere, looking at, like you say, how the bracket is starting to look and stack up with potential matchups. Going 3-0 becomes a, you cannot do it. Like, you cannot not do it. Right. You have to go 3-0 here to give yourself a chance in that bracket, knowing some of the big teams that are going to be moving around, maybe falling down to the elimination bracket a little bit earlier than a lot of people would have expected. So for SSG, it's a real chance to feel good, going into the winner's side of the bracket by closing out here, but it's a real test for them, and I think they're going to be testing this series.
It is, and let's take a look at these game types you have on your screen right here. Specifically, Stronghold's live fire. We saw SSG lose that to Shopify 250 to 111. So yes, it was against Shopify. However, that is a deficit that you're definitely going to have an eye on. Let's also talk about Slayer Aquarius. It was also a loss on LAN against Shopify 50 to 40. And as we look at their last time they played, Oddball Recharge coming into this event as well. Also a loss there against Shopify 2 to 0. So in terms of what, as we said, against strong opponents on LAN play, their first 3 game types here are not strong. And it's going to be a great test to see, okay, what have they worked on over the past 2 weeks of play? How are they going to come in here? And I'm not just looking at score lines because, as we said, given the seeds, this should be an SSG comfortable win. However, I'm specifically looking at how is this played? How are setups broken? How are things held? How are the rotations done on ball? How are they making sure that they're hitting everything they need to in the pacing of Strongholds? There's going to be a lot to look at here. It's going to be exciting to get an extra bonus series for the day.
I agree with you, and I think Ether are going to be looking at this series layout and thinking, hey, if we can send this maybe tied up towards Game 3, knowing that SSG haven't looked great in the oddballs of either on LAN or in those scrims in the build-up to this event, then you take the first round of oddball, the pressure all of a sudden completely flips onto SSG. And we know Slayer Aquarius has been a game type historically where one team can run away with it even if they are the so-called underdogs coming into that game. So SSG also have a few demons to deal with as well on Aquarius Slayer, even with this lineup where they've blown some huge leads online. And it can be one of those game types where if you go behind a little bit, all of those demons start to kind of reappear and you start to get a little bit,
Yeah, that's why a series like this should be really an opportunity.
Yo,
for
Angel,
SSG,
appreciate
especially
the
on
follow.
Comms department as well. We're going to try to get into listening certainly throughout the series as often as we can, because it is, once again, they're not just working on kind of figuring out new game types and the new roster. It is all the way down. I asked Tommy when he was telling me about, you know, we're finding the gaps, we're finding the assumptions. When we were about to set up, say,
Welcome to the
thought,
Twitch
of
channel.
course, this player would be watching dummies, and it just turns out that's not how that player thought about it. But specifically, I was like, how much of that is comms? And he was like, a lot of it's comms. And I was like, it
Yo,
sounds
what up,
like
Abby?
you need to have your small talk at, say, 110% of what you would normally do. You need to just over-communicate what you're doing to make sure that at this level, when you're just exiting pool play, and maybe exiting pool play with a perfect record, making sure that everything feels good. Let's over-communicate, right? At this level, the comms are such that there is room to say a little bit extra, right? All it needs to be is something, I spawn dummies, right? Just simply saying maybe where you spawned or where you're heading can change everything about how your team sees it off the rip. And then all they have to worry about, as Clutch said yesterday, was focusing on
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
I love
Just
how you've broken that
enjoying
down.
this
All
tournament.
we've heard from various members of SSG is get on the same page, and that's what they're talking about, right? It's making sure there are no assumptions.
Vibing
making
on
sure
this
that everybody
Saturday.
is aware of how each other are thinking about certain situations, and you can imagine.
I'm excited to see the
not only
series
amount of game
unfold.
types, the amount of
SSG
maps, the new nodes
versus
that have come in.
Ether.
There is a lot of assumed knowledge that has to
Yeah,
be
you can always go to the
communicated. There's a lot of
YouTube
things
and
that
check
have to
out what
be
you
learned
missed,
about the
Abby.
assumptions of your teammates and how they see situations.
Or like
I think
maybe
you've
after
broken it down
today's done, you
beautifully
can
there
go
to
back
kind
and
of get
watch
that-
whenever you're
that
bored or
quote
something.
that we keep hearing explained to the viewers and everybody who sat here watching this series and has been watching the journey of SSG to this first major about what they have been trying to work on. Because, you know, get on the same page, you hear it and you're like, yeah, we know. Like, and then you start to understand how much actually goes into what is such a simple phrase.
Yeah, and exactly. And then that's exactly where it comes into the execution. And I have to say, for the SSG side and for SSG fans, one of the best parts of that is that you have Lucid and Snakebite on the same team, right? Put those two guys in a hotel room with a VOD review, and my God, will you get unbelievable big brain Halo analysis of exactly what is going on those screens and what they need to change. I would say amongst Snakebite and Lucid, I'd be hard-pressed to think of any other player who would have just kind of a cold, straightforward breakdown of what needed to be different in-game, in comms, and everything like that. So that is a huge superpower of this team. Let's not just forget, at this event, what happens all season long, these two together, assuming we don't see any team changes, these two and the rest of the squad will be looking at how do we adjust this, how do we break that down, and guess what? They've got world championships under their belt for a reason. They know how to adjust, they know how to adapt and evolve their gameplay. That's what we're going to be looking for them, not just this weekend, but all season long.
I think they're excited to play as well with the way that they've started. You know, it was a tough first series that we saw them in on the main stage, but they came through it in those big moments, and big moments of what decide big games, big moments of what decide big series. And this is a big series for SSG to make sure that they finish in Pool D here 3-0 and go into that winner side feeling extremely confident in everything that they've worked on. But in front of them, it's Ether.
All right, here we go.
They have scraped And the LATAM team want to take one big scalp here to see if they can progress in this tournament in the way that they would want. We're into game number 1 here. We're starting off with a POV of Stellar.
See what this man can do. I would say largely yesterday we saw Stellar oftentimes get stifled, shut down a bit, uncharacteristically. But you know the man is going to be ready to play, and he plays 3 days of Halo for a reason. Strong opening here. It's already 3 dead. SSG with an early lead.
Yeah, getting B as well, and having the unfavorable spawns on this game type, not being able to access B almost immediately means that converting B into your command is a great start for you. It shows you've overcome, you've picked up kills, and speaking of which, Ether haven't picked one up yet. The opening break has completely been won here as the first kill does go down to tapping buttons, and the attention turns from scoring, which is continuing, towards that camo that's coming up as well.
Nicely done still, 3 dead. Leora, the only player alive for just a moment, looks like trapped all the way in rat jail, but not anymore. Lucid gets away with everything, by the way. Hits the snipe on Leora and Rat. Steals the camo, also lives to tell the tale, 36-0 off of the rip.
And no one near a stronghold to contest at the moment for Ether as well. Oh, Lucid, he's lining them up. And when you've got camo and you've got sniper rifle in your hands, it's an easy job for a player with this much talent. He is looking very comfortable, and a 5-0 kind of backs that up.
How about this? Even though we see a few kills on the board coming in for the side of Ether, it doesn't matter. It's about to be a trip cap at the 60-point mark. It's still 3 dead. The entire time I've watched the scoreboard, it's been 3 dead. And what a start here from Space Station Gaming.
Still 2 bullets to work with here for Lucid.
Wait, holy shit, they're shitting on them, bro. Oh my gosh.
Be very, very careful here. We've seen some no-scopes hit in those positions before for the dummy spawners, but you know it's good when you've got spawners coming in below Lucid with that sniper rifle on the tower. That means that SNG have complete and utter map control.
Killing spree for him as well, still yet to be taken down. Finally, of course, as soon as I mentioned it, he does find a death screen, but what an opening it is here. 91-3 before Ether gets any points on the board.
Now, what can Ether do from this situation? Had to fight against the sniper rifle and the camo at the start of this game. But now that they've managed to take down 3 members of Space Station, with Lucid being the first spawner and last alive, they're looking to put the pressure on themselves. They're going to clean him up, and all of a sudden it's a triple cap flipping the other way. Spawns are coming in on A, and you can see Luar's already flying into A to try and contest.
See if they can pick up off of any of this damage. Would be big if they do, and they can maybe continue the rotations because 3 are dead yet again. So just as you say, Ether proving that as soon as they got out of that vicious cycle and that gauntlet, they're able to fight right back in. There will be a swap here of A and C. However, it will still be in a moment. Points on the board for Ether. They're back in this game.
A really big double kill from Lucid, actually, as last player alive there. And that's allowed the rest of SSG to get back on the map. That's why you're seeing Eco now in position to contest and pick up this camo. And as last alive, we always talk about if you are last alive for your team and you can get a trade, you've done an amazing job. But to come out of a situation where you get 2 and stay alive, that play from Lucid cannot be underestimated. That's why you're seeing now access towards A for SSG. They should be able to convert this, and Eco playing his life so brilliantly with this camo to stay alive and still be an influence on the map.
As you say, a big play from Lucid there that led to everything kind of swapping over for a moment. He's now 9-3 in this game, and of course, if you've been following the preseason commentary, lots of questions around Lucid. No doubt around his skill level, but the question really is, right, what is his legacy from this year? Does he go back to being a Halo World Champion? So much on the line for him and this entire SSG side.
Eco on the hunt at the moment. It's going to be 2 dead for Ether, and now it's going to be Eco's turn to pick up the sniper rifle. Got the repulse to play with as well if he does get pressured by any grenades.
Enemy teams.
A bit of info coming in, can't quite connect on tapping buttons, but there's the help from Stellar, but there's the flank coming in from Loire. And look at the flood now coming in. Lucid gets 1, but it's 3 dead again for SSG.
Snake by last player alive. Let's see how he plays this one. Gonna make sure he tries to get this kill in jail, and of course he does. Leave it to him. I'll pick him for a 1v1 any day of the week. And that's big. That'll let the team reset just a bit here. However, take a look at the scoreboard throughout all of this. SSG did get momentary control once again. However, this game is not only is Ether right back in it, we are essentially nearly tied here, and this perfect timing as Leora has this sniper. Let's get to a listen here with SSG.
He went jail.
Hey, big door now with QT. Big door with QT.
Coming back.
I spawned here, Kevin.
One more. 2 shot. One shot jail, quantum out. Quantum back B. 1 shot and just quantum's down.
Big door as well. 2 here.
Quantum down, rat out.
Cement, guys. Cement was weak.
One shot cement.
Go cement.
Back green, 1 shot tapping. Yep. Quantum back to jail. Quantum back to jail.
He's dead.
I'm leaving in. Going to CC.
Ammo in 30.
Yeah, I will. I'm on cut.
Wait, rat's on Kevin?
Probably your game.
2 and 8.
1 shot,
shot. I'm hitting A1.
Watching red, watching bottom mid.
Tapping was weak. Two. I know B down. They're both weak it down.
Cambo 5. Cambo 5.
Big door.
Top
Big door.
Top A and big. Going A needs to key door. Screen.
There's gonna be two screens. Two screens, one big.
Behind us, careful behind us.
Yeah, I heard that.
One guy B.
Bottom tower weak.
See that? Game.
It's really fun tower.
Cuts.
There's one it. The guys see the one it. Nice. And there's still somewhere C.
Tower.
Tires weak.
Tires. Watch out pillars. Go big door to A. One was pillars. But he's still pillars. Close right, Kevin. Close right.
I'm hitting C.
Pillars, one shot. Pillars. Dead. They're gonna hit big door. Gonna hit my big door. A dom. Two, Tommy. Both one shot. Guys, both. 3 dead. One shot small me. All dead. Bottom somewhere.
I have tower.
Yo, let's one. Dummy's weak. Lear. Keep living. Everyone live.
There's somewhere mud probably.
Yeah, mud spawn. Have shields. Get a shot. Guys, camo spawn. One shot cuts. Absolute cuts. I'm going to PJ. Yo, mud also. One more elbow. Tapping.
One tower.
Go NA guys, NA, one guy. You're ready? Play for something. Nice, bro.
4 dead.
I have tower. Might spawn close to me, mud or...
No, elbow maybe, I think. Elbow.
Dummies again, one shot. Yeah. One more. Top tower. One shot.
Desperate.
You're gonna keep spawning dummies, I think, guys. One shot, nice. 3 dead, drift. Nice. 2 alive. One shot in A. One shot jail, 2 on me A. Almost one shot. Need 30 seconds. Keep living. Need 30 seconds. One for spawners. I spawned here.
One big door.
One shot, I killed one, Brandon. Two key door going.
Well, it was a perfect time to jump into the SSG listening because ever since then it has been all SSG. 231 on the board. Snakebite with the sniper rifle in his hands, and Acid just learned that firsthand as he takes a bullet straight to the face.
Man, the amount of damage coming out of this guy. Beautifully done here, just holding tower, being an absolute pain. They still continue to hold BC, and as you said, what a time as 3 fall to be into that listening. SSG was getting pushed up against the wall. The game came within about 20 points here as we now hit the final points of the game.
Yeah, this is going to be SSG holding this. Nobody is close enough to a stronghold for Ether to even contest an SSG.
Good first game, bro. They were going off at the starting at least, like a lot.
One to the good in this series.
How about Lucid? We talked about the original poster boy of Halo Infinite. The question is he back in full form, Lucid? How about going triple positive, 21-7 in game number 1 of the series to kick things off? And we got to see a lot of that from his POV. It was dominant. He would fly into A, get 2 players perfectly, one shot, fly back out big door, finish the kill pillar, stay alive at B, just putting on an absolute clinic.
And he does that kind of magic thing sometimes as well. When that little run you were talking about, throws a spike grenade, just a kill pops up in the feed. It's like a strong side moment. It's like only players like Lucid, something will pop up in a kill feed where they get the extra kill, where a lot of players would not. So very good signs in game number 1 for sure, 250 to 115. That run was really, really impressive from them.
Down as well, but 250 to 115 is your final score in that game number 1. And I gotta say, that first listening, despite what was largely a blowout game in terms of the final scoreboard, loved what I heard because when we were on Lucid's POV with the camo, he was the only player alive for a moment. He had to make some key plays. The team was also split. You heard a lot of comms about dummies, tower, and C while they were also fighting A battles. And for a moment, it felt like they were maybe going to lose control of the game. Instead, they regained everything, right? They stayed calm. They stayed collected, which you expect from these 4 players, especially with Elamite as well. And in the end, they closed it out very comfortably.
Yeah, really good start from SSG in this win in the opening battle, and that put about 90 points on the board. But there was a triple cap just after the opening break for Ether, which put a little bit of pressure on SSG and I think gave us the opportunity to see, okay, how do you break out of this? Are they going to be able to find a way to stop this bleeding quicker than they have done previously? Because, again, go back to that Lucid interview for the Kaysan event that we had in the build-up, and it was like, when it's bad, it goes real bad for us at the moment. You can see 60-point runs going into 120-point runs, and they look a little bit discombobulated, a little bit all over the place, but they were able to steady themselves very, very comfortably. And even though there were some good points on the board here from Ether, it was about an 80-point run or so. Then SSG got control and managed to completely turn the game around, and
here's the play.
It out.
Here's the play. Look at this. 2 players, gets 2 shots into him, flies out, gets the pillars call out, finishes that one. Then later, this spike up big, pops in the feed as well, and this was Snakebite to close it out with a really nice tower hold. That brainer against Acid, you may not pass. And no one came to the top of tower at the end. In the end, it's 250 to 115. SSG takes that game number 1 with a convincing win on the board. We will now move to Slayer Aquarius, game number 2.
Well, the good news here for Ether is they don't have to worry about any power weapons on this map. They don't have to worry about the sniper rifle. It's all about just controlling one power-up, and apart from that, it's all about the bandit. It's all about those 1v1s and staying out of the range of that plasma pistol as well on the car side, which has become a real nuisance. Players have become extremely proficient with that in and around those gens on the car side. But as I say, no sniper rifle to worry about. Just play in your pairs, play grouped up if you can. And if you get the opportunity to split spawn SSG and keep them on a run, you got to take it. You got to be aggressive. You got to put them on the back foot.
And also, let's not forget, in that game, we did see Ether bring the game within about 10 points, and they were down 91-0. So that's quite a statement to be able to bring a game back like that against SSG. That is not an easy task, showing that they can go toe-to-toe for moments in the gameplay. The question is, can they do it here in the Slayer? Their big focus as we get into game number 2 will be keeping this game within reason on the scoreboard.
This could be very interesting. Like we mentioned, game number 3 is oddball. SSG have looked weak in oddball with the game type suite.
I think I might take a little break myself here, guys. I'll just end stream, raid someone, and then
be able to test SSG in this series a little bit more than what we saw in that game.
come back after I'm done making food and chilling for a bit.
Finish this pool 3-0, I should say. And the first step to doing that, of course,
Raid the homie Eli.
Interestingly, late camo grab. Finally, Stellar does grab.
And I will catch you guys after my food break and like little nap break. I'm just gonna take a little bit extra time to chill, and then I'll come back and catch some of these series tonight after hours. I think that'll be better for me. So catch you guys then.
Away with no shields.